humans, we're not really good at that, right? But we have a few things, right? One of the things that we can use is the scientific method, right, to rule out other possible causations, right? Because when you have other variables and other factors, how do you know what causes things to fall? Well, you have to manipulate the cause to see the effect, like a light switch, right? So you have a caveman, right? He wants to know what's causing this water to boil. So he adds heat to water, right? And he proves with the scientific method that his hypothesis is that heat causes water to boil, right? So you can do the same thing, right? But you can't do it with the bending and warping of space-time, right? That's never actually going to work because you can't manipulate a concept, right? Like my concept of the Texan of freedom or liberty, you can't manipulate, bend, and warp that. These are physical things. You can't bend and warp a concept. It's just a concept, right? So how do you bend and warp the concepts of space and time being fused together in some sort of four-dimensional universe? Well, you can't do that, right? But what you can do is you can manipulate the relative buoyancy and density. So imagine if Newton was sitting there with an apple, fell on his head, and landed in a pail of water. Well, it would float in the water, right? Because a fresh apple has all the gas in it, right? And the gas makes it more buoyant, and it's going to float. Well, let's say somebody shot, a hole in that bucket of water. Well, if you do that, it would cause the apple to go all the way to the bottom of the pail, right? If the shot is at the bottom of the pail. So let's say somebody shot it at the bottom. Well, you just manipulated the relative density between the medium, which is the water, and the apple, which is the object, and this caused it to seek its equilibrium, which would be down to the bottom of the pail. And what did you just prove? Well, you just proved that objects seek the relative, they seek, excuse me, what did you just prove? You just proved that an object is going to seek its point of rest, wherever that is, due to the environment that it's in. And it has nothing to do with space-time bending and warping. And it actually has more to do with the buoyancy, the buoyant force. So the buoyant force will make things like hot air balloons rise to the top, and density makes them fall. So if you have like an object like, let's say an anvil, and you put it in mercury, it actually floats. Anvils float in mercury, right? And we know what helium balloons do. They rise to the top until they reach an equilibrium. Most of the time it's a ceiling, right? They reach a ceiling and they can't go any further, not because there's not enough buoyant force, but because there's a physical object stopping it, right? But if you take it outside and let it go, eventually it'll go up high enough for somewhere in the atmosphere, if it doesn't pop, it will reach a place where it can't go any higher because it's at a place of equilibrium. So if this is how it actually works, and the whole Newtonian mass attracting mass, and the whole Einsteinian bending and warping space-time, if all that's bullshit, do you think they would want you to know? Like those who are enslaving us? Like those who keep us dumb? Because let's think about it. Honestly, did you ever take any law classes in school? Like in public school? No. But if you break the law, ignorance is no excuse, right? So it's obvious to me they want you to be ignorant in school. And they want to teach you the wrong shit on purpose. Because, let's face it, the bullshit they teach in school, I mean, especially these days, right? It's really bad.
Hey, Larry, can I ask you a question? Since you're talking about space-time warping and bending and that sort of stuff, they always show, when they show a picture of the concept, they show like a planet sitting on like a blanket of space-time, and it creates a gravity well. Why is it always on the bottom? Why isn't it on the top as well? I mean, what's going on there? What kind of gravity well is it? Is it just one direction down only? Like down into the fabric? What's going on above? That's what
that's a good question.
Yeah, what's going on there? It's like that fabric is just one sheet of fabric through the whole one sheet like that. No, they're talking about fabric of space. It's got to be everywhere, doesn't it?
Yeah. So the thing about the fabric, this is really important to understand, is that in the vacuum of space, it's supposed to be a near perfect vacuum where every meter there's supposed to be like, one or two hydrogen, helium atoms, right? It's supposed to be a near perfect vacuum, as close as ever, in history. In fact, no one in history has ever observed a vacuum like that, but that's what they say is happening, right? And we all know that nature abhors a vacuum. But the more important thing to me is to ask, where did they get the fabric from? Because this space-time continuum, this fabric of space, as they call it, it's in a vacuum where there's no material. So that proves right there that this is nothing more than like a concept, right? So it's like an abstract concept. So I'm going to post some definitions in the live stream voice text, and I hope the new guy can check it out. I just posted it. I don't even know if he's still here. But yeah, they show like a trampoline, right? And they give this as an example of space-time, but then all the balls like crash into each other, which that would represent, the balls crashing into the sun. So it's kind of a false equivalency because there is no trampoline fabric in space or any other kind of fabric other than the conceptual space and time continuum. But it's like infinity. Infinity doesn't really exist. Like there's no infinity apples, there's no infinity air molecules, there's no infinity hydrogen atoms. It's just a concept.
So are you saying that everything has got to be finite as well?
Well, I don't think there's infinity anything. There's not.
Right.
It's
I don't
just
either.
It's a mathematical concept.
Yeah, I don't either. I'm just trying to wrap my head around what they think they're doing, with this one sheet of fabric underneath the planet. I mean, that's totally just fabricated just for visual purposes to try and have these people imagine something that's going on out there. And like you said, there's supposed to be a vacuum. What is this fabric made of then? Yeah. What's
So it's non-material, meaning that it's like not physical.
right?
If it's not physical, then it's metaphysical. And if we're talking metaphysics, now we're talking about like God.
Yeah.
Right? How many angels can dance on the head of a needle?
Right.
And I'm loosely quoting Lawrence Krauss when he talks about nothing isn't really nothing. When I say that, he tells you outright that it sounds like we're talking like philosophy, right, and metaphysics, but he assures them that they're not, right? And I'm thinking, well, why does he need to say that? Why does he need to throw that disclaimer out there that they're not talking about metaphysics when it seems to me it's like that's exactly what they're doing. If nothing means nothing.
Well, if it's not metaphysics, then what is it?
Right. I would say it's a belief system.
Yeah.
They believe it because.
Yeah, 100%, Larry. I'm just wondering what they think they're accomplishing by showing this one sheet of fabric like that represents anything in reality. I mean, there's just no way. It's ridiculous to think that there's a sheet of space fabric and every planet supposedly sits down in it like a bowling ball in a trampoline. It's like, so there's just one sheet, or is there a sheet every so often, or what? What they're trying to present to me is just totally. I mean, you can't even imagine it, really. I mean, this is beyond even imagination to me. I mean, this is just a completely fabricated image to try and trick people, I guess. I mean, because it can't be real. There's no way that picture represents reality in any way. I don't know. It's ridiculous to me.
Yeah, that's why I like to ask. I asked my astrophysicist friend. He just told me he didn't know. But that's why I like to ask, like, because they say, oh, the universe is flat, and they show us this flat fabric and bend the fabric with a heavy weight. But I simply ask them, like, how thick is this flat universe? Because it's they say, it's expanding, it's accelerating, and yeah, it's not logical. It's just imaginary. They imagine it as a flat plane moving from a imaginary source point.
Yeah, we're not the only ones that disagree with it. So it's not just the flat earthers who are saying, wait a minute, this isn't right. It's also, academics that disagree. Some are, more open about it than others. For example, the YouTube channel LPP Fusion. That guy on there, he's always talking about how the Big Bang was wrong. And what they'll do is they might let the scientific article get away with saying, I can see the emperor's ankles. And the other one might say, well, I can see the emperor's wrist. And the other one might say, I can say the emperor's butt, but they're not allowed to say in the scientific, published magazines, literature, that the emperor has no clothes. So you can find stuff in there that, shows that it's impossible to have this. Like he always talks about the helium problem and about how the gases don't match what the predictions are, except for one gas. But his prediction, the gases match for three gases. And of course, he's definitely a baller. He's definitely, a hostile witness. But he says a lot of good stuff that we can actually use in our debates, if he were to be able to chew the meat and spit out the bones, because he's anti-Big Bang.
Have you guys seen that video? Because it's always been that, gravity is, mass attracting mass and stuff. But somebody posted in another server a video from this guy. I don't remember who he was. But he was basically talking about that gravity isn't caused by that. It's caused by the whole space-time, since we're talking about bending space-time. And he was saying it's caused by that. And he said if you're at the bottom of like a really tall building, your time is different than the people at the top of the building. Like, I totally did not understand exactly where he was going with that whole conversation. Did any of you see that?
It's based on Einstein's conceptions of bendy space-time.
To where it would be a different time at the bottom of the building to the top?
Yeah.
Yeah, so ask yourself, are your feet older than your head?
That's what he was trying to say, right? I think. Yeah.
Well, they claim that the further, like they said that they actually had someone wear a watch while they were in orbit around the Earth, and being away from Earth, then the time went by slower or something, and that they actually showed that the watch was like a tenth of a second slower or something than the one that was on Earth. They had them both set exact, and then they wore this watch up into orbit, and when they came back, the time was different on it. And I think that's where they came up with that. And I just...
No, that's an excuse after the fact. Einstein came up with that idea, but that excuse is really bad, because if you take a clock or many clocks into the same room and they're all set at different rates, they will synchronize over time. So that rate will change, and that small change is not enough to validate a fantastical idea of bending conceptions.
Yeah, I got a question. So we know that the electric charge goes up the higher you go in altitude. So with this electron flow that we call 0-point energy, if it gets higher and higher, the volt gets higher and higher the higher you go, then then wouldn't this maybe change the speed of electron flow and the watches or the atomic clocks or whatever they're using? I'm sorry for interrupting you. Go ahead.
Oh, that's interesting.
Oh, I think you're right. It's very possible that that could be a confounding variable. That's one variable they did not control for, and therefore claiming it's
Yeah.
the other thing is really hard to say.
That's where I wanted to go. Like, how can they isolate time from everything else that could be causing that difference?
Well, and then the question is, did they even have any, like, on Earth proof, or is there only proof going up in outer space, which obviously, you know, is a question right there. You know, is that their only proof, or have they been able to see it happen actually here?
See, that's the thing. Like, we can say that anything causes anything. Like, I could say that the reason that shark bites go up in the summer is because ice cream sales are going up in the summer, and sharks like ice cream. Really, there's no causation whatsoever. It's just a correlation because it's summertime. People want to cool down, so they go to the ocean and they go to the ice cream shops, right? But I think what they're doing is saying, no, it's the ice cream. Sharks like ice cream. It's a proven scientific fact. And we're like, bro, have you eliminated the variables, or is this a just so story?
Right. I that electron.
Hang on, wait a minute. I'm sorry, I gotta say something. Hang on a second. Summer is ice cream time. People buy ice cream, then they go in the water. Equals ice cream equals kills people. That's it, right?
Yeah, so statistics can't lie, but liars can do statistics, right? So I think it's kind of one of those things where you have to watch, what people are doing, right? Because they say all these things, but how do you prove it? How do you verify it? How do you falsify it? Because that's what the key is, right?
Yeah, and that's why, like, even health studies, you really, really, really have to go through them with a fine-tooth comb because there's too many variables and they don't account for all the variables.
Well, they don't even have proof of these variables.
No, and they can basically take all kinds of things and change it to however they want to show it. You can almost take anything and move it around to prove what you want to tell someone if you think about it long enough. So, yeah, I just didn't understand that video. Somebody was like, "Oh, look, this is proof," and then I was like, "Well, I didn't really understand how that could even be a thing." But that the electron and what did you say? The point. What changes in altitude? That's interesting. I want to look it up. I don't know who said that something changes in the altitude and it could have messed up the electrons.
Yeah, if you look at atmospheric electricity or 0-point energy, that was the other thing you mentioned. Let me find that one. Einstein. It's the Casimir effect. And so if you look up the Casimir effect, they found that in vacuum, there's still something there. There's energy density there. And so when they use that discovery on what they believe is up in the sky, like it goes into an insane vacuum, there would be an insane energy density up there. However, we do detect it's a charge in the ground and there's a charge in the sky. You can see it through thunderstorms and lightning discharging that charge. So that could be influencing it somehow. There's no. They would need to find some way to isolate all that stuff.
We're probably holding our breath for them to do it, though.
Oh yeah. They're never going to do it.
See what's going on here. Sorry, go ahead, bro.
Donato just posted a really good lecture on this, the charge in the air from Feynman lectures. I really love it.
Oh,
So basically, what we got going on here is we've heard that the tides are caused by moon's gravity like a whole lot. So if I were to come up with another theory, like what if the sun's putting all this energy and all this photons into the water, and it actually causes it to let's say swell or contract when the heat perturbs it, right? Because it's not just the water in the ocean, it's all these other minerals. And well, if there's all this gas in the ocean, when you add heat to it, wouldn't it cause expansion, right? And when there's expansion, wouldn't it cause a tide? And you could say, well, no, we heard it was the moon, right? Well, how do you prove that it was the moon or the moon's gravity? Well, you got to manipulate the moon's gravity. So you would turn it off and see if the tides quit. Well, we can't do that. So it's not science at all to say the moon's gravity causes the tides, because there's no science experiment that you can do. But you go into any science class and any grade in America, and you ask the teacher, what causes the tides? They're going to tell you the same thing. Or you go in the history class and you ask them, who killed Kennedy? Well, Lee Harvey Oswald never stood trial. I didn't mean to say John. Lee Harvey Oswald never stood trial. So according to America's, rule of law, right, the Constitution and all that stuff, due process, he's innocent until proven guilty. So anyone who's ever told you that Lee Harvey Oswald killed Kennedy, they were either ignorant or malicious, one or the other, right? I'm going to assume that they're ignorant, but it was a lie nonetheless. I mean, maybe not an intentional lie. Maybe it was just misinformation and not disinformation. But what I'm thinking is the bullshit you learn in school, it's not meant to empower you to be an entrepreneur. It's meant to teach you how to, write hot checks and live paycheck to paycheck and make sure you go to college and get a job. How come they don't teach you how to start your own business and, what laws you need to know in the tax code to start your own business?
because that's not really part of the narrative.
Yeah, well, and it doesn't help the bottom line for the big cat, fat cat,
Right.
deep pockets. Doesn't help.
I mean, to think that you need a college education to get a job. I didn't graduate high school. I ain't never had trouble getting a job unless I moved too far out into the sticks. I did have trouble one time, but I was way out in the boonies, so I kind of moved closer to town and was able to find a job. But I've never had trouble, and it's not the highest paying job, right? But I mean, I'm fine. I got things. A few cars, a few vehicles. If I would have been smart, I would have bought houses, but I really hate banks, so I didn't. Yeah,
The last two
they don't teach you any of that stuff. Go ahead.
What are the last two pictures in the chat?
Yeah, one is a picture from basically simulations on they're trying to figure out how the tides could work, and one is a simulation of data they gathered from weather balloons and stuff like that, which shows how the temperature is shifting around in the air, and then the other one is a map of the tides and the tidal nodes, and the tidal nodes or amphidromic points are points which the tides circle around, and those points do not rise or fall. So that really undermines the story we were told in school, because this idea of giant bulges of water traveling in circles around the globe just don't coincide with any data that we see.
I had thought about the heat thing before, and I had brought it up to a scientist, and then they were like, "No, it's the moon." And I'm like, "But it's not like it's like the tide isn't just like going in one big bulge. It's not like just one big bulge like following the path of the moon." Because to me, if the moon was causing it, then there would just be one big bulge following the moon, like everywhere. And so it never made sense to me. So this is really interesting that he said that, and then there's actually people that have studied that. Because I just have always thought it had to do with temperature.
Yeah, we all get taught the story about the moon and stuff. There is, however, there's a correlation with when the moon is full, we have bigger tides. So there's moon has some effect on it somehow. We just don't understand how.
Hmm.
Well, isn't a photon like a little pocket of energy, right? And when it hits things, doesn't it add energy to the things that it hits?
It's just strange because it happens during new moon and full moon. So it's like, why?
I saw a video a long time ago. It was filming the beach, and the sun has passing by, but the water elevates on the beach. So maybe temperature, I don't know, causing by the sun.
Maybe there's more. Like if we take the assumption that the moon somehow cools stuff, then when there's full moon, there's more cooling, and when there's no moon or new moon, there's less cooling. So that could have a bigger impact. Maybe, I don't know.
Well, think about this. So they say that humans cause climate change. Well, has the climate changed in the past? Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So did humans cause it then? What about like 65 million years ago when the climate changed and, a lot of species were extinct? Well, that's just one of the mass extinctions. And, I'm speaking to them and their paradigm, of course. If they're my audience, right? That's how I'd speak to them. Right? So what about all these other mass extinctions? Well, okay, so how do we prove that humans are causing climate change? Well, we could remove all the humans at once and then see if the climate still changes. Well, if that's what the climate has been doing, throughout all of history, it's just been changing, then how do we know that, me and my 3-cylinder Mitsubishi Mirage, my little tiny Japanese car with a motorcycle engine basically in it, how do I know that I'm causing it and not the, military industrial complex? Maybe it's the Walton family with Walmart and all the concrete. Or maybe it was Harry Anslinger who removed all the marijuana and hemp, which is, supposed to be there in the ecosystem, creating 10 times as much oxygen and paper per, square mile than trees. Right? And not just any paper, it's the best paper. So diamond is to rock as hemp is to fiber. It's the best fiber. It survives sea salt. We made ropes. We made sails out of it for thousands of years. So how do we know that it's not that? Well, they had to abolish alcohol because farmers were making their carburetors run off of corn, and that wasn't very much money for the Rockefellers. So they outlawed that, and then they tried to outlaw hemp, and they were successful for a very long time, right? Hemp you can make oil out of and run your car off of hemp. So what would that do? Well, that would cross-cancel all the carbon, right? Because what do plants like? CO2, right? So they take in carbon and they put it into the ground where it's supposed to be, right, when they die. So it's creating oxygen the whole life of the plant. Then the death of the plant, it could be used to make fuel, cross-canceling, but no, we're still going to use other stuff because you can't research marijuana because it's a Schedule 1 narcotic. What does Schedule 1 mean? It means there's no medicinal benefits. So, okay, the government says there's no medicinal benefits, but who has patents on the medicinal benefits of marijuana? The government.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It's a big club, and we're not in it.
Yeah. So I guarantee you that all the bullshit, they're teaching in the schools, like, you and your white privilege. Where's my white privilege when I got to go get my white wife out of the dungeon because she got caught with a roach? And they stole her, kidnapped her, put her in torture cuffs, and then put her in a cage. Right? Did I get any white privilege? No, I had to pay fines and shit just like everybody else. Right? So the shit that they're teaching in the schools, it's not meant to empower you. It's not going to make you any stronger. They want you to be ignorant. Read the 13th Amendment carefully. Right? What does it say? Go ahead, bro.
They want you to fight for them. They want you to fight among yourselves so you don't notice what they've done to you.
Yeah, and pick any subject. Go look at it on the news. Look at it on CNN. They'll be like, black guy was hit by 60 bullets. Right? They shot 90 times. 60 bullets hit him. Right? He was just trying to do Uber. And then you go look and you dig a little deeper. It's like, oh, the day before there was like him evading arrest, and that's a felony run. And the day that he died, he was shooting at them. There's the muzzle flash. And it's like one person gets one news report, the other person gets the other news report. And now they're like yelling at each other and like fighting over what? Over some bullshit that has nothing to do with them that they couldn't control.
Hank, stop beating around the bush. What are you really trying to say now?
I'm trying to say, if you question Fauci, you question science itself. Because he said, wear a mask, don't wear a mask. Right? It's not about what he says, it's about when he says it, okay? So person A was off work and watching the news the night that he said don't wear a mask, and person B was off work and watching the news that, changed my mind. I just said that, so that the first responders would have enough masks, and now that they got enough masks, now it's okay. In fact, you must wear a mask. So you got two people who've heard two different things come out of the same person's mouth, and they're all fighting in the street, and people are recording it and go, look at Karen, look at these mask holes, right? They're fighting each other in the street.
Tell us about when you come home and you thought your wife was alone, and then you spun the toilet seat up, and tell us then.
Oh yeah, pay attention to the So basically, if the USS is moving at 17,500 miles an hour, where's the motion blur?
Oh yeah, that's a good point. I think what they would argue is they would say perspective motion.
And at that point, you say, oh, so you do understand perspective. Oh, okay, so you were just pretending not to understand perspective earlier, right? Because that's one of the things they use against us.
Yeah, they divorced perspective to create the globe, and now they want to use it? Nah. You can't say it doesn't exist in one breath and then try to use it in the next.
Yeah, I really don't get people not understanding the perspective. That was so funny last night. It was like midnight here, and somebody got on the server, and then they went in there, and they were like, well, they said, try this. And I had said it in the text chat because my cats were fighting earlier, but it was so hilarious. He's like, try this. Go stand, like on the beach and watch the sun go down. And when it goes all the way down, he said, then quickly go run up a hill over there, and then you can see it set again. And I'm like, oh, are you serious? Like, It was such an unrealistic. I was like, of course, when you're higher up, you can see further because when you're like down low to the ground, you can only see so far, and you can always see farther from up higher. And then I'm like, but you also think someone can just go run up a hill high enough, like during when a sunset's happening for that too. It was like hilarious. But then I was trying to explain perspective, and he just didn't get it. I don't understand.
Yeah, you have to bring up an argument and show that they understand perspective, and then bring up the argument where they pretend like they don't. Because after they've illustrated that they have a profound understanding on perspective, they can't go back and say, that's not due to perspective. This is proof of globe Earth from half a mile away. Can't you see it? It's lower than the middle. It's like, how do I know that this image apparently that was taken with, what do they call them? The surveyors use. What do the surveyors use?
Theodolite.
Theodolite.
Yeah, theodolite. How do I know they didn't just tilt the theodolite up like half a degree or 2 degrees or whatever they say is like missing from the image? Like, hello, you're looking at a theodolite from half a mile away, dingus. Of course it's going to appear to be smaller and lower, right? Because that's what shit does with perspective.
Yeah.
Shit. If it wasn't leveled, makes no sense. You can't level a theodolite to shoot out half a mile away or something. Just a little tiny bit off would be inches and different in elevation at, a mile away or whatever. It's not, that equipment's not designed to shoot elevation any further apart than maybe a quarter of a mile, the most.
Yeah, think about them. You've seen them on the road. There's always like one guy over here and then like one guy over there. It's not like they're like half a mile away from each other.
Right. You can't, because they're not accurate for that. It's just a tiny bit off level, and you go out a mile away. It's inches or even feet, a difference in elevation. It's, that little tiny bit dip down, and you go out a mile, it drops quite a bit. Or it raises either way, depending on which way it's out of level. So that's why it's only good for, building, like a building where, like a city block, whatever, not very far. And then if you're only off a 16th of an inch or whatever, in that distance, it really doesn't make any difference, You can adjust for that, whatever. And your next floor, you're going to shoot it. You're going to shoot the grades on the next floor, and you just double check those, and you just do one floor at a time, and you never get in trouble as far as the building tipping or being out of level or whatever. But you got to do it in short distances. You can't shoot a theodolite a mile away. You can't. I don't even think you can see the story pole to even get a measurement. The story pole is a stick that stands up that's got numbers on it. It's either in tenths of a foot or in feet, depending on the manufacturer or what country you're in. So you're either shooting inches or tenths of inches, generally speaking, with a theodolite and a story pole. And the story pole is like a big, tall yardstick, but it's like 8 or 10 feet tall. You stick it on your stake, and then you shoot. And then to get a theodolite to focus in on that story pole a mile away, I don't even think you could pick out the lines. It'd be too far away. You wouldn't be able to shoot an accurate elevation because you can't even see the lines on the story pole. It's too far away. Even with the theodolite magnifying, it's like a little mini telescope, but they're not that powerful.
How far is their light range? Supposedly.
Ask that again. How far is what now?
The light range of those. Because you said you have to focus the light in on the story pole. Like, how far do they go?
I would say a quarter mile at the most. That's 1,300 feet. I would say that's even stretching it.
Yeah.
I built one building in my career that was a quarter of a mile from corner to corner, but we put the data mark for the elevation in the center of the building, and so we were shooting grades only, one direction and the other direction. So we reduced it in half the distance that we had to take to get our grade from the datum in the center of the building, and then you do the math and shoot your elevation around the footings and foundation walls and the floors and whatever. And this was only a single floor building anyway, and it was massively large. It was for cold storage for like frozen foods and stuff. But yeah, so even at that size of a building, I had to put the datum, which is where you get your elevation from, in the center. So it was a quarter of a mile. So that reduced it to an eighth of a mile. Quarter of a mile is 1,320 feet. So you divide that in half, that would be approximately 650 feet is all. That's even kind of stretching it. You know what I mean? They're just not that. They don't have that powerful of a telescope magnifying deal that you look through to shoot. It has crosshairs in the end of it, like in a scope, like your gun scope. You got those little crosshairs in there, and then you line the crosshairs up on the story pole to shoot your grade. And you get that far away, and it's just too hard to see. They're not made for that. I'm gonna throw something out here real quick. It's off topic, but I think it's funny. You guys know Rolling My Boulder, and did you remember when he posted a picture of himself? Does anybody remember that?
I didn't see it.
Oh, you didn't see it?
No.
Anyway, well, he's on YouTube, and there's a UFC fighter. His name's Paddy the Baddy. He's from England. It says Paddy and the Troll, and he's having it out with this troll, and it's the same guy, Rolling My Boulder. He posted his picture on this, and so Paddy says he has these interaction with these trolls, and he says this guy, what his real name is, something like Insidious or something like that. His real name from years ago or something is not Rolling My Boulder, but he's been visiting 24/7, I guess, recently over the last month or two. Anyway, I guess he's like this massive troll that has been trolling people for like eons. So just so you know, that guy is nothing but a massive troll. He's even on YouTube being called a troll by, and they got some history about him, a little bit of history. Anyway,
I recognize the name. I think he was on one of the nights I was on. It wasn't on Ladies' Night. It was one of the nights I was on the regular call. But yeah, he was on there.
Yeah, he's been here.
Y'all talking about Boulder?
Yeah.
Y'all talking about that Roland?
Yeah.
Oh shit, that motherfucker! I'll tell you what, man. He rubs me worse. He rubs me worse than Matthew Learns. Okay, he's got this thing about him. I told him, man, you don't want to meet me in person. You know what I mean? That's all I told him, because he's got this like air about him that just, oh, dude. And no other trolls made me feel like, even Sean Hawkins, and you can go fuck yourself, sir. But even he's, like, I get it. He's pissed off. He's probably not well endowed, and he doesn't want to accept that Earth's not a globe, and that's fine. But I mean it. Rolling My Boulder is a horseshit person, and if we met, I would definitely be like, yo, we need to talk about some things.
Yeah,
I'll try to find
I banned him from here because he is a habitual liar, and he said that if in all his time here he has not learned a single thing from us, and everything he has heard from us has turned out to be false. When I know for a fact that is all lies, and we have recordings of him basically just not knowing anything when he came in here and admitting, like, oh yeah, you guys are teaching me a bunch of stuff 1,000 times. So it's like, He's just a rat and a liar. So he's not coming back in here. I'm not letting him.
Okay. Well, I'm going to post this link. There he is in the live stream.
Oh.
He posted that same picture of himself. He was asked, they were saying, what show us a picture of you rolling my boulder? And that's the picture he posted of the exact same picture he posted on the live stream one day.
That's a well-known meme, I think, of that guy.
Is that, maybe that's true because he's been around for a long time and trolling, known as a major troll, I guess, by a lot of people.
It doesn't sound like him.
Yeah, and he doesn't just troll flat earthers; he trolls everyone. He trolls this guy, this UFC fighter. He's trolling him. He just gets on and trolls anybody he can. He's complete. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like him though.
Huh? I think that's the same. No, it's not the same picture, but it's the same dude. Same shirt. Same stupid old computer. I mean,
yeah, that's just a meme.
Okay, well, you think then by saying that that's just a meme? Okay, I agree with that.
This picture has been around for
a long time.
And
okay, let me ask you this: is it the same guy, or is it just several people using that meme?
Is several people using that old picture over and over again. That's what a meme is.
So he just took it off the internet to post it, probably then.
Well, regardless of what it is, anybody using that picture as to identify themselves as whoever is obviously trolling all of us, and so he definitely needs to be perma-banned. That's my opinion.
He is.
Good deal.
I have banned him.
All right.
Permanently.
Good deal. Thank you, by the way. I couldn't stand to listen to that dude, man. He was just. Someone just said he hasn't learned anything from us or something like that. Whoever was using that meme or whatever. Just the sound of his voice, though, matches the picture. I don't care what anybody says. The sound of that dude's voice matches that goofy ass looking dude right there. Excuse me, maybe I'm being critical and maybe I'm being prejudiced because he's a goofy ass looking dude, but I don't care. He is. Rolling my boulder.
It's just so bad of him because I taught him literally from like logic textbooks and taught him the basics of logic and reasoning and now all of that was false and misleading apparently.
You spend genuine attention trying to help somebody, and then they turn around and do something like that. Homeboy can suck a dick.
Yeah, I spent many hours trying to help educate that fool. Yeah, Central. I tried to ask him, and he just does what he normally does because Ahmad was looking at it. He backpedals and lies to us, our faces, but he is willing to flip his story around however he feels like it, just at the flip of a hat, whatever he thinks will work, and that just doesn't work any like forever. It's kind of like the boy who cried wolf. You can lie a few times, but eventually, no one's gonna believe you. But that's what he was preying on, and that's why I permabanned him, because he would lie in front of all of us to any new person like this, but just like saying we're lying about everything. But then when directly questioned by a mod or something, he plays all nice and he's like, "Oh yeah, no, I didn't mean anything like that. Of course not." He's a weasel. He's a lying weasel. That's why I basically said, like, you guys can get him back, but it has to be in the arena or something where he can be moderated and not allowed to just lie to the general public. You essentially know how he is. He just wouldn't say what exactly what was false or misleading or anything. He just like, I don't mean it like that. So he can just go eat a dick or kick rocks. Happened too many times. I've caught him do this, and I've been lenient so much, so lenient. I'm just
I agree with you 100% on everything you just said. But at this point, I would think for the guy to have any success at all on just about anywhere, he's going to have to change his profile picture or that picture. He's going to have to use a different guy and a different name to continue on at this point. But the voice that he is very, very telling. You can recognize that dude's voice instantly. At least I can. Whoever was using that meme may not even be that guy, and that picture might be just a joke. Look, this is who I am. Look at me. I'm a geek. I'm a total nerd. Total.
He identified with that picture.
Yeah.
Yeah, that means he was just lying to you like he lied to everybody else.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, he's thoroughly exposed at this point. If he uses that picture, to identify himself in any way, shape, or form, and everybody should know that that's just professional troll, and get rid of him instantly. Just don't have anything to do with him.
Yeah, I recorded a bunch of his conversations, and I cut out a little bit of snippet here where he basically admits that, yeah, he knows the earth is flat deep down, but he will continue to argue for the other side regardless.
Okay, Glad. I accept your invitation. This is going to be awkward for me, isn't it? QE for people like me that are dumb. Why can't we make an experiment out of that?
Because it's not a viable scientific hypothesis. I don't know. Have you been on mute or deafen for the last 5 minutes?
I am not prepared to throw up visuals, so the Earth must be flat.
Yep, it is. Well, the Earth's not flat because of that. The Earth's flat because you're a moron and don't understand what triangles are.
Good catch, though. I'm a moron and I don't understand what triangles are.
So here we go back again. Okay, I can demonstrate what a fucking triangle is.
Well, I mean, give me a beach ball and I can demonstrate all kinds of spherical things, too.
This is funny.
Really? You can't demonstrate a fucking triangle.
Does everyone realize what's going on here? Huey is being trolled hard.
Too funny.
I think it's funnier now.
Dude, what would it matter what you do on a beach? Easy to get along with, man. I love that. I love the horizontal fucking plane.
Don't you like that?
I do.
All right, there you go. You're debunked.
By the way, neither is it synonymous with the horizon. Which a lot of globers seem to make the mistake.
I would never tell you that the horizontal plane was synonymous with the horizon.
Yeah, you just did.
Only a numpty dipshit would make that.
No, you just did. Implicitly, you did that.
Maybe implicitly, I might. Well, dude, I'm trying, man. It doesn't make any sense for it to be a globe.
When you look left to right, you don't see any curve. And when you look forward, you don't see any curve. You never see any curve standing on the Earth. And by the way, that's agreed upon. This is already established, agreed upon in all camps that talk about this subject on any kind of non-asinine level, that the Earth is experienced on the base level from the vantage point of the observer as flat and stationary.
Yeah, if I'm at the beach and looking out over water, flat, stationary, and I had nothing around, just me, beach, water, flat, desert island. You're right. Flat and stationary, I agree.
You got the wrong emphasis on the wrong syllable.
I mean, this just shows
it
that
finally hit home. Did the penny drop for you?
Everyone is
penny has dropped so long
controlled.
I have elevation angles, yeah?
It should have dropped then.
It's the year of the sextant.
No, it's the age of the sextant.
Yeah, never mind the year of the dragon or whatever. It's the year of the sextant.
Yeah, so knowing that, now we'd like to know how looking up at some lights in the sky gets you to Earth's a globe.
Yep.
I mean, that was actually a pretty good job, dude. I'm on my heels.
You should be. You should have been on your heels as soon as you come out of the womb.
Nevertheless, here I am. Yeah, I don't know.
Nevertheless, I'm here trolling.
I feel like
I'll give you a hint.
I feel like there's a lot more that I was taught. A lot more that I was taught in school. And and you could call that and you could call that indoctrination, and I'll concede that. And then the stuff I'm saying was consistent with the indoctrination. So that's kind of why I.
So,
no.
So they consistently indoctrinated you.
Sure.
Well, listen.
I got nothing.
That's it. He has nothing, and he's willing to lie to people's faces and then say the opposite. So, a snake.
Yeah, but it's still funny, in my opinion, to see that, you know, even QE and whoever, even he trolled me. He trolled everybody that he showed up here to talk to. It was all just a big troll, and that just goes to show you that everyone is can be trolled at times. You know, depending on how good the troll is.
You heard what I just said. Being belligerent about him, right? He trolled the fuck. He's still trolling me if I'm talking about him. There's that.
Yeah, there you go. Exactly.
Yeah, but one of the good things about it is QE and AI, they don't allow themselves to be trolled. They just use him as an example and laugh at the shitty attempts to try to troll them. Because that's all he does. He just tries to troll nonstop. And it's not even a fun troll, but it's generally sea lioning, acting like he's an idiot and doesn't know anything. And then in one hand he does that, and the other hand he acts like he knows everything and everybody else is an idiot. So you're dealing with a really contradictory character.
Yeah, I'm just saying that his intention from the very second he shows up is his intention is to troll. Period. So all he's doing.
But we have given him too much airtime already.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
We have Flat and Happy with no roles in here. Somehow I'm sensing Pete Drinker. I don't know why. Oh, he didn't run and switch accounts right away. I don't know.
Who are you talking about? Flat and Happy?
Yeah, are you there, Flat and Happy?
Yeah, I'm here.
Bingo!
Ding, 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 ding.
I really like the profile picture, though, on Flat and Happy.
It was just for you, dear.
Oh, it's so cute.
Thank you. Just remember, Earth's not a globe.
Right. It's cute, though. Yeah, that guy may still be on the server, though. Because, like, I've had to ban the same person like 5 times, and it's supposed to do an IP ban on someone when you ban them. And, but if they have a VPN, they can keep making new accounts. So this one person kept coming back to our server, and I had to ban him a lot. So that's always a possibility, is those VPNs.
I think it's so interesting, that picture that Miguel just posted with the sun in the clouds right there. That's so interesting how that illusion takes place, where it makes the sun look like it's actually sitting in the clouds. And that's just so interesting to me that, we know it can't be there, but it sure does appear to be. That is so strange. Does anybody have an answer to why that happens? I mean, the if it's far away and it's because it's low in the horizon and it's just getting further and further away, then why does it appear to have clouds in front of it and behind it?
Here's what's going to bake your noodle, God rockin', is I agree with all of what you said, and I'm totally with you. I'm on board with that. And here's what's crazy. So we get these high altitude balloon flights, right? And they're video, so they're not taking the stars out of that. But you don't see stars when you're way up high, and the sun's always above you. Always. You got rare footage of the sun being in the clouds kind of deal.
Yeah.
It's always above us. But then locally, we see that motherfucker get like what looks to be in front of some clouds. I'm just like, what is the sun even do? What is it? What's happening with this thing?
Right. Yeah, that's why I said it's just so interesting to me how this visual can actually happen, because it just appears to be in the clouds. It does.
Yeah.
And like you said, you can go up and view this from above the clouds in a balloon, and the sun will always be above you. Even though it's only slightly above you, it's still above you. It's again.
Yeah.
And it's perspective, because it's obviously farther away from you, and so it gets lower and lower and lower. And I wouldn't doubt, to be honest with you, Glatt, that if you were in a high altitude balloon and you got far enough away, maybe you could actually see the sun at lower elevation than the balloon footage.
I mean, you'd have to be able to at some point, wouldn't you?
Yeah, you would think so.
It's nuts. It's just nuts. And that's what makes me further. And so, Globers might say, oh, well, then, you don't know if it's further away or right there up in the clouds locally, do you? It's like, well, okay, say we don't. It just appears to be in the clouds that way. But it's here's the deal. Since we can't leave this container, we don't know how big the container is, but the sun's got to be within the container, because there's no other way for it to happen. And listen, y'all don't know what the sun is doing either. Yeah, you say it's 93 million miles away, but then it's chilling in the clouds during sunset. It's absolutely weird, So neither Camp, Globe, or Flat should be making claims about the sun anyway. But it's like we can use their argument against them, and if they're intellectually honest, they'll be like, "Oh shit, you're right."
Yeah. You can't have that picture look like the sun's in the clouds, not at 93 million miles away. That just can't happen. But inside the container, like you say, and low in the horizon at a long distance away, apparently it's happening. The visual's there, so it's very misleading, and it's just so interesting to me to see, because it literally looks like that sun is sitting on top of the clouds. I mean, look at it, go around the side, you can see that it's lit up behind it, in front of it. As you go around to the sides, it appears to be like sitting in a pool of fucking clouds. I mean, it is just so fucking cool. I mean, that is just fucking weird. But I agree with you, Glad. I just don't see how this could ever happen at all at 93 million miles away. That's stupid. It would never, ever take on this appearance right here. But inside the container, at a very long ways away, maybe so. We're definitely seeing it. And that should also be, a warning to just about anyone that wants to use observations of the sun and the moon for any type of evidence or whatever. It's just, I don't think you can do it. There's too many anomalies and just weirdness like this photo here. I mean, that is so strange. I mean, just by looking at that, you can go, see, it's sitting in the clouds. It's right there. It's not very high up. There it is.
Yeah, and that's after I fucked with some colors on that. I'll send the original. It might be better to see. I was just trying to accentuate the fact that, look, it looks like an upside down ice cream cone, folks, sitting in something.
Yeah, it's an amazing picture.
Oh, I'm lucky to have gotten it. I'm lucky for countless reasons right now, but that's one of them. Just that picture is like, wow, it's right there. Okay, it's right there. I don't care who you are.
Yep. I agree with you. It's right there. You can see it, for hell's sakes.
You know, like, and listen, I could see a plane flying amongst those clouds, and that's where the sun is. What Globers? But at the same time, what flatties, right? What? That's the deal. That's why the sun is just going to remain a mystery, and it can never be used for empirical evidence of anything but that your sight works, your eyes work.
Yeah, have you ever seen that video of the sun, or the airplane, the jet that looks like it passes through the sun, and it actually shows like an interaction with it? It shows
it's weird as shit. It's weird as shit, dude.
Weird as shit. It's like
never seen anything like that. And dude, there's probably a bunch of other videos out there that people have. I bet if someone did a deep search, spent a day or two looking for it, there's probably other videos of that shit. Man, I can't even begin to guess what that is. Can't even do it.
Really, me neither. But it sure did look like it passed through the atmosphere or the part of the sun, because it drug some of it with it. It's like it.
It's like it went inside of a little ball of goo. It was like something that flew through a ball of goo. Like when you shoot silly putty with a bullet, brings a little bit with it. When the bullet comes out and it brings a little bit with it. So yeah, bottom line, Globers. Hey guys and gals and whatever. The sun isn't proof of anything. Nothing at all. Nothing. Imagine that. Now you come with me on that journey. The sun isn't proof of anything. Other than lots of things needed for life. I guess that's the only thing we can say. But location-wise, what the sun is, how hot it is, like where it is, none of it. We don't know any of that stuff. And I'll leave it here for now. That's okay.
That's how science works. You're an empty vessel, and we pour it into you.
I have seen sunsets like this video I posted, and for me, the sun is not actually there. It's like a mirror in the water, and so the sun is far away.
The Earth is flat. Did you know that the Earth is flat? There's no curvature, it's not spinning, and space is fake. Do they have any evidence? They do.
Awesome.
Did you see that one? I think I have it. It shows you how the sun size gets smaller when you put filters in front of it.
Yes, I have that.
That's pretty wild. I thought I saved it. I guess I didn't.
I have this one. Oh, that one. Yeah. I have the video.
What I've never seen is someone use a polarizing filter like that in a really low humidity condition where the sun appears to shrink down into a tiny dot.
Oh, I had a phone call, so I didn't hear what was being talked about, but I was involved in the conversation before I got the call. And anyway, it's over with.
Yeah, that's the one.
Can anyone here tell me how that photo is possible to even show up like that with the sun in the clouds? If it's not really there, then how is it possible?
Which photo? The ones that Trace did posted?
I think Levelist posted one where it's at 6:26 after the hour. It's the sun that's sitting right on top of the clouds, and it looks like it's sitting down in it. I mean, it looks like it, and it looks like it's just right there in front of you, and it looks like it's just sitting in the clouds. I mean, and then there's other ones. The one above it at 23 after the hour, where the sun looks like it's in the clouds. It's got two eyes. Looks like a pumpkin head or something, with a big smiley face on it.
Yeah,
that one there is a little more easy to understand, because if it was way off in the distance, just about ready to disappear, beyond the horizon, so to speak.
The picture with 26 minutes after the hour where the sun appears to be in the middle of the clouds is easily explained with exposure. When you have a really thin clouds at the top there, the sun would shine directly through them and easily appear as if those clouds are going behind it, whereas the thicker parts of the clouds would obscure it.
Okay, well then what about the one at 26 after the hour?
That's the one I'm talking about, which...
Yeah, how is that happening?
It's called exposure, like the light is so bright that the thin layer of clouds there is not enough to block it.
Yeah, but it is being blocked on the bottom.
Yeah, where the cloud is thick enough to block it.
So you're saying that it's immersed in clouds. The entire sun is covered by clouds, but you just can't see them?
No, the sun is higher than the clouds, and the clouds are just appear to be between you and the sun due to perspective, and so the lighter parts of the clouds cannot occlude the sun because they're not thick enough, and so the sun shines through it. I've seen this example done with just a normal light and some stuff. It's not hard to make the illusion that the light is within something, even though it isn't.
Okay, all right. Well, I just was wondering how this is possible. I mean, I'm not. It obviously is, because I'm seeing it. Because there's no way I believe this is truly what's happening. I mean, I'm not that stupid to think that the sun is sitting on top of the clouds like that. Obviously not, but I was just curious how that happens, Pretty interesting. It's cool. I like it. It's just strange. Anomaly of the sun and this realm we live in is sometimes illusions and sometimes not. And it's sometimes hard to figure out really what's going on. And like Glatt was saying that, this is good evidence to show that you really can't use observations of the sun for any real evidence to speak of. I mean, you just see it. You see what you see, and then you just kind of throw up your arms and go, okay, that's cool. That's about it.
Yeah, we can just describe what we see. There's no way for us to assume what it is. We don't even know the medium between us and it. So,
Right.
any kind of assumptions on it are just it's like drawing a rabbit out of a hat. It's just
right. That's what I'm saying. That's why I just said, you see it and you just go, okay, that's cool. It's about all you can say. Because it is cool looking. You have to admit that, right? I mean, that's a beautiful image that, it's just awesome. It's like artwork. That's the Lord and the God above that's showing us his personal art capabilities. I know Glatt probably doesn't like that, but oh well.
And when there's a lot of humidity in the air, it did change. I was looking at the moon, at the horizon, looking to 36 kilometers from where I was, and the moon was at night, so in the other side of this mountain. But it was it did rain a lot and the storms.
I really like that last picture that Levelist posted too, with the sun. It looks like they're standing on Antarctica, maybe. I don't know, or some northern or southern point, and that sun appears to me to be reflecting off of the firmament. That would be my guess, but I don't know that that's even true, but that's what my guess would be. That's because it's shining against some reflected medium. Maybe it's just the atmosphere. I don't know. But
I saw this. I saw this one day. The sun was not setting, but it was far away. I saw this geometric optic thing just above. It was a clean day, but because of the chemtrails, so there was some supposedly clouds above, but not clouds, just chemtrails. And I saw not this entirely optic, but I saw the geometric thing there, but above.
Yeah, that's cool too. That's just awesome looking. I mean, don't know what the hell it is, but exactly. It could be just the atmosphere, I guess, that like when you see a ring around the moon, a halo around the moon, straight up above you, right up in the sky. I've seen that many times. Never seen the bright spots like this sun is doing here, but definitely seen halos around the moon and at night.
I saw this. Oh no!
You've seen this exact type of thing, though, huh?
Yeah, I saw this the other day. So, but it's not. If you zoom, you cannot read. But this document exists, and at that time they watched the same thing. I saw you at the right, the left. So you see, I was watching above, above me in the sky, in the chemtrails. The inverted light there, like a little rainbow. But yeah, the same geometric thing, the same. But there were some places that I just saw blue sky because the chemtrails was not there, and yeah, but I saw the same geometry thing, not completely because some spots didn't have the chemtrails there.
Right. Well, all I know is there's some really cool observations that end up showing up some point in time. Let's see, there's one up here too that Glatt posted with the sun sitting in round, and it's covered with a like a pointy red cloud that goes up over the top, around all the way almost underneath the bottom of it, and it's just a bright red cloud, and then it's got these two red lines coming out, and they're spreading apart like crepuscular rays of some sort, coming out across the land to the almost right to the photographer. It looks like.
Yeah, it's crazy. That's a wild picture. I'm really lucky I caught it.
Yeah, you caught that then yourself. Did you see those rays with your eyes?
Yeah, oh yeah, I saw way clearer than the shot. So here's the deal. I was going 75 miles an hour with the roll down window.
And that's when you took that picture?
And I had to zoom in too, my cell phone. So that's a zoomed in at 75 miles an hour shot from the car.
Wow.
I got it that good, right? I didn't think I'd get it that good. But man, I mean, imagine getting that with a pro camera. That's what I tried to do with the colors there. You see the hue is different. I was just trying to wake up the lines separating the sun from the clouds, but I couldn't do it.
It was a hot day that day.
I don't remember. I think 70s, 80s tops. 80s tops. More like 70s, mid 70s. Could have been humid though, because there's been a lot of moisture.
Is that sunrise or sunset, Glatt?
That's sunset.
Okay. Because if you've ever been back east, when the sun rises, when it's real flat, like in Kansas or some of the real flat states, you can watch the sun comes up out of the horizon, so to speak, and it's just this bright red ball, and you can stare right at it, and it doesn't hurt your eyes because it's going through so much atmosphere, being that close to the ground, and that's why it makes it red, because all the pollution and all the bullshit in the air,
Yeah.
I don't know if you've ever seen that before, but if you're back east when it rises, you can.
I don't remember.
Stare right at it. It's the red ball.
I've been kind of east sometimes. I was been to Virginia Beach a couple times, but yeah, I wasn't like, oh, let's look at the sun for a couple hours for no reason. It's a long time ago.
Well, it's only going to stay that low, on the horizon for maybe 20 minutes, 15. 20
That's true. Yeah, no, you're right about that. Yeah. No, I was in the North Dakota, South Dakota, Minnesota, so it gets flat enough. I'll tell you what, for something like that to happen. There was a lot of tree cover, and there's local hills and such. So, but if I had a clearer shot, I would have pulled over and seen what I could have done.
Right. Yeah, that was a cool picture for sure. I didn't expect you to say you took that, but that's amazing. Good job.
Yeah, like I said, I just got lucky, man. The lucky thing is going on. So, and I want to spread it. So that's why I'm putting it out there in the ether. Y'all are gonna get lucky soon. It's crazy, but you watch. But yeah, that's a wonderful shot. Probably the best sun picture I've taken.
Yeah, it is pretty cool. I really like those lines coming right to you on the ground or wherever they're at. That's.
Oh yeah. So you're talking about the original, not the purple one.
Talking about the one where the sun's sitting with the red peak over it. where it's red clouds all the way around it and red peak on it's at 30 minutes after the hour.
Oh, both of them are at 30. Is it the top one or the bottom one?
Let me scroll and see here. It's the bottom one.
Okay, yeah, those are just a function of the camera, I think. It was just some lensing that was happening. So it was catching, again, non-bent, straight lines, but light.
Well, that's crepuscular. I would call those crepuscular rays.
Yeah,
instead of aiming down,
the camera was just picking them up.
Yeah, that would happen with a local sun going through the clouds. You get them crepuscular rays.
Yeah, because it comes to a point at that location. Yeah, it's a great picture. Great picture.
Yeah, it is. I mean, all of these photos that you've been showing are evidence of, hardcore evidence of a local sun. Just period. I don't care what anybody says. There's no fucking way you could get any pictures like this whatsoever if your sun was 93 million miles away. I'm gonna make a bold claim that these pictures would be impossible without a local sun.
Well, and my favorite of all these that were posted is Levelist at 26 after the hour. I'll post it again right now. Look at that. Just that shot, that still shot of the sun. It's sitting in the clouds. I don't care who you are. That is, it couldn't be, because look, I'm sorry. That right there is a ball of ice cream sitting in some cotton. That's what it is.
No.
A light bulb.
The sun is not at the altitude of the clouds. That was impossible.
Okay, well, this is my opinion.
Yeah, my opinion is it's sitting in the clouds too. That fucker looks like it is. I'm going to go with it.
Yeah,
so
for real.
So the planes flying at high noon are flying into the sun, are they?
Well, all I'm saying is
I don't know, man. The sun's an anomaly.
Yeah. All I know is when you go in the high altitude balloon footage and you look at the sun, it's straight across from the balloon almost. It's not even it's not very high at all, ever. It's right there. It's right there with the balloon. I mean, it's fucking the same elevation almost.
Yeah.
Sometimes just a little bit above, but it's fucking right there, dude.
Yeah, I'll agree to that with some high altitude balloons, the sun looks really close and right in front of the balloon generally. I've never seen the sun directly above the balloon, but then we don't really get a good view of directly above the balloon.
Right. I agree with that, but still, it just shows me the sun is definitely local. I don't care, because there's generally a hot spot, too, on the clouds below. And, you can't. I've shown many of my friends, I take the light bulb, hold it on the ceiling, and bring it down, 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 until it gets within 2 feet or less than 2 feet to the carpet. You don't have a hot spot. So that sun is not very high above them clouds, I'm telling you what, or there wouldn't be a fucking hot spot. It's local. It's close. Period. All them crepuscular rays aim right at it. They point right to where that sun's coming from. And that's not very far away. Doesn't look like to me.
But Godrock, in the hot spot is not because the sun is a hot ball of fire and it gets hotter and hotter the closer you get to it.
It's a bright spot.
It's the intensity of the light.
Yeah, it's a bright spot.
As more and more, the more light you have that's scattering into infrared, the more heat you get. So when it's directly above you, you have the greatest amount of intensity of the light. So you get the greatest amount of heat.
Yeah, I agree with that. I'm not arguing with that at all. I'm just saying that you don't get that bright spot of light. Like you just take a light bulb and hold it on the ceiling and then run it down toward the carpet until you get just close to the carpet. You don't get that bright spot on the carpet. I think it's the same effect with the sun. You don't get that bright spot on the top of them clouds with that sun being 1 million miles away or even 5,000 miles away. I don't think it can happen.
You would never get that. That's ridiculous.
That's why I say that the sun and the moon are both inside the container. Period. You're not going to convince me. You're not going to convince me of these people that think it's an outside source of light that goes to a focal point inside the dome or the container, so to speak. You can't take a magnifying lens and focus the point in the air to where it becomes a bright spot. You can't. That doesn't happen. So that's not a projection of a light, in my opinion. It's just not. That is a light that inside the container. I'm going to say that.
Yeah, that's a positive claim, and now you have to prove it.
I don't have to prove it. I'm just going to tell you I can't prove it, but that's what I believe.
Yeah.
I believe it 100% because of so many factors, because of the percuscular rays, because of the bright spot, because of the heat that you feel from it. It's got to be close, period. If it was outside the container, you think you can feel the heat from it? No, I don't think so. It would be like a block, like you take and put a shield, a glass in front of you, and between you and a bonfire, and you ain't going to feel no heat.
It's easily possible, God Rockin'. I take a laser, I shoot it into the container, and I heat things up.
Yeah, but you don't focus that laser light to a point in the sky. To a point in the sky where it stays right there, that bright spot. Demonstrate that to me with the laser.
I'm not saying a laser is pointing up into the sky and creating the sun. What retarded straw man is that?
No, I'm saying coming out of from beyond the container. There's people that tried to tell me, I've heard them say, that they think that the light source is coming from outside, far away, further away, and to a focal point, which means it's not a physical object, inside the container, and it's this bright spot in the air somewhere inside the atmosphere.
That's just as valid as your belief.
Well, you should be able to demonstrate that then.
Yeah, I just did. GIF.
We also don't know if the sun is interacting with something in the atmosphere, which is causing the light or the heat.
That's why I always say.
Yeah, but that bright spot's on the ground with that laser.
Where the sun is. We don't know the medium between us and the sun, so we shouldn't be making assumptions on where the sun is or what the medium between us and the sun is.
That bright spot that you're showing with that GIF is on the ground. It's not in the air, bro. It's reflecting off the surface of that blue picture underneath that glass dome. It's not in the air, or it's on the outside of it's either on the outside of the glass or it's on the blue fabric, whatever it is. It's not in the air. You didn't demonstrate shit with that. And if I want to make claims that I think the sun is inside the container, I'm going to make them. I don't care what anybody says. I can't prove it, but that's what I think. That's just what I think. It just makes more sense to me than anything else. For one reason, you can feel the heat from it. It can't be outside the container because the container would block the heat. It's just, I'm sorry, I don't buy it.
Doesn't that sound like something a Glober would say?
I don't care what the fuck you think. I'm not a Glober. For one thing.
I know, but we're sounding like a Glober when we think.
How am I sounding like a Glober? Because I think the sun is within the container. How is that sounding like a Glober? That means
no, just saying like why I just believe things and I can't prove it and that kind of thing.
So what? I don't care what you think, dude. I really don't. I'm my own man, and if I want to think that, I'm going to think that.
Oh, I don't have any issue with that.
I'm sorry about your luck, bro, but it's what I think.
What?
All right. Look, can I talk, please? So, so you're saying it's inside the firmament?
Yeah.
Between the firmament or in the, the firmament is actually the so-called atmosphere. If you look in the Bible, that's really what it says. If you go to the Bible depiction, but the sun is still above the clouds, regardless. Because you can't have the flood, because water fell from above as well. Not just like rain, but like there's water, there's a membrane.
What does that have to do with what I said?
No, I'm kind of on your team, but what I'm saying is it's above the waters.
Of course it is. Yeah, the water's on the earth.
Well, there's waters in the sky as well. It has to be above the waters in the sky. Well, here's the thing. If you listen, let me explain why. Then you can rebut. So if the flood happened, dude, the water would have had to douse the sun. So the sun has to be above it. Do you understand?
Okay. You're saying that the entire sky opened up and the water fell from the entire realm above us. It said that the Bible, the scriptures say that portals were opened up. Just certain spots were opened up. The sun obviously wasn't right below that.
The sun has to be above those waters, though.
I don't think so.
That's the only logical thing. But think about it logically, without getting emotions involved, and try and rationalize it without getting feelings involved. So this is what I do. I've learned to stop doing that and stop thinking how I want to think, and just look at things objectively, right? And then build a case based upon the evidence that you have. So if waters are above the sun, they're going to douse the sun. Okay, so the sun has to be above the waters, because a lot of it fell for 40 days, dude. You think the sun's gonna last through that? No.
I do think so. But I think the sun is contained. I also think the sun is contained.
It is contained, but it's just within the membrane above the waters. It's still within it. I'm agreeing with you, but I'm just saying the sun is still above it. It's not outside in some looming, space or crap like that. It's still within the firmament, but it's just above the waters.
Well, I think the sun is contained. I think it's inside of some sort of enclosure. And you could pour water on it and it would just fall off. It would bounce off.
No, dude, not for 30 days, man.
Okay, if that's what you think, I just disagree is all.
How does that?
Why couldn't it withstand it for 40 days?
Think about that logically, dude. 40 days of water just dropping on a burning flame. Come on, bro.
God, but you can't think of it logically because we don't know what it is.
Again, did the entire sky fall with water, or did it fall through portals? Or did it come out through portals?
It came from the ground and it came from the sky.
I know that. But it came out of portals in the firmament.
Bro, that's not what the Bible says.
And they weren't lined up with where the sun was at.
Do I need to mute you guys? This is not for the live stream.
Okay, whatever. Then I guess I'm not for the live stream.
It's not biblical. Like, you can talk in the...
Just stop getting your emotions in it, dude. You just get your emotions in it, bro. Don't get
There's no emotions here. I'm just firm with what I believe, period. Sorry.
That's emotion.
You're the one getting emotional because I don't agree with you.
I'm just saying you have to be able to change your mind sometimes. You can't just stick to one thing unless you have facts. You don't have facts.
You're not going to change. You're not going to change my mind because you don't have any facts either.
I'm trying to get your mind to say, yes, that's possibly true. That's all. I'm not getting you to agree. I'm just saying to you, you don't have facts to back up your claim.
He's going to make a decision until he has evidence otherwise, Fraud. Okay? That's what everyone does.
He doesn't have evidence for his claim anyway. That's all I'm trying to get him to understand.
Maybe not for us.
If it's above
maybe
the
not
waters,
even for him yet. But
if it's above the waters, Fraud, how are you feeling the heat from it then?
See, this is not, you're not going to get anywhere with that.
That's a silly, bro. All right, so
explain it. Explain it.
All right, hold on, bro. Chill out. In the Caribbean, is the water warmer than, let's say, next to Sweden?
That's complete non sequitur. It has no bearing on whatsoever what we're talking about.
What happens to the light?
How thick is the firmament? You're saying that the sun is dwelling within the waters up above, or it's above the waters? And then again, how thick is the water above the earth? Is it a mile thick? Or?
Who knows, bro? Now you're getting into speculation.
Right. Well, I'm asking you how the heat's going to go through even a quarter of a mile of water. How?
You ever notice when the sun's out, the lake is warmer? And then when it's overcast, it's a little bit colder, bro. Come on, dude.
The water would be boiling below if it was above the waters.
What?
It would be boiling the water, probably.
This guy's crazy, man.
Yeah, I'm crazy. Fuck you, you fucking asshole.
I told you to get your emotions into it.
No, you're just an asshole. I'm not even emotional about it. You're just a plain asshole, period.
You just cursed me out, bro, because you got all butthurt.
Oh my God. Okay, ladies, let's change the subject. Thanks.
Yeah, no more butthurt people, please.
You're the one butthurt.
Fraud, dude. Dude, listen. Hold on. I'm going to play kindergarten teacher here real quick. Fraud, you don't...
You broke up there, guy.
Yeah, you cut off.
You were going to
let being an asshole.
You're going to let me have it as the teacher. Go ahead.
Yeah. You don't... Here's how it goes. You don't help the situation by being the asshole that he's saying that you are. Regardless of what you believe, you guys are comparing, dick size. Well, same size dick. Okay, let's change the subject, please.
Are we listening to the same conversation?
Yeah, I don't know what that guy's talking about, dude.
What
now I got to be that guy. Now I got to be that guy.
There's
what a jerk. What a fucking jerk.
Dude, relax.
He's calling me butthurt now. Wow. Fraud, are you just having a bad day, partner? Is that what that is?
Well, hey, you heard the other guy disagree with me, so obviously he's on.
That was me. Whatever, dude.
Let's just change my name to that. Let's just change my name to that guy. That'd be good.
How about Mr. Sensitivity?
No, I'm not sensitive at all. There's nothing you can do to upset me, dude. You're not that powerful. You're complete.
Here we go, though. We're still doing it.
No attention to you whatsoever.
Wow, we're still doing it. You guys, come on.
It's because he's a moron.
I'll take that. I'm not going to get butthurt about it.
I'm not butthurt. You're wrong about that. You're completely wrong about it. I could care less what you say. I know what I believe, and that's it, period. I don't care what you say.
Butthurt agenda.
The smeller's the feller.
It's a dating game.
Fantastic content, guys.
Sometimes it has to be like that, dude.
What's running your
We are a bunch of men with testosterone blooming in the room.
Well,
hey, dude, I didn't attack you at all. You sit and attack me, and I just disagreed with you 100%. So who's the dickhead here? You are attacking me for my beliefs.
Try to absorb the estrogen.
Attacking me for my beliefs. Cool. You're a cool motherfucker, dude.
The Earth is flat. The Earth is flat.
Hey, guys, my dick's bigger than both of y'all's. Now what?
Yes, that's right.
They'll have to get that estrogen out of his system.
No, it's not a lie. The Earth is flat. These are like the straight line distance.
Why does that sound like Matthew?
Straight line? Where the fuck do you get
That's Matthew talking.
Did you know that the Earth is flat? There's no curvature. It's not spinning, and space is fake.
That's Justin's.
They do.
Justin's doing. He's trying to break up the nonsense.
I'll just leave because I can't stand it. If you were here, dude, I would beat your fucking ass. You know that? I would beat.
Name that movie, Multipass, please, somebody.
The Fifth Element.
I hate you.
What are you looking for?
Did somebody mute that guy?
Of course, dude. You kidding me?
I mean, seriously, did he have to get that to that level of anger? I mean, come on.
Nope, he didn't. And also, you don't have to keep harping on. Let's just move on, guys. Come on.
All right. So let's. What did I see? I was watching the CERN live feed. Did you guys watch that? That was interesting.
Oh man, what happened? Give me a nutshell.
It just reminded you of the whole. You know what? When they do the whole NASA thing, you know, when SpaceX goes, it just looked just. It was the same setup. But what were they? They were talking about how they're changing the shape of the beams of was it? What are they firing in there? Atoms or electrons? What
quarks? Isn't it quarks?
Yeah. But I remember now. It wasn't working for a while, so now they got it back up and running. So that's the whole thing.
Oh, good for them. Oh, super duper. Oh dear. I'm not going to spend too much time on CERN, but don't be concerned with CERN. If you can discern fact from fiction, nothing to be concerned about.
What do you guys think about that video of the private investor who sent a rocket up and then it just like hit something solid? It was spinning and then it hit something and it turned into like a very slow spin. You guys seen that?
Oh, it's rocket, the go fast rocket going up, hitting something. Is that what you mean? It slows down to like a dull roar.
Yeah, like I'm surprised that wasn't repeated.
It's still an inconclusive video. You know what I mean? You can't. It has to be.
You're right. I'm all amazed over here with that video, and I hadn't thought of it that way.
No, it is inconclusive, but I think it's something that can be repeated and investigated.
Yeah, exactly.
And you put more cameras on it instead of just one.
But you have to
like
put.
I'd like to see what it hits instead of the ground below it when it hits.
They need to put a camera like you. I don't know if you ever heard of a steady cam. They need to get a camera that's not going to spin with the rocket. You know, they need to set it up to where it's free floating, to where it's just in one. You know, you don't have to get dizzy looking at the fucking thing. You know what I'm saying?
Ooh, that's a brilliant idea. You spin up maybe a gyroscope or something. There's also the 360 cameras you could put it maybe on the nose of the thing, and then you could use a program to fix the spin.
But actually, the interesting thing in that video was the fact that it was spinning and stopped. Like if they did that, you wouldn't have noticed that effect.
But see, that's why it's inconclusive, because it did that.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Well, upon it, that stopped it from spinning. You have a good place to start, at least some extra cameras, some gyroscope cameras. I don't know, it just needs to be done again. Maybe it was fake. Wasn't there a guy who was supposed to launch a rocket and he died like 9 months before he did it?
You guys think you're so cool, like you know something, like the Earth is flat and stationary.
All I know is that it's stationary, it's contained, and it's flat. I don't know anything else. I'm just a guy.
Yeah, and you think you're cool too, don't you?
Anyone that's willing to talk about it and think about it, I think is cool.
I was just joking, by the way, if you couldn't hear the sarcasm in my voice.
Oh, you don't think we think we're cool?
It's a thing I do with my family once in a while. I'll be, you guys think you're so fucking cool.
I love that. You can tell I think you're so cute.
Yeah, I caught a few minutes of the CERN crap. I didn't watch it completely, like all the way through. For me, I just see so much waste of money, time, energy, like homeless people around the world or around the earth, sorry, all over the place, and they're playing with frickin' protons and shit. Give me a break.
NASA's getting like 60 million a day for green screen diving plane crap.
We have to make a black hole. It'll be groundbreaking. Yeah, literally. Nerd.
But see, that's just it. CERN believes in space, probably for real. And so they think they can actually do that.
It's like when I saw that vacuum
so
chamber footage with the astronaut passing out after about 20 seconds or so, and it just screamed. That experiment says it's a bad idea to put someone into a vacuum. So, I mean, who needs to be told it's a bad idea to create a black hole? What the fuck?
Can you share that? It's just for the comic books. Yeah. After teaching arithmetic and algebra in school, they need to along with it. They need to get their P's and Q's straight. That'll solve everything. Guarantee it.
CERN is all about the occult, though. I mean, if you look at their logo, it's 4 6s. You ever look at that shit?
When I was watching a bit of footage for their latest experiment, all I was thinking is, how the fuck do the employees not see what's right there on the wall in front of them?
They're probably all handpicked.
Your car broke down and you're on your way up to the door to knock on the door to ask to borrow the phone. And there's all kinds of sketchy shit on the path up to the door. Do you keep going and knock, or do you go to the next door? Like, I'd probably go to the next door and make a couple calls. There's a really weird neighbor next door, and I need a tow truck.
Little quiet hour. I'll just take the time to welcome back Rick Tick. So welcome back. Oh, Rick, excuse me. Welcome back. And anyone else in the panel, if you have any questions, please feel free to speak up. A couple of names I'm not too familiar with here. So if anyone's new or whatever, please feel free to give a shout out. Say hello. Lots of familiar faces, though. Hello, everybody. Looks like the only two VC verified for now is just Grain and Rick. No pressure, guys, but if you have any points to bring up or any questions, the floor is definitely yours. And I see your message, Rick. No problem, brother. All good, all good. Traveler, were you trying to say something earlier? I don't, no pressure or anything. I don't want to put you on the spot, but I did see you unmute earlier.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, I don't know. Don't kill me or anything, but I was just wondering, is it even possible to have a viable hypothesis using sunlight? We don't know what it is.
I would assume not, because how would we manipulate anything, right?
With a magnifying glass?
But you're not manipulating the source. See, I thought that I fell into that trap. Where just using a magnifying glass or lenses, you're not actually manipulating the source of the light, though. So it's like the independent variable becomes the thing that's reflecting.
Yeah. The independent variable becomes the lens, or in diffraction becomes the hole. The control variable would be the light in that sense.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So it's impossible, basically.
Annoyingly so.
Who's Grain? Hi, Grain. Guess it's not a very friendly hello. Hi, Grain. Well, moving on.
He said hi in the text, and he's VC verified, so he should be able to speak. Maybe not right now, but in general.
Doesn't want to use his mic right now.
I stepped away. Who is it? Who are we?
Just trying to talk to Grain. He's just texting right now.
Yeah, Big G, I know the live stream can be a little intimidating. There's a lot of people listening and stuff, but yeah, man, the floor is yours. If you have any questions, please feel free. Don't be shy. We're all here to help.
Just got to put some serious thought into it. I should have done that. Ah, well, here I am.
And since no Globers really want to argue for the globe, I guess I'll help them along. First of all, it's really important to remember that the globe religion is the youngest religion. Even though it was invented, or the basis of it was invented in ancient Greece, it's still going through revision, and currently it's in a crisis, the cosmological crisis. So I'll just start at the beginning. And this whole religion or cult started with Pythagoras, or Pythagoras. I can't say this, my Icelandic accent. And it started with his secret doctrine. And according to him, the gods were perfect, so spheres were also perfect. So the earth must also be a sphere, because gods are perfect. Which is not very logical, but then he didn't understand logic, apparently. That was the first globe proof, just Pythagoras said so, which is, again, not a proof, it's just a logical fallacy. And so when people say we've known the Earth was a ball since ancient Greece, they're basically saying, yeah, we believed it was a ball since then, but that's mainly coming from members of the cult that, and the derivatives of the cult that Pythagoras started. So there's no valid proof for the globe yet, but let me try to find different one here. It's also important to note there was no consensus among the philosophers of ancient Greece on the shape of the Earth. Some claimed it was a triangle, others a square. Some claimed it was flat, others a half sphere. Others claimed it was a full sphere, and that debate raged on for a while. There was even one named Aristarchus who proposed the heliocentric model as a joke, but he was actually geocentric, and so didn't actually believe that shit. Because heliocentrism doesn't match observation as we see them, and in order to get to that point, they have to imagine all of the starlight is bending around the sun to the backside of the globe to give you the illusion that the world is geocentric when it really isn't. So it's just crazy. But that's where it all started. Came from ancient Greece.
Real quick about the Guidestones. I think so. I'm just going to put this out there. What if? Now, again, it's just speculation. This is wild speculation. It's like I'm writing a comic book here. But what if they blew it up and tore it down after the explosion? Because they're fucked. Their plan's fucked. What about that? And they're just like, fuck, we gotta scrap it. We gotta do something else now.
Seems like a positive omen.
I'm saying, like, either, you know, whatever the moment is or whatever truly happened, I'm just saying, you know, I'm going to think about it that way until proven otherwise. Because I'm going to see energy out there that those motherfuckers were never going to go through with it, let alone, you know, anytime soon.
What happened to the Guidestones?
Georgia Guidestones have been destroyed, completely destroyed.
Blowed up.
That's awesome.
Yeah, right?
Wikipedia's already been updated. It says were. It talks about them in past tense. It's over.
It did on 4th of July. Perfect disguise.
I'm saying, right on 4th of July, get the fuck out of here. God. I think folks, they're just laughing at us too. They're like, well, let's blow this shit up and look at all the fucking conspiracy people go nuts about it. Whatever.
They won't notice. They won't notice the boom.
Exactly. And then they give us one piece of security footage, just like outside the Pentagon, where they give us the 5 frames of the shit. Like, really? That's all we get, man? Oh, man. Hey, if you guys are bored too, by the way, Elijah's live with Killer Priest and a bunch of folks talking about all this kind of stuff. And, yeah, I'll post the link again. Check the live stream voice text.
Nice. Appreciate it.
And Narcy Blows, check her out.
Very awesome.
You gonna get the truth from it, not from us, then who you dum-dum?
Just for some context on that clip, I've been thinking about this clip, this line that Eli said all day long. Who you gonna get the truth from? If not from us, then who, you dum-dum? That's true, right? It's like, I mean, there's sources out there and stuff, but it's like, who else is gonna tell you about some of these arguments? It's not like you're gonna find it in the mainstream or your neighbor is gonna tell you or anything like that. So, shout out to Eli. That was a great line.
Yep. Agreed.
As soon as someone from the mainstream would start saying the same things we're saying, they're going to get pushed out and they're going to be one of us. So who else?
What was it that Killer Priest said last time? There was a clip made about him. Wasn't it something to do with like the skin of an apple or something? This was a little while back. I'll check it out. I'll see if I can find it.
I'll just continue with my presentation for the Globers. Proof 2 is Aristotle's speculation. Boats go over the geometric horizon, or in other words, the physical edge of a sphere is the claimed cause of the horizon. This was invented before any optics were discovered, at a time where most of them believed people saw via invisible laser beams coming from their eyes, or the emission theory of sight. Meanwhile, in reality, we use binoculars not because they are useless, but because they do allow us to see further. All optics are limited by the diffraction limit of the aperture or the Rayleigh criterion. The horizon is the vanishing point of perspective, stretched into a line because you don't have the walls limiting you on the side. Just the ground and the sky, which is consequently why the bottom is lost first, because that is the most limited angle, since that is the surface you are pressed against. As the information gets compressed at the center point of your vision, it becomes too small to discern. We can prove the archaic half-naked Greeks wrong by simply watching a boat sail away from us until it disappears, then using optics with a bigger aperture to bring it back. That would be impossible to the Greeks, since according to them, that should be behind the hump of water. There are more things that play into this, or things at the horizon, like refraction and magnification or lensing. Those things can shorten their horizon distance, but we can go over those later. We can ignore them at this time, since the Greeks had no idea these concepts even existed, and so they did not account for them. So proof 2 is also an invalid assumption. Just assuming things are happening because of your delusion is called wishful thinking, and it is inherently fallacious. Best part is we can repeatedly prove it to be false, especially when you look at smaller aperture cameras and how the horizon appears to be much too close. Yet still, it gets used by the globe priests today. They don't have anything better than this. The ancient Greeks made a few illogical attempts to back this idea, like the straw man that the sun would always appear to be above you on a flat plane, but it again comes down to the inherent errors of their beliefs about how vision worked at the time, and their complete lack of understanding of atmos conditions or the conditions of the day, or how their eyes worked. It's a complete inability to grasp how light functions, or that it can even be refracted at all under certain conditions. Even according to the mainstream globe-believing expert, the sun is refracted or apparent, and therefore Herodotus and his musing on the subject are proven false. At least according to mainstream narratives, but this is still a proof that they cite as proof of the globe, yet it contradicts their own claims. So the third proof is proven to be fallacious as well, and that's going to be a trend throughout this. They're all have fallacies woven throughout them. For the fourth proof, the Greeks also looked to the sky and pointed to the moon, saying, "Eclipses and shadows prove the earth is a sphere, because it's circular, and circular shadows cast on a sphere cast a circular shadow, so it must be a sphere." But it's an infantile argument and is riddled with assumptions, and it fails to account for the obvious or how shadows actually work. A shadow deforms based on the object it hits. A straight shadow hitting a stair will appear jagged. A shadow cast by a sphere onto another sphere is not a perfect black circle. It would deform according to the shape it's hitting, a sphere in this case, forming an almost sine wave-like shadow, depending on the positioning of the shadow relative to the curves of the sphere. In other words, simply testing their claims proves them to be false yet again, and simply assumptions. But a flat ruler can cast what appears like a curved shadow on a sphere, but it's just the shadow conforming to the shape. So either the moon is not spherical, even if it does look it, or the assumed shadow of the Earth is simply not the shadow of the Earth. So let's look at the moon real quick, just to see how well it stacks up against what they claim. The moon's light is uniform from edge to edge. This proves it's not a ball reflecting light, so that part of their story is at least false. As proven by the simple laws of reflection, it could not be uniform if it's a sphere reflecting light, as the light would not be deflected away from the observer, as the light would be deflected away from the observer due to the simple shape and the laws of reflection. And you would be left with a specular highlight where the most amount of reflection happens, but we don't see that. So the story has holes, massive holes. Even so, the moon could be generating its own light through some unknown means, especially since what it actually is unknown. So it could still be spherical, we don't know. But what we can prove is that the second option, or it's simply not the shadow of the Earth hitting the moon, by observing the eclipses, especially when we see the Selenelian eclipse, which proves the globe idea falls beyond the shadow of a doubt. Since in that case the sun and the moon are both above the horizon, and the imagined shadow coming down from above onto the moon, there is no possible way for that to be Earth's shadow. So that claim is inherently wrong and geometrically impossible. The current globe solid defense for this is crying refraction. Problem is that doesn't work. Refraction does not force light into pretzels. You would have to apply the same madness to everything else in the sky, which would break the entire thing. So the globe experts dubbed this eclipse the impossible eclipse, because it's only impossible on the globe. For us, it's not a problem, because we don't need to imagine that the sun and the moon are globes circling around another globe, doing some fantastical things that defy physics and logic and reasoning. We just see the world for what it is, and we wonder what it could be. So the fifth proof that they like to cite is Eratosthenes, or sticks and shadows. It's funny how two things play into each other, since this one requires the understanding that the shape of the ground changes shadows, but the other one required you to understand that, or not understand that aspect. That proof, the previous proof, required you to not understand how shadows work, and the next proof requires you to understand how shadows work, just in case the other proof didn't catch you and convince you of the lie. So let's try the next one. In that one, if the Earth is a globe, the shadows would deform based on the globe, and you would be able to see the difference, and you would be able to measure it, provided you assume that all of the light is parallel. But that also is destroyed by the previous one, because in order to get all the eclipses to work, they need all the light not to be parallel. So now they have their proofs contradicting each other. I could probably go on for a long time. But it's all like this. It's all back and forth, contradictions inherently, fallacious assumptions, no actual evidence for proof.
What do you need to prove things for when you can just believe it? And everyone's so respectful. This moment of silence for the globe, it's just so respectful. Everybody's coming together.
Yeah, if it, yeah, if they don't have the guts to defend the ball, I'll gladly present their shitty evidence. The sixth proof. Al-Biruni accurately, or more accurately than Eratosthenes, derived the circumference from looking at the geometric horizon with his eyes. So let's replicate what he did. First, you assume the Earth is flat. Then you use a sextant, because it only works on a flat Earth, to get the correct height of the mountain. That's where you get your values from. Then you go to the top of that mountain, and then you assume the Earth is a ball. And you use the values you got from the Earth being flat, and you're using a sextant to verify that. And you use those numbers to assume the Earth is a ball when you look at the horizon, and you imagine that refraction and all sorts of atmospheric effects don't exist, and then you assume the horizon is the leading edge of a sphere. Then you level something, and you look for the minuscule difference of the level and the horizon, and you imagine that you didn't just climb to the top of a mountain, and you imagine that minuscule difference is actually the Earth curve. They're retarded. But that's the proof of the Earth curve. He got the actual circumference of the Earth from doing that, buddy. So it must be right.
Yeah, the whole ignoring refraction during the Al-Biruni thing, that always makes me laugh. What do they say? Do they just chuck him under the bus now, the Al-Biruni? They just get rid
They
of
check
him?
everyone on the bus. It doesn't matter.
Yeah,
Like,
that is true.
Like, as soon as you show them that, like, oh no, my hero doesn't work, under the bus.
Yeah. My beliefs are being contradicted. Get rid of him. Hmm.
I was gonna make a presentation like that where I like take all of their so-called evidences and just rip them apart. That was an excerpt, basically from a little document I wrote to talk to Sindri, because Sindri doesn't want to defend the globe. He doesn't want to look at the evidences provided by the globe to try to justify it. He's comfortable just living in the delusion.
Well, then, a little bit more about them guidestones. The audience is having a problem, right away knowing what the Georgia guidestones are. Go ahead and look those up. They'll be very popular now. Georgia guidestones. So, figure out what those are. Find out what was written on them. There's tons of stuff about that online. So anyway, I had something else to say about that. Hang on. Yeah, maybe it's like part of it is to like alarm, make people get alarmist and like, oh shit, what's that mean now? Oh shit, is the stuff that they wrote on the stones gonna come true? And again, look for what the stones are. And you know, one of the cherry on top, the kicker is, it says, all it said was, maintain population 500 million. I think that's what it said. It said maintain. It was just like, it was instructions. You know what I mean? Anyway, so I'm sure everybody's happy about something that said maintain humanity under 500 million is now destroyed, right?
Georgia Guidestones.
Yeah, that seems to be the current grabble going on.
Georgia. Georgia.
Since it's slow, have you heard my latest song, CB?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Since it's slow, have you heard my latest song?
Yeah, I think you played it recently, right?
Yeah.
You should definitely play it again. Hey DJ, spin that shit.
DJ, spin that shit.
Rovers, are you ready for this? Falsification is independent of replacement! Your cosmology is in the trash. We live in reality, logic-based with an unknown cosmology, potential limitless with my brothers and sisters. Who am I, you ask? It doesn't matter, bud. They call me Drace, Dr. Ace is trying to keep the pace. My heart full of bass, destroyer of the space race. Help you break free, the globers, they be scared of me. Like Einstein was a Miller, logic is the sacred cow killer. Representing truth, it's the illest. Dissecting the lies like it's a funky fucking villa. Where is your mind? Where do I send the fucking bill at? Here is the truth, you can drink your fucking pill at. The discord, it strikes the right chord. Ignoring the truth, you cannot afford. Bamboozled, the lost is hit, they're all bored. The globe is gone full, you cannot retort. The globe is gone, the globe is gone, the globe is gone. The globe is gone, the globe is gone, the globe is gone. They call me love, the lover of the creative spirit. We measured the earth, but globers never fucking did it. Get off your high horse and open up your eyes. The truth sets you free, it melts away the lies. Why would they lie? So you die. Surprise, we've been indoctrinated since birth. I surmise it's time to rise against these obstinate giants. To go round and round a fallacy, be blinded by bias. You think you got what it takes, step up and fucking try us. The globe is dead and light exposed to starting up trials. The world is on fire, your situation dire. You're watching death throes of a crumbling empire. The globe is gone, the globe is gone, the globe is gone. The globe is gone, the globe is gone, the globe is gone. They call me wisdom, quoting the greats, never losing debates. All the globers share the same fate. Can't help but fall down at the same rate. Afraid to represent, can't even think straight. No proof, don't you think that's a bit late? Pump the fear, trust Elon or the Hell Gate. It's control, it's motherfucking mind rape. Children boxed in by the mental red tape. It's time for you to break free. Find your courage, come to BZ and speak to me. Just be honest with yourself and this goes easily. FE is the base, truth and preach epiphany. The globe is gone, the globe is gone, the globe is gone. The globe is gone, the globe is gone, the globe is gone. The last in its harmony, the balance. Can't you see the fractal symmetry uniting you and me, flowing in the three present in the be, expressing eternally supreme creativity. If information was a drink, I'd be alcoholic. Don't be lost in space, the globe is just idolic. Invented by cults, there's nothing even on it. Can't hold gas, so no water, no bonnet. They got cognitive dissonance, the whole world, they've been missing this. Earth is flat, there's no dissing this. Please listen, miss, we're the cognitive dissidents who overcame our dissonance. The globe is gone, the globe is gone, the globe is gone. The globe is gone, the globe is gone, the globe is gone. They call me Drace, the lover of the human race, annihilator of the fairy tale they call outer space, grasping all the logic strings right at the base, cutting off the sofa swings they don't like the taste. Still have hope, what's in fall, it's quite the waste, but it's worth it for the few that are really based. Drop the lie, then you fly and you save some face, or don't cry when you die to the swing of the logic mace. Yeah, that's how it goes, Globers. And to my brothers and sisters out there, much love. 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, the last bastion of reason in a mad clown world. Peace.
Damn, son, where'd you find this?
Yeah, that was nasty. The one thing I love about your style, Drace, is the like one of my favorite artists is Mick Jenkins, and he really likes. He has a style. It's a little bit. It's just slightly off rhythm, like on purpose. You know what I mean? Whereas like most people really want to be in sync. He'll like just step off the line just a little bit, and it makes it for a really creative flow and style. So that's what you have, Drace, as well. It's just a little bit. It's almost like speaking as well. So I really like it, man. It's awesome. You have a great style.
I think the thing is here, I don't have any thought or structure. It's just from the heart.
There you go. The person I was thinking of that Mick was inspired by was, I believe it was Andre 3000. So you'll notice he does that same sort of style. It's just like, it's not on beat, but that's not really a bad thing. It's really cool. Most people can't do it. You know what I mean? It's more difficult to rap that way. So respect, man. Lots of props. Now I feel like I gotta go make a song.
Well, you should. I love your songs. I think they're much better than mine. So.
Well, you have definitely more songs. I gotta keep up with you, brother. So.
It's like the quantity of Globers really died down after the Black Swan. And then last year or something, like it's been dying even faster because we have so much evidence now that all of their counter arguments to the Black Swan are just devastated. So they're just like, we got nothing. So we rarely see the same amount of people come in here anymore.
This must be a tall mountain to climb these days. It'd be kind of fun to go back to the old debates back in the day with this knowledge that we have today. But at the same time, it was kind of fun going through the trenches. Not super fun, but like, because it was annoying dealing with like all the rumpuses and all those characters. But yeah, we made it, boys. We made it.
Yeah, at this point, the most argumentative ones that I've heard about it have already tried, and the rest just they don't have what it takes to try to argue this, and so they don't try.
Yeah, yeah, we do see a lot of repeat customers that already sort of they're like anti-flat earthers at this point. The way I sort of look at it now is like, it seems like almost the smart ones became flat earthers. So what we're left with now is like sort of the bottom of the barrel, uh, you know, the scraps left over. So, but that's probably overgeneralizing, and there's like a lot of people that haven't even heard the conversation yet. So probably shouldn't say that, but that's what it feels like.
Yeah, I get you. I think it's the people who were willing to like go and look at this and explore the subject matter. We ran out of the adventurous ones, if you will.
Yeah. Well, it's not like anyone's funneling away from this side, going to that direction. They're all coming over here, regardless of how quickly. So they're funneling this way.
There's always going to be a steady trickle, and it kind of depends on like, even in the past, we get a lot of traffic when there's something that causes that traffic. There's like an argument on Reddit, and our link gets posted, and then we get a giant flood or something. Stuff like that. I really like those times because you get a lot of new people who just don't know anything about this subject matter, and you can just talk to them like people. It's different when you're talking to these anti-flat earthers because they'll just twist and turn in place, never moving from the spot, always sticking to their firm beliefs. But whenever you corner them, they just twist and turn and like it never happened.
Yeah, defense mechanisms, right? That's kind of the way I look at it. So everything's a defense mechanism. Right. So, but we see the patterns now, so it's easy to predict what people are going to say, how they're going to say it. So it's too easy at this point.
All too easy.
Checking of the mic. Anybody talking?
Yep. We hear you, Dave.
Dead Air Dave, ladies and gentlemen. No, I'm just kidding. What's up, Dave? How are you, buddy?
A request for my favorite Drake song if you want to play it.
Sure. What's that?
So it's the one I wrote, Collective Soul.
Great. Yeah, sure. That's not embarrassing or anything.
What do you mean not embarrassing? It's the best song you ever did, man. You need me to put it in the live chat? Let me a second. Bring it up.
I'm getting it.
Here we go.
I did sing there in that song, and I tried real hard to try to get the original, but I'm not that great a singer. Dedicated to and lyrics by Dave Hinkle. Thank you, bro. Why does the water lay so flat? You ever really thought about that? Why does the sun traverse the plain, then comes back over again? Do you think about, is the logic sound? Spread the globe, the story just don't jack out. Do you think about, things are in doubt? Spread the globe, the story just don't jack out. Why do we see so far from here? So much further than they say we can. Don't just ignore what you perceive. Learn to trust your senses again. Just don't jack out. Do you think about, things are in doubt? Where the globe, the story just don't jack out. Do you think about, is the logic sound? Where the globe, the story just don't jack out. Do you think about, things are in doubt? Where the globe, the story just don't jack out. The story they taught you and me, not any facts, only history. Low birth religion is all just belief, no valid proofs in reality. Low birth the story they taught you and me, not any facts, only history. Low birth religion is all just belief, no valid proofs in reality. The globe, the story just don't jack out. Do you think about, things are in doubt? Where the globe, the story just don't jack out. Do you think about, is the logic sound? Where the globe, the story just don't jack out. Do you think about, things are in doubt? Where the globe, the story just don't jack out.
Get your lighters up, ladies and gentlemen. Get those lighters up. That was amazing.
Thanks for playing my favorite Drake song.
Well, I appreciate all the love.
I was picking up y'all's vibe that we're kind of, generally speaking, kickback because we know the globe. Anybody trying to defend the globe is trying to deny reality at this point. So we need to temper that we can't rest on our laurels kind of thing. You guys know what I mean? We always got to try to get. There's still lots of people out there don't know shit about what we know. For one thing, but
yeah,
I hear it's easy for us to kind of kick back, and we know the Globers got nothing, but what do? We got to keep moving positively forward somehow. Is all I'm saying. I'm not telling you. You know what I mean?
I totally agree with you. It's one of the reasons why I think like making music and making alternative media, or you can make a novel, you can make a manga or whatever it is. You can sneak in actual truth and physics and how the world works into those things and teach people. A lot of people just absorb things from the media they're watching, and that's why the programming is so strong with these people, because they see the globe everywhere.
It's still constantly reinforced, I agree, but at least it seems like they're kind of running out of steam trying to prop up this globe. I mean, how many nails can we put in the damn coffin, Anyway.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. When you said that, David, made me think of like this perspective that came to mind. I've been sort of viewing this server, at least the way I think we should view it, is like Dancing with the Stars. So I'm not sure if anyone's familiar with the show, but it's like essentially they're taking people, like usually celebrities, and they're shoving them into the show with like expert dancers. And so I look at us like we're the dancers. We've done this dance many, many times. Obviously, these guys, these new Globe Earthers, they just heard about Flat Earth 2 weeks ago, so they have no idea how the conversation's supposed to go. So, yeah, I'll try to think of it that way. Like,
I don't know, man.
You got to lead the dance.
I see this more as like a gay bar that you're not supposed to tell anyone about.
What?
You know what I mean? Just like if someone sees you in here, and you know them, they're like, "What the? Like, what? You? Could you?"
Maybe it's more like that guy you never expected to see at the biker bar. Maybe. It's like, what are you doing here, dude? I'm just hanging with the badasses. What you mean? Yeah, exactly. But yeah, don't be afraid to take a Glober by the hand and lead them through the dance. You know what I mean? It's like, we've been through this a million times, so show them how it goes.
I mean, yeah, that kind of lines up with what I said about the gay bar.
No, I don't know about that, because like it's not like I'm ashamed of this place. I literally walk around with a speaker playing the live stream, so like I don't give a shit.
That's cool. Yeah, that's actually really cool.
I mean, it was just Pride Month. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh, whoa.
I'm just messing, dude.
Now it's
sometimes I'm standing in line at the grocery store while I'm working. I'm playing a live stream for like 4 or 5 people. I get some weird looks too. I had some good combos come out of it too.
Yeah.
Nice. The public flat smack. Gotta love it. See, we're joined by just a couple other fresh names. No. Welcome. If you have any questions or want to bring up a point or something, you're more than welcome to. We're just kind of chatting, hanging out, waiting to see if someone pops in, wants to start arguing or something. So, no pressure though. there's also a Stoned and a Rick who we chatted with earlier. So just hello, everybody. I was just looking through my notes, Drace, and for like my, I had some unfinished song ideas. So I was like, dang it, now I gotta get back to work. Drace is dropping gems, bombs. So, I guess one of my ideas I had here was, Akon was really big, like when I was younger, and he had a song called "Smack That."
Like flat smacking.
Yeah, someone already sent me lyrics to that.
Oh, was that Flatter Day? I feel like he would do that.
I forget who did that. I
Flatter
have it
Day
somewhere.
Saints, man.
I have it somewhere. Someone made that and wanted me to produce it, and I suck at producing, so I couldn't make it any better.
Yeah, I didn't really put a whole lot of work into it, but the idea sounded pretty good. Flat smack all on the floor. Give me that globe. So
dumb.
Yeah, someone's already made it somewhere.
Dang it.
I'm trying to remember. I think it was someone who became everyone who became.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he switched names so many times. I don't remember what he ended up as.
I know who you're talking about, though.
I don't have to talk, but congratulations to Stone. You already earned intellectually honest from somebody, so good job.
Looks like I have another one too. Oh yeah, quick shout out to Stoned. Yeah, I saw that as well. Good job, buddy. I was looking through my notes here some more. You guys have probably heard that song "Old Town Road." I'm gonna take my horse, and so I guess I wrote down instead of horse, force. So it died, it can't pull no more. I'm talking about gravity, so I got some work to do, I guess.
This is the one with the gay black guy and Billy Ray Cyrus singing, right?
Yep. Kind of don't feel that good about that part, but would be a funny meme. I'm gonna take that force down the old town road. It died, it can't pull no more. I got the forces in the back. Now the earth is flat.
You got something there, man. Go for it.
Yeah, it's hard to write music. Finishing it is the hard part.
So no, you joined the voice server. You don't want to talk. At least say hi. This it would be a no. I had to do it. Peter McGavin is formerly known as Central Bank Road at Saws Avatar. He thinks
That's
he lives
correct.
He thinks he lives on a silly spinning space water ball thing. Junkie Central.
Excuse me, I just got to get through. I'm looking for my ball.
Oh, yeah.
Yo, where is that from?
Just hit your ball if you can find it.
If you can find it.
That's Shooter
I was in that
McGavin
movie.
from Happy Gilmore, right? Yeah.
I tell you, I don't know what it is about this big winning streak I'm on. I'm in the zone. What can I say? The hole just seems to get bigger.
So how's it feel to be the favorite, Shooter?
Well, I certainly don't think I'm the favorite. With all the great players here today, it's really anyone's tournament. I'm just trying to do the best I can out there.
I love the fake humility. It's so funny.
I know, dude. Oh shit!
Whoever that actor was nailed that part in that movie.
Let me show you how we do it in the pros.
Everybody's favorite part of that movie has to be The Price is Wrong, bitch. Right? And Bob Barker beat the shit out of him.
I did not add that one.
I think that's what he says. It might be a Mandela effect, though. Oh, never mind.
Oh, and Virginia, in case you were wondering, my jacket size is 44 long, and my right arm's just a little longer than my left.
What about the part where he calls that giant guy a moron? Do you have that one?
Well, moron, good for Happy Gilmore. Oh, my God!
Wow, I gotta watch that movie again. When was that? Like 2001?
No, it's like 90s.
Shit.
96, I'm gonna say.
96? I'm old as fuck, man.
Nailed it, it's 96.
Damn, dude. Wow.
Just felt like a 96 movie. I love role-playing as Shooter in the chats, it's hilarious.
'99 had a lot of the truth movies, Matrix and Truman Show, and there's some other ones too. Y'all think one?
Yeah, you nailed it with the Truman Show. That's a good one. What else is there? Yeah, of course, The Matrix.
I think maybe Dark City came out in '99. I could be wrong.
Hey, I was thinking of Dark City too.
You know, that's actually the movie that got me to think about this stuff.
Really?
I don't know. After I watched, I was like, I'm gonna look into this. I mean, they're showing like a flat, like simulated Earth and sort of like an outer space sort of thing, but I don't know. It just tipped me off. It just, for some reason, sent me down the rabbit hole.
The only reason I heard of Dark City was because of, I believe it was Matt from Quantum of Conscience. He said that he felt like Dark City was the prequel to The Matrix. And I was like, huh, maybe I should go check that out. So that's why I watched it. Been a while, though.
You guys know how to get to Palm Beach? Yeah, it's just,
Oh, right. That is a good... It's kind of relatable to this to this topic, right? It's like, well, where's the curvature? Oh, it's right? It's over there, right? And they can never get to it or something.
Where's the end? I don't know.
Brilliant.
Hey, CB, I just found the Price is Wrong, bitch. It's 3-minute clip. 3-minute clips. If you want to grab anything out of it, there you go.
Okay, all right. Give me a sec. I'll do it.
No, that's like a 1.5-minute clip I put in there, my bad. I'm sure he says it. I haven't watched it yet.
The price is wrong, bitch.
Awesome, man. I was just watching it real quick.
Yeah, that's good. I'll have to add that for next time. You ask a globe, like, what's the size of the globe or something, and I get it wrong. I'll put that on the board. Yes, thank you very much, Dave. And if anyone else comes across a great clip, please send it my way. Be happy to add.
I like just hit your ball if you can find it.
I know, dude. I was actually really surprised by the amount of those shooter clips that related to this topic. It was perfect, dude.
They can never find their ball. Where'd it go?
I keep searching for the globe ball and they never find it. They just have to play another one, right? That's what they keep doing.
Mulligan, yeah.
A couple more of them starting to do that the last few days. Like a few people in the chats have been like, yeah, well, maybe the globe's just wrong. It's bigger. It's still globe. So now they're arguing for a ball that nobody else is.
I haven't heard that one in a while. That's new.
Some Cog Disc kid said it today.
Wait, are they bringing back the big Earth theory?
They're trying. It's like K-Radius is wrong. It's just a bigger ball.
Now we got big Earth again.
The only thing about the bigger theory, I don't know, it only fucks up like everything that's based on the radius.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
It's the only thing.
Well, their favorite question to ask is why would they lie? So it's like, well, just ask them if it's bigger, why are they lying?
And every time we get a further horizon measurement, right, then it's got to get bigger every single time.
Ron Jeremy fallacy.
Yeah. So their equator is like 5 million miles now or something. Who knows what it's up to?
Ron Jeremy still alive. He is, props to him. So,
It doesn't really look alive. Undead, I would classify him as.
I just love the lingo.
I'll look it up. Y'all go ahead and guess. Let's Ron Jeremy, alive or dead? I'll look it up.
Nose goes. Yeah, I just love the lingo here. Freaking Ron, whoever came up with that Ron Jeremy fallacy, that's freaking funny, dude.
Was that Larry?
Wait, what's the Ron Jeremy fallacy?
Okay. So anytime someone's like, "Oh, the Earth's just so big," it's so big. Right? You just hit him with the Ron Jeremy fallacy. It's an inside joke, really.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, it's mad funny. Also, like rumpus. Like I'll tell someone that they're rumpusing me, like in real
love that.
life.
Yeah, I do that too. I'm trying to kind of like subtly lead them into this.
Like, dude, you're rumpusing me, and they always know what you mean too. Like they know what you mean when you say it, which is.
I've said it before where people just don't even blink at it. Like they just know exactly what you mean, right?
Somebody needs to change Wikipedia.
Bear has a special psychic connection.
Change Wikipedia where it says over talking and put the definition as rumpusing.
Man, that first QE and Rumpus debate is painful.
God, cute Rumpus, man! I can't believe I was around for that.
I just listened to that for the first time a little while ago. I was like, man, this guy's crazy. Yeah, I see where they got it from.
Texas
see how he earned his reputation.
Texas, are you familiar with who Rumpus is?
I have no idea. I'm looking it up right now.
I'm pleased to announce that Mr. Ron Jeremy is currently alive. He's 63 years old.
Rumpus.net.
Do we have a good clip of Rumpus?
Oh man, there's just like an hour and a half of clips in that QE debate.
I'll
just melting down and just like full, just having just total.
Rumpus is a guy?
Just having a total seizure the whole time, yeah.
What would Nathan call him? A nameless, faceless troll.
Wow.
But let me see if I can find a numpty clip with Rumpus.
I got hilarious correction. Ron Jeremy's actually 69 years old.
I think he still gets laid.
Ew, I hope not.
He was always pretty ugly. Gross.
Yeah, I don't know how that became a thing. So weird. The hardest part about navigating through Quantum Eraser's channels, like, they can't search for the videos. You have to, like, go into them specifically. He has so many clips, dude.
Like, I don't know. It's so weird because, like, I saw every single time I see a picture of Ron Jeremy just, like, casually or, like, in an interview or something, just like, looks like he just got out of prison. He looks like he just got the shit beat out of him in prison. He's drunk off prison hooch or something. I don't know why. He's just, he's just constantly fucking disheveled. I don't get it. Is he alcoholic or something? Well, he's actually in prison, huh? I didn't know that.
You know, Rumpus is way worse than a lot of the spastics that are in here now. And, like, QE was talking to him so politely back then, calling him sir and stuff.
I know, right? I found a little clip. You just want to hear it.
Quantum Eraser called someone sir?
Rumpus, sir, even. I guess, yeah, he got tired of getting rumpused.
He was so polite in the beginning. It was amazing.
Rumpy, poster child of Baltar double-speaking numpties. May 2020.
No one claims the geometric horizon is where the apparent horizon is when...
Sorry, we've only got one horizon. We don't have two horizons. We don't have an apparent horizon and a geometric horizon. We just have a horizon. It's just not geometric.
Correct.
Wow. He just says stuff, dude. He doesn't even know what he's saying.
Goes
He
along
just
with
vomits at the mouth. Word vomit the whole time.
Holy shit. That was like a 5-second difference. 5 seconds. Fuck. He fucking looks like a jerk off too. I mean, just look at him. Look at that expression. Looks like smug but about to cry at the same fucking time. Like, what's going on here?
He's just having a constant seizure.
Seems like it.
All right, let's quit discussing other people and get back on topic. Just saying. Any new people in here?
Let me see. Got stoned. He has intellectually honest role. That's cool. What else do we have?
Yeah, Stone's cool and he's fairly based. I think he gets it, so that's no fun. We gotta find a Glober.
Oh, yeah, true. Where Glover's at? Sun Forest Ferry? No. I think she's cool. Hmm. Let's join.
Who is it this time? Oh, it's Dave's fault.
Yeah. But he's not a Glover. Need some more
Nope, don't think so.
Yeah, no. He's like, is he lead mod? Something? Oh, he's my rare.
I'm pretty badass. I've been told.
Don't listen to Deuce Vault. He don't know what the hell he's talking about. I'm just warning you guys.
Thanks, Dave.
Many roles complaining.
Yeah, people give me rolls. I don't like it.
I retract my last statement. That was a joke. Deuce knows it.
No, I said thank you, Dave. You're fine.
I have one more soundbite for Rumpus, if you guys don't mind.
Oh, yeah.
Play it.
Maybe a Glober will follow Deuce in here. It usually happens.
True.
That would be nice.
I told you 2.5 years ago how this worked, and you just didn't remember.
You've just made it plain we don't have a geometric horizon. So what geometric position, moron? You don't have one!
We do!
We do! So you show him a 10-mile...
Oh, so now we do. Only 30 seconds ago, ladies and gentlemen, he made it plain we don't have a geometric horizon. And now we do.
No, we don't have a geometric horizon.
What the fuck?
Oh.
This is what I mean, dude.
See, that guy just word vomits. Really? He doesn't make any sense. He just spits out words.
Oh. He's fucking flipping and flopping around like a fish just caught, dude. He just got off the hook. He's like, oh, look at this boat. It's my thing now. This where I'm gonna flip and flop right here. Fucking idiot.
Oh, he'd be pretty horrible to interrogate. Because he would just say whatever you said back to you. But he would also be a snitch. So, like, I don't know.
No, yeah, but he's so spastic that he can't figure out what he wants to say.
you couldn't trust anything he fucking snitched on either. You'd be like,
Exactly.
is that even real? I don't know.
I know, right?
Well, the
I
crescendo.
think he has cognitive issues.
Reasoning when he encountered it, and he was faced with the brick wall that he no longer has the geometric horizon. He basically had like a mental breakdown. Really changed his whole tone of voice. It was basically like, okay, if this is the case, then that means reality isn't even real anymore.
Yeah,
I don't know
it's
what this
not.
was.
He's right. He's right though. It's not even real anymore. Everything you've been told is a lie. Simple.
Yeah, but he was kind of, I think, like he was trying to posit the idea. It's not just like your perceived reality is wrong because it's false by lies. It's that reality itself, like the tangible reality that's accessible to you, isn't real.
Yeah, but that
Like the
is
whole,
that is indeed the case when you're coming from that position, right? The nature of your whole reality is not what you've been told. It's not even close to what you've been taught to think about it. All of reality has been ungrounded. You're unmoored.
yeah. And of course, then you've got the middle ground that you can soothe your brain, where you just decide it's simulatory in nature and it's a globe and flat simultaneously.
Right, because there is no reality but the one you perceive at the moment, and that's just like post hoc relativism.
Oh yeah, but many people have encountered it here, where if the Earth's not a globe, then nothing can be known, and everything's out the window. And reality itself is breaking down, and the Matrix got the plug pulled.
That's the thing, is they don't even realize that their brains have been addled by mind viruses such as postmodernism and communism. They don't even realize that they've been buying into it so hard that they're just waiting for somebody from the government to come and save them from us. Fucking idiots.
Well, to be fair, a lot of them would convert if the mainstream authorities told them to change.
Yeah, I know, because they don't not want to fit in. They don't want to be the unpopular person. They don't want to be seen as the other. But what they don't understand is everybody they think they care about probably hates them.
See, I'm the opposite. I like not fitting in. It's probably why I get fired a lot.
Well, you have a disagreeable disposition, and that's not necessarily a bad thing. You're going to disbelieve what you're told until you can see evidence of it. That's the proper way to be. Period. You should be disagreeable.
Yeah, I'm with you. Should be argumentative as fucking possible.
At least to the point of where you get straight answers or demonstrative.
Oh, you're right. Spot on. Guy Morta is nerding out in the lobby. We should get him in the stream.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
I can't believe old dude has an actual meme for me. That's me on the cat, or that's me, the cat, on the bed going hibbity dibbity from tree to tree. Have you guys not had any Globers in here or what?
is too pussy to join. He says he's like out somewhere or something. He's not home. He's in New York. Whatever.
Get the fuck off of Discord, you weirdo.
That's what I'm saying. Like, why the fuck does he have Discord on phone?
What a weirdo.
Yeah, vocal access to Discord is proportionate to your distance from New York.
Wait, say that again, AI?
Your vocal access to Discord is proportionate to your distance from New York.
I don't think that's true.
I'm spiraling because I pointed out how dumb it is to not join a call when on a phone. He's flipping. He's flipping out.
What if he's in a movie theater? And he's only comfortable with having his screen glare, not being loud.
You sound like you're really far away, Arden.
Yeah, dude, I'm far away from New York.
No, you sound like you're far away from your fucking mic, bud.
I'm not, though. They're literally in my ears. I think I gotta get new ones. Oh, well.
What? Look at what he's saying now. The reason that he's not joining is because he ran into some random hobo. Scared him.
What the fuck?
Bro.
He's literally throwing up just about anything. He's like, oh, I tripped over a paper bag. I can't get on right now.
I can't make the show.
Wait,
Like,
there's a crack in the sidewalk. I can't talk right now, dude. Hang on. There's a slight breeze. I can't talk right now.
I tripped on a ladybug. Sorry, guys.
Glad's Flobe new name is Keanu Reeves. Or no, his new name is Rihanna Keeves.
Rihanna Keeves. I'm down.
Rihanna. That's just call him Rihanna.
And like, I'm never that sullen ever, but that's how it came out.
Well, try not a fucking black background, you weirdo.
Shut up. You're right. Also.
Holy shit.
Why don't you cut off your right ear? What the fuck?
My face was angled. You guys. Pick it apart all day, motherfucker. It's an AI portrait.
Do you not get the reference?
Oh no, I look a lot like him, I guess.
No, do you not get the reference to cutting off your right ear and putting yourself on a black background?
Hold on, I gotta turn you up.
Turn me up, man.
All right, you're up. What'd you just say?
Do you not get the reference of putting yourself on a black background and cutting off your right ear because of a woman?
Oh, no, don't tell me. Van Gogh?
Yeah.
Yeah, Picasso. For sure. Oh, is it Picasso? Fuck, I don't know.
No, you had it right. It's Van Gogh.
Yeah, I thought it was Van Gogh.
Whoever said Picasso can't speak English like Picasso.
It's Picasso.
It's Mussolini.
Yes, pretty much the same thing.
Yeah,
one's Italian, one's Spanish. The same thing.
It's all the same, guys. It's all the same.
Pretty sure he cut his ear off because of a woman.
You added a T where there doesn't need to be one. It's just races.
Racist. Yeah.
Racist.
I know a guy who apparently was supposed to be like, he descends from Spanish loyalty, and he was like supposed to be a prince in Spain or something, but he lives in Puerto Rico now, so I don't know.
A conquistador?
What the fuck did you just say? Conquistador?
Well, the original pronunciation that not original, but the ones that we would know, it'd be conquistador.
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 Yeah, go ahead and spell that out.
Conquistador.
Conquistador.
Conquistador. Yeah, Quis.
That's how they would say it in Latin.
Tador.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Dude, I haven't heard you spell a word out, I don't think ever.
WORDOUT. Word out. Now you just have.
Oh, I should have put ever on there too. No, that was good. That was good. I got it. Roger that.
WOOORDOUT.
You see, folks, when comedians try to out-comedy each other, it goes wrong. It goes badly, and nothing's funny after that.
Yeah, you might as well just fucking tie your shoelaces together, honestly.
Where's the plural comedians?
Oh, shit. We got a third then, don't we? 3 comedians in the house now.
Fuck.
Not now. I'm in public.
Stop it. Stop that. It hurts. No, stop it. I know you think I like it, but it hurts. Stop it.
Well, we just got Fallen to join us, who is a used globe salesman, if anybody wants to talk to him.
Fallen, bro. What's up? Welcome back. Deus Vault?
Hello there.
Wants to talk to you.
Enemy spotted.
Deus Vault. All right. Hello, Deus Vault.
Hey, how's it going?
Pretty decent, I guess.
Why do you guess?
So, I don't know. There's better days and worse days. At least I got a big dick. There's always that. But anyway, what's up?
How do you know? How do you know anything?
You would need measurements to back that up.
No. Let's not get into a dick measuring contest, please. If he starts off the conversation with "I've got a big dick," it's not true. Anyways, so how do you know?
Would you consider
anything?
6.9 inches big? Because I could send you some pics, dog. I mean, it's pretty thick.
It's good enough. Anyways.
How small, isn't it?
What the fuck do you care for?
If 6.9 is just good enough, I don't even know anymore, bro. I thought that was considered big. All right, what the fuck? And also the circumference.
Hey, keep talking about it, though, because we're really convinced. Anyway, go ahead, Deus.
Yeah, anyways, how do you know anything, Fallen?
How do I know anything at all?
Yeah.
You just kind of do your best with what your consciousness can perceive, I guess.
Well, isn't there a way to prove it to others?
Well, yeah. I mean, how do I know that you're conscious, for example? I mean, the only way I can reason through it is not deductively, but inductively.
Right. Now let's talk about deductive reasoning. What is the best case scenario to form the truth out of deductive reasoning?
Well, if you can find a pattern, in other words, repeated results that come out the same every time, then I would say that's pretty solid.
Are there any methods that you can think of to divine what is true or not?
You could just use the basic scientific method. Form a hypothesis, put it to the test, develop a theory on why that happens, and repeat.
Sure. What are the constituent parts to an experiment?
Like in detail?
Yeah.
All right. Well, let me just think of like the most comprehensive way I could describe it.
Should be about 3 bullet points for you.
I'd say it's actually more like 5 or 6. So
really,
it's kind of cyclical.
That for me.
So I would say first you make an observation or ask a question.
No, you misunderstood my question. What are the constituent parts to an experiment?
Yeah, that's what I'm going to.
Not what are the steps to the scientific method, but what are the constituent parts to an experiment?
You mean like how do you conduct a good experiment?
No.
I'm not understanding.
I know. Levelist is giving you the answer because he's a nice guy. What are the constituent parts to an experiment? Well, I'll give you one, the control. What are the other 2 parts?
Oh, you're talking about, so the variable you play around with and all that shit.
Which is the what? Listen, I'm trying to get to an understanding here of how we divine the truth. How do you specifically know anything? Right?
I need by observing things, looking for patterns, and seeing if they correlate. And if I could find a way to break that pattern, then obviously there's something wrong with that idea, and I need to sort of try again, that sort of thing.
Okay, so you're talking about logic. Now I want to get to the hard and fast of, you already said deductive reasoning. How can we prove something to be true with deductive reasoning? And then we went to the scientific method. I asked you what the constituent parts of an experiment are. I gave you control. You said a variable that you play around with. Can you elucidate that? Can you flush it out a little
what's the specific term that people typically use with that?
What are the terms given?
Yeah, I don't know what the terms are. English is not even my first language.
What's your first language?
Arabic.
Speak it.
Marhaba.
I don't believe you.
Do you speak any English?
Anyways, besides you fucking bullshitting me.
That's not bullshit. I'm from Jordan, but anyways.
Okay, nobody
that's
cares.
Just a little bit about me.
Yeah, cool. Nobody cares.
Okay. So what do you believe the shape of the Earth to be, and why? Let me rephrase that. What do you believe the shape of the Earth to be, and what is your primary evidence of that?
Yeah, so the shape of the Earth seems to be like an oblong globe shape, and it just perfectly lines up with every single observation you'll ever make in physics.
That's not what I asked you. I'll go ahead and restate the question so you can listen this time.
I gave you the shape. Was the shape not good? Like what?
Listen to the words coming out of my mouth. What do you believe the shape of the Earth to be, and what is your primary evidence?
I told you what I believe the shape of the Earth to be.
What is your primary evidence for that?
Oh, so the most primary form of evidence is that the amount of distance you could see is limited. And that is something that could only happen with a shape that is descending away from
This is something you've done?
Yeah, I'm looking outside right now, and I can only see a certain amount of distance. If the Earth was a shape,
what is the angular resolution of your eye?
The resolution of the human eye?
Angular resolution of your eye, yes.
If we were to equivocate it to like a TV, it would be something like 40K, but it depends. It's not as simple as like a pixel rate. Like human eyes work a little different than that, but it's like a 40K TV is sort of what vision can max out at.
Angular resolution is what gives you your vanishing point on any optical thing that you're looking through.
Wait a minute.
As a 12 lens or
wait.
Angular resolution.
That doesn't sound right. Because a vanishing point is just a congregation of distance. Like if something is very far away, two objects that appear to have more distance between each other look closer to each other.
Right.
But
which is
that's not based on the resolution. It's like if your eye had a higher resolution, it's not like you would see further.
Stop talking. I see where you're failing to understand. Angular resolution is the angle that your eye has a certain angle, right, of light that it takes in. It's not the definition. We're not talking about a fucking screen here. We're talking about your eye. What is the angular resolution of your eye?
You need to define. Are you saying that like somebody who has better eyesight would be able to like see further?
Yes. Yes.
I disagree with that.
All right, you're eagle. Hold on. You know what an eagle is? The bird eagle. You know what that is? Eagle? An eagle can see 4 miles.
So you can see for an infinite amount of distance. It's just going to be that the further away you look, the less clarity you're going to see.
Stop talking. You're wrong.
You start by saying you have a limited vision.
Hang on. Okay.
Stop talking and listen. Okay, An eagle can see for 4 miles. The human eye cannot see that far. So there is a difference. So its angular resolution is a lot further than yours. You understand that? It's like putting binoculars on your face. You know what binoculars are?
So let me ask you a question. Do you think that like we can't see something that's 40 miles away, that the object just disappears, or like how does that work?
It depends on its size.
Yeah. See, the thing is, you sound smart, but you don't know anything, bro.
But wait.
I don't think you sound
So
smart.
if the object is big enough, it doesn't disappear. But if it's small enough, it just disappears.
Yes. That is a function of angular resolution of any optics. It's a fact. I'm sorry. That's just how any optics
Let me tell you something. The object isn't disappearing. It's just getting smaller than the resolution.
It disappears from your fucking vision. Do not sit there and tell me that I think that it blinks out of existence. Don't be fucking stupid. You know exactly what I'm talking about.
You sound really triggered, and also you don't have to mute me. Like, I'm willing to take turns and stuff.
No, you're not. Anyways, when I start talking, when you have a misconception of what I'm asking you, you continue to talk. So I am now muting you. You're talking over me now. So what I'm doing now is giving myself the ability to let you see where you are wrong.
Okay, chill out, because I have another question. Do you think vision is something
like chills from YouTube?
So
I
do you
have
think
another
vision is
question.
something that? Okay, so do you think vision is something that projects out from your eyes, or do you think it's that something is hitting your eyes and your eyes perceive that image?
Okay,
Here's a simple thing to
question.
do. Just go look up the definition of angular resolution.
Wait. I want an answer to that.
That's a stupid question.
You don't understand what it is.
Wait, no,
you don't
there's a right and wrong answer, though.
Go on,
So
Prod.
just go look up the definition, please, dude.
Yeah, so anyway, the horizon's too far to be Earth curve, so just get that fairy tale out of your head, Fallen.
Okay, everybody.
You know how big the Earth is, right?
According to Wikipedia, angular resolution describes the ability of any image-forming device such as an optical or radio telescope, a microscope, a camera, or an eye, to distinguish small details of an object, thereby making it a major determinant of image resolution.
How big is the Earth? Fallen, define it for us.
Yeah,
How should the horizon be at 1 foot observer height based on
the literal resolution? Like
one at a time.
Nobody's asking you
Deus and Fallen. Please, everybody. Deus and Fallen. Okay? Thank you.
Fallen, you were asked a question about the size of the Earth. We're moving forward.
Yeah,
because
define
you
it for
clearly
us.
don't understand what you're talking about.
You asked us just how big it is, so why don't you define it for us? Give specific terms for us, give specific dimensions to it, tell us where that horizon should be at, say, 1 foot of height.
So the horizon is going to have a threshold as to where it should be for two reasons, but the bigger one just relates to refraction.
That is not what you were asked.
Yeah, I just want to know where the geometric ball sagitta is going to be at, 1 foot of height, how about?
Go ahead. So 1.25 miles?
Right. So it's going to vary based on refraction. That's just a reality.
Okay, so you're already throwing your globe under the bus. Okay, well, that was easy.
Holy shit, dude. Okay. Again, answer the question, what is the size of the globe? Give me any dimension.
Yeah, it's like 60,000 kilometers or some shit.
Oh, in miles.
So that's not incomprehensibly big. That's a 1.2 mile sagitta at 1 foot of height. We can definitely see that. Should be able to find that if that's there, no problem. Uh-oh.
You think on a 40,000 kilometer Earth that it's going to be easy to like see with...
Yeah, you just changed the numbers, but like I just said, yeah, I do think I'll be able to easily see a 1.2 mile horizon at 1 foot of observer height. Yeah. But I'm looking at a 10-mile horizon at 1 foot observer height, which is a lot further than that. So I guess that's the end of your 40,000 or 60,000, whichever one you want to go with. Circumference.
There you go. Are you in live stream voice text right now, Fallen?
Me? Wait.
Are you in live stream voice text right now?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
What?
Here's an a horizon curvature visualizer.
Uh-huh.
Okay. So you're telling me that the Earth's curvature is the Earth is too big to see any curvature, which that doesn't work on any geometric shape where something is too big.
You said live stream voice text 2?
No, I said live stream voice text.
Okay, let me see. It's just taking forever to load. Are you talking about with the 2 platform Hill House, platform habitat?
No. It's directly under my name at 8:06 p.m.
Let me see.
Yep, 6 minutes past the hour. I just pinged you there.
So this is just a calculator for curvature, and
No, it's not a calculator for curvature. It's a visualizer. From side to side, what you should see at a certain height.
What are the dimensions of the round Earth? Like, is it, like, how far would you say the round Earth is across?
like the circumference.
Yeah, I'm agnostic about whether the Earth is round or flat or whatever. I'm just wondering.
I think I'm going to tell you personally, like, it seems pretty obvious that it's round. If the Earth was flat in particular, you'd be able to.
It seems pretty obvious that it's not, because your 1.2 mile ball Sagittarius wasn't there. So.
How was he muted? I don't understand. He was in the middle of a sentence.
Well, he's making things up though.
I was looking in the beginning, but basically, just picture this: like if you're on a ball,
Lou, really
and you need to see from one place to another, there's going to be a shape, like this arcing shape in front of you. It's going to go in all directions, like around from you. You know, like it's going to get in your way if you try to see too far. But so they tell us what size that this arcing shape should be. But we're able to see farther than they say should be impossible.
And then he says it's pretty obvious.
Okay, really quick, guys. Little house cleaning. Lulz, if you do that again, if you say, why is he muted? I'm going to go ahead and kick you for concern trolling. If you have any questions about that, you can go up to, shut up. You can go up to the welcome page and you'll see concern trolling is at the top of the list of why I will kick you. Do you understand me?
Well, what's concern trolling?
Just like if you see someone get pulled over on the highway, just let the police officer do his job. Don't pull over and ask them why they pulled that person over. Just keep it moving, brother.
That's a pretty good analogy. Yeah, leave the moderation to the moderators. Don't question them unless you want to be a victim.
Because I will victimize you fully.
What do you mean by kick? Do you mean like ban me, or do you mean?
Oh my God, I'm about to do it right now. I'm about to do it right now. Ask me again. I want you to go up and read the full welcome page, and then I will unmute you. Do you understand me? Do you understand me? Lulz, do you understand me?
I'm unmuted.
Sorry?
Do you understand me?
No, wait. Sorry, say that again.
Go up and read the full welcome page.
Is there any specific part or just the whole thing?
The whole thing. Just read the whole thing.
So where were we? What were we talking about?
We were at the point at which you said that something is pretty obvious with no evidence.
Oh, yeah. So, all right. So here's the thing. If the Earth was flat, then wouldn't you have a line of sight to China?
We have a line of sight 100 miles away when the Navy uses a railgun. Have you never checked the weather report where it says visibility 20 kilometers?
Hang on.
I actually know some people in the Navy, and apparently they calculate for curvature whenever they're launching, even snipers.
Shut the fuck up. Again, we have talked about the angular resolution of the eye. That number one, everything you look at has a vanishing point. At a certain distance, you will no longer see it. It doesn't matter what it is. You have a certain distance to your eye. You cannot see for an infinite distance. That's just a fact. Look it up. It's true. Second, we live in an atmosphere. That atmosphere is thick. It's thick with gases and vapors.
Am I unmuted? All right. So I'm going to start with the first one.
Talk over me again, and I will kick you.
That would not look good on your part. That would basically be like you trying to cancel me, just like Flat Earther.
I don't care.
Yeah, because everybody's concerned about how we treat you. You're very special.
Fucking idiot. You cannot see an infinite distance. Please concede that point, because you've already said that you can see an infinite distance and continue to assert it, which is ridiculous on its face. Go ahead.
Am I unmuted? Yeah. So are you guys interested in the discussion or not? Because it seems like I talk for 2 nanoseconds and then I just get muted right away. Because
are you interested in discussion? Because you came in here and you were like, "Oh, you can see forever, and you can see a straight line to China." But like, that's fucking ridiculous, and nobody thinks that. So I don't think you're here.
Can you just let me explain myself without being muted for more than 10 seconds?
I mean, you've explained yourself, right? Total. You've explained yourself enough. You really haven't said shit this whole time.
Yeah, because I've been muted the whole time.
Shut up. You have yet to make a solid case. Because all you're doing is throwing these weird-ass arguments against the Flat Earth Society at us. We are not the Flat Earth Society.
I haven't... Flat Earth Society? What are you... I don't know any societies, bro. I'm just here like trying to talk.
What I'm talking about. You know damn well.
I know Flat Earthers. I didn't know there was a fucking society.
You're so full of shit.
You gotta get... So this maybe we could be a little more cordial here. All right, maybe this is a time for an educational lesson. Like, so, like with any grassroots movement or anything else, like there's a lot of truth behind it, but quickly they try to become, or they become subverted, or somebody attempts to, infiltrate, this movement and hijack it and take it in their own direction or to discredit it. And this is what the Flat Earth Society is, at least currently in our society. They are a COINTELPRO organization trying to derail you from the truth. When you come across flat earthers like us who are trying to tell you very relevant shit, they're going to have already programmed into you like a whole bunch of stuff that it's going to make you abject to the idea and want to discredit it, just write it off like immediately. And they do a very good job at this. But so often people misinterpret the Flat Earth Society, which is this COINTELPRO online group, with flat earthers, and we are anything but them. They do tell certain amounts of truth, but they mix it in with ridiculous lies, and they try to make the flat earth seem silly.
Well, I'm not trying to give you death by association, nor have I actually in person debated a flat earther before this Discord. I just got invited to it 2 days ago, and I just was interested in it because one of my friends was telling me about it. So I'm not coming in with any preconceived notions, nor do I have a bias or anything.
Yeah, you are, though.
I am coming in with a bias?
Yeah, of course. You have a bias that there's a 1.2 mile horizon even when it's a 10-mile horizon. We show you it at 10 miles and you still say, no, it's at 1.2 miles. So that's a pretty big
bias. The horizon's going to depend on your height. Obviously, if you're talking about a sphere, the higher you go, the more of the sphere you could see. So it's going to be relative to your position, obviously.
What sphere are you talking about going higher and seeing more of? What sphere?
Well, like take a basketball, for example, and like put it right in front of your face. You might not be able to see 50% of it, but if you put it far away enough, you could see about 50%. That's the most of a sphere you can see.
Basketball will have a sagitta, a geometric horizon at a certain point, something the Earth doesn't have, so it's not analogous to Earth.
But it does.
Oh, where? The one that was at 1.2 miles, but not?
It's not necessarily at 1.2 miles. It depends on your observer height, and it also depends on a couple other things.
It depends on the radius and the observer height, which gets us 1.2 miles at 1 feet. Is that where you saw the horizon in that pic that I posted? Do I have to
ground?
Should I post it again so you can look again?
Yeah, at 1 foot of height, that's like you going prone on the ground. If you're standing up and you're like an average guy,
Okay, that's like irrelevant. That's irrelevant. It's going to be at 1.2 miles, 1 foot off the ground. That's where it would be with your claimed radius. That's the geometry of it. Are you going to throw that under the bus, or are you going to go with that?
And that's what you'll see if you're 1 foot off the ground. But you're more than 1
that's
foot
the
off
claim
ground.
that's on the table. I love it. That's what we're going to see. 1 foot off the ground, 1.2 mile horizon. Just 1 sec.
You agree that the Earth, if it is a globe, would have a hard geometric shape that could be measured, right, Fallen?
Yes. It's not going to come out perfectly consistently, but here's the important part. If it was
don't tell me what Fallen. Don't tell me what's important. Just say what you need to say.
Okay,
and
I'm
don't
telling
say
you what
if
I need
it's
to
flat
say
because you don't know what that means, Fallen. Just don't worry about telling us what flat Earth should and shouldn't be.
Because the argument on my side is that the Earth isn't flat, so I'm just pointing out that if it were flat, then it would do this, and thus, if those conditions don't match up, then it couldn't be flat.
But that's you saying that, though. That's you making up a flat Earth in your head and telling us how it should be.
Oh no, we're gonna agree. We're gonna agree first on this idea, right? So
wait a minute.
Let's agree on this.
Wait a minute. You just said that, at 1 foot of height, based on the geometry of the globe that I just claimed, the horizon, you'll see it at 1.2 miles. Why don't you check the voice text again? Because that's not what happens. So what are you going to do about that?
And you can't seem to agree with your own self, brother, because you started off by saying that you have a limited vision and then turned around and said you can see infinitely. So you're just sort of confused anyway.
So your geometry is obviously broken. Your globe is broken, Fallen.
And I actually want to go back to that too, because like you guys agreed that if an object is sufficiently large enough, then you can see it, even if it's further out than you'd normally be able to handle, right?
Look, you got to put specific dimensions to it. You can't just say large so that you can just have things wherever. There has to be specific hard geometry to it.
Yes,
and you just made a claim as to what that specific geometry was.
But when they said the sentence sufficiently large enough, that implies that it has to be.
Hold on. Sufficiently large enough would not necessarily be enough information there. You'd have to say there's also reflective enough or bright enough. Like is it creating its own light? Is it reflecting light? What is its surface made of? Is it a non-reflective surface? Is it a very
that's fine. That's all entailed. That's all entailed. But I'm just saying, if back to the China example, are you telling me that China would not be large enough?
Visibility is about 20 kilometers on a normal day. Just check a weather report. So just air ends that argument for you.
Wait, but we could see the sun, and I'm pretty sure that you would grant that that's further away.
Well, I wanted to still get to the end of his 1.2 mile sagitta that's not 1.2 miles.
Can I say something real quick?
Well, I just said that I wanted to get to the end of his 1 point.
Can we get to...
So I just want to get to the end of that, please. So what happened to that 1.2 mile sagitta that's actually at 10 miles? That totally defies the geometry that you just claimed.
Why is it actually at 10 miles?
Because it's not geometric and there's no sphere that's limiting your vision, limiting your line of sight.
At 1 foot of height from the ground?
Yeah, you just claimed that. You just claimed that is the geometry of the globe.
Well, let me
input
the formula real quick. I'm actually going to see if I can run the calculation. So let's see.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yeah,
I can now. Yeah.
Yeah. Can
just hold on.
Just real quick.
You're just derailing them. I'm in the middle of getting him to do something.
I won't forget about what you said. Just let him go. I don't care.
Well, it's going to get
we
lost.
deal with one issue at a time.
That's what I'm trying to do, and you're coming in and diverting.
No, what I'm saying is that he keeps jumping back and forth from one thing. Just keep him on one thing.
That's what I'm trying to do, and you're letting him get off of it.
No, actually, it's the other way around. You guys keep jumping to the next thing because you say you want the conversation to advance. I'm still stuck on the eyesight
I've been talking about one thing this whole time, the 1.2 mile Sagitta.
You have, but everybody else is jumping in and stuff, and it's like, who do you want me to respond to? I mean,
Shut up. Oh, my bad. I never asked anything of you. I didn't ask for a response from you, but I did jump in a couple of times, and I didn't think they were derailing. They were just things to add to what was going on. Just please, you were about to calculate something, so we'd like to find out what you calculated.
All right, so let's see. So at height of 1 foot, at a distance, you said 1.5 miles?
1.225. I'll give you 1.8. Hell, I'll give you 3. I don't care.
What he's saying is that the given formula to
actually that math works out. It sounds about right.
The given formula is 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So go ahead and use that. So like if you're 1 foot off the ground, it's very simplified. The square root of 1 is 1 and blah, blah, blah. So like it's 1.225 miles out that you should see the horizon at any given place, over water, of course, from 1 foot above the water.
So in this pic I just posted, it's at 10 at the 1 foot observer height. Completely impossible, given the globe geometry.
Well, like I was talking about before, refraction is going to play a role, especially when we're talking about over water where humidity is extremely high.
You can't use refraction because you have to show the thing that you say is being refracted before you can claim that it's a refracted image of it. I could say, well, there were leprechauns and fairies on the horizon, but they were refracted, so you didn't see them.
So are you saying that this image is not containing refraction?
No, you're trying to... I'm not saying that. I'm saying it's not containing a 1.2 mile ball edge. That's why we didn't see it there.
And on top of that, there is some of those platforms being covered.
Is that your replacement?
Portion, which
sorry,
what was that?
No, look. We're seeing in this image. If we're being nice, because we can place the horizon in that image to closer to 30 miles. We're being very nice and saying 10 miles.
It's behind the horizon is behind the platforms. Clearly, you can see it with no amplification. You don't have to blow it up at all. You can see the horizon behind the fucking 10-mile platform. That's clear.
Right. So if we give the 10-mile range, which is extremely kind because it's closer to 30, what we're seeing. If we give that, you're still missing, I don't know, a magnitude of what instead of 1.225, we're seeing 10. So what is that? We're seeing 8 point something times farther, something like that.
Well, for one, how do I know that the actual observer height is 1 foot?
You can go back and watch the video. Literally,
I'd like to see the original source. It's not necessarily
you can watch the video that this still was taken from, and he has a moving video where he sets the camera down in the sand after showing the waves, and then zooms in. Yes,
Drace just posted it.
You know how high you'd have to be to have a 10-mile Sagitta on the 59 mile radius ball be like 60 to 70 feet? So I don't care. We could give you 5 feet. We could give you 10 feet of height. It won't make a difference.
So I'll just say, I'm not going to say this for the debate, but it just looks to me like he is higher than a foot off of the water, but I'll just grant that he's 1 foot off anyway.
Okay,
just for the sake of argument.
It's not going to make any difference. Give him 2, give him 3. I don't care. Give him 5 feet. It's obviously not 5, but it doesn't matter.
Anyway, regardless, I'll just grant it for now and say that still is not going to demonstrate that the Earth were flat, because
could you at
some
least
amount being covered, which would indicate a curve. And on top of that, let me finish, please.
No,
So anyway,
Fallen, can you
What?
at least give us the grace that we are arguing in good faith?
when did I say you were arguing in bad faith?
Yeah, look at the video instead of the GIF at 1 minute and 30 seconds. He places the camera down as the wave goes out away from the shore. And then when it comes back in, he has to raise the camera again because it's so close to the ground.
Oh, are you saying like when I was telling you it's not one for that, that's bad faith? No, like I'm not saying like, are you even the one who took the video? I'm just saying like the source could be that if I were to look into it, like maybe you guys wouldn't have even seen that. They can do it from one foot.
At the point of you not saying yes. The fact is that we've seen this several times. We've analyzed it. I've made observations myself. Many people in here have made observations themselves. Can you not give us the grace that we're arguing in good faith? Or can you not give us the benefit of the doubt at least?
Sure. But I'm still going to say that this, for me, it doesn't seem to prove that the Earth is flat because there's still a lot here that would indicate it.
We're not expecting this one bit of evidence to be the one single thing that convinces you. Okay.
Well, what it does is it falsifies the globe geometry. It's not necessarily proving for sure that the Earth is flat, but it's falsifying the 3959 mile radius globe. That's for sure.
But see,
because for that to be a Sagittarius,
because there's still like some muddy stuff there. I mean,
it's not muddy. It's very clear.
Consideration. There's other stuff. So I wouldn't say that.
It's not muddy. It's very clear because in order to have a 10-mile Sagittarius at a 1-foot observer height, the ball would have to be 6 times the size you guys say Jupiter is. It's roughly a 250,000 mile radius. Orders of magnitude of error for the radius. Completely impossible. There's no way that the globe could have been measured to a 3959 mile radius if there are days where it looks like it's that big.
Yeah,
and this isn't even the worst observation.
There's other things to talk about, like refraction and whatnot. Like you agree with
refraction. And hold on, refraction. Okay, so who was that was just speaking? Is that Central? Is that Banger?
Yeah, I changed my name to Shooter for now, but yeah.
The math, where it works out to a radius the size of Jupiter, or the size of the distance from here to Jupiter is what the radius would be at about the 10 miles, correct?
No, the moon.
The moon, yeah.
No, it's the moon at 10 miles.
Yeah,
it's Jupiter at 30.
It would be about the size of Jupiter at 10 miles?
At 30.
6 times the size of Jupiter.
6 times at 10 miles.
Yeah.
But if we threw the 30 in, now what would that be?
Okay, that's about 3 times the size they say the sun is, a 1.8 million mile radius. That's what they have to have now.
Okay, so now we're the size of the sun. Now here's the thing. Like, when it comes to refraction, you guys have this, and somebody will correct me on the more specific details about it, about this 7/6 R. Right. So standard refraction is meaning that you have 1 extra sixth that we're going to grant you because of refraction.
And it's still a begging the question fallacy.
Wait,
because they haven't proven R.
Refraction can do a lot. If it curves the light by just a single degree, that can have a massive effect.
Not that much.
Refraction doesn't curve light. Refraction is the change in angle as light goes from one medium to a different medium at the boundary, and it's dependent on the angle of the light.
Yeah, and so imagine like how much a 1 degree difference can make over like the distance of miles. That's huge.
You're missing. Where's the helocline or the even the it would have to be a helocline. Where's the helocline at?
Fallen radio.
It's really easy to show that your observations are wrong because we can shoot lasers for 93 miles of different wavelengths and they all hit the target at the other side. And we can show that with a small aperture camera, the horizon appears much too close for it to be a ball of your size. And so on a small pond, we can make boats disappear, even though the pond shouldn't be able to hide any boats according to your globes. And so with a bigger aperture camera, we can actually see way too far for your globe, and your globe appears to be much too big. And so what happened here is the ancient Greeks looked at the horizon and thought, oh, there's only geometric horizons. And they calculated it from that. And so they got it from looking at it with their eyes. And still today, we just use our eyes and look at the horizon like idiots.
But wouldn't that just, like... I mean, if I grant that your argument is sound, wouldn't that just...
Yeah, we're not talking to you, Lols. We're talking to Fallen.
So,
can I just...
What if I were to get a boat and make it disappear under the horizon no matter how much I zoomed in? Like, you could actually see that the boat is no longer envisioned because it's being blocked by a curve.
Okay,
Would that be acceptable evidence?
That's begging the question fallacy. You haven't proved that there's any curve blocking anything, and you just hit the limit of the optics that you're looking through.
And we also just found out that...
Let me point out that the range at which things will disappear will be much farther than what you propose the globe to be as far as size goes. Like, its radius. So, once you do that, you're going to be going. You're going to falsify the radius, even if you reach the limit of your objects or whatever. Right.
Yeah, I also falsified it already. Yeah. I told him about the lasers, how they're of different wavelengths and hitting the target over 93 miles away. And that basically means that any kind of excuse that refraction is bending the light around the ball to make it look flat just doesn't work.
But you agree that refraction is real, don't you?
Okay, yeah, of course, refraction is real, but you don't have it.
You just used it to throw your globe geometry, the 1.2 mile sagitta that's supposed to start blocking everything that goes beyond it. You just used refraction to throw that under the bus. So what do you think you're going to find with your little boat?
It's not just going to start blocking everything. It's going to begin to interfere.
Yeah, we just found out that doesn't exist, though, and you just threw it under the bus with refraction. It was supposed to be at the 1.2 mile distance. We found that it was not.
I agree because I looked at the image. I'm getting a lot of echo here.
Not to say it himself, but a lot of people do. So here's the problem that a lot of people come into in this conversation. They start to say, well, light bends. If light bends, maybe it bends with the Earth. Okay? You haven't said that. I'm not saying you did. I'm not trying to strawman you. I'm just telling you, just be careful because you're getting very close to that. Because you're getting trapped. We are trapping you into that corner where you're going to be forced to say such a ridiculous statement.
Yeah, and here's a question for you. Do you have like a laser pen? You ever had a laser pen?
Yeah.
At what point does it start to refract?
At what point does it start to refract?
Yeah, so refracting is bending according to you. So at what point is your laser pen light bending?
Well, technically, through the medium of the atmosphere, it's always like going to be going through some sort of refraction, but it's like usually negligible over short distance.
It's not negligible.
The bigger the effect is.
I like this, actually. He just said it's negligible. This is perfect. Okay, so you're saying that refraction, taking your 3959 mile radius ball, making it look like a 250,000 mile radius ball, 6 times the size you think Jupiter is, you think that's negligible?
That's not what I said. You didn't let me
That's
finish.
your claim. Maybe you don't understand your claim, but that's how it
distance is, the more negligible it's going to be. But as it continues to go through that atmosphere, it's going to experience more and more refraction as it travels through that medium. So the effect is magnified by distance.
You're wrong. You're wrong.
You're so wrong, dude.
Light can refract.
Hold on.
Just a second.
He doesn't know what he's
You're telling hang on. That's why I'm teaching him. Light can refract up or down, dependent on the angle the light enters the boundary. You don't have any boundaries between different mediums, so you don't have any conditions to refract any light.
What he doesn't understand, this is what I'm trying to get him to understand, it's the power source behind the laser, okay? So the greater the power source, and the more fine, and the more the optics, the more refined they are, the further the light can travel without any interruption. So you have to understand, a pen laser light is not the same as a laser coming off the ship of the USS Ulysses. Do you understand the difference? There's greater power source
Not
behind it.
sure about that. I would have to look
Go
that
look
up.
it up.
I don't
Because
think the strength of a light affects
look
that.
up the USS Ulysses that uses lasers to shoot shit out of the fucking sky. It's not refracting, buddy. It's not bending. Do you understand? If that were the case, why would they use a laser? Okay, because
Okay, I'll look it up right now. Let's just find out.
USS Ulysses. Look it up.
Yeah, they use line of sight targeting systems on ships to target
Logically
things
thinking about it,
over 100
I'm not
miles
sure why.
away.
I'm not sure why more light would make the light bend any differently. Like, I'm just thinking about a mirror. Like, if you, no matter how strong the light is hitting a mirror, it's always gonna, bend around.
You have no idea how silly you sound. The light doesn't need to bend if it's a flat Earth, dipshit.
Well, there you go.
Hold on, I'm just looking it up. The power of a laser.
You cannot see an infinite distance, and refraction is, if it does account for anything, is very little, and we'll give you.
How far?
6%.
Because I've never looked at what you guys have said about this, but how far do you think the sun is? Because we could see that.
Okay, now you're gish galloping. The fact is that you need two different densities of medium in order for the light to refract. Unless you can show that that's happening in this picture, then your point doesn't fucking matter. Period. Point blank. That's all.
Yeah, so your 1.2 mile ball edge isn't there. So when you go out and you do your little boat test to see if it disappears over the 1.2 mile ball edge, what's the point? You've already thrown it under the bus. You've already seen that it's not there, and you've already explained it away with this refraction storytell. So why would you even bother? It's obviously not going to be blocked by something that you yourself admit is basically effectively invisible.
I just looked it up, and according to the Institute of Laser Technology in Lawrence Livermore, the power of a laser does not affect its curvature. And
affect is what?
You don't claim that, so stop making a straw man.
Somebody else said that. I don't know who said that. But
No. What he just said, he's reading it wrong. He's misunderstanding what he's reading. Don't you understand that?
The power of a laser does not affect its curvature.
What they're telling you is that the laser is straight. They're telling you the laser is straight and that there is no curvature in the laser.
No. They're saying that, like, they actually have a graph. It shows that as the scale of the laser strength increases, there is no change in how much it curves through refracted objects.
Okay,
but that means it's straight.
Yeah.
Objects are objects. The atmosphere is not an object.
Yeah. We're not
So you don't think the atmosphere is an object? I consider it to be an object.
We're not saying that it refracts more because of its intensity. Do you understand that?
Okay, why don't we just simplify this and use the refraction index to find out exactly how much curve there is?
Are you telling me I can shine a limp laser and a fucking erect laser? Is that what you're telling me?
Hang on. That's an inane question. Fallen. Refraction index.
He's telling me the power has something to do with it. Like if I shine a weak laser,
no, he's saying it doesn't have anything to do with it because he built a straw man. Anyways, Fallen. The fact is that you're way off topic here. 1.25 miles in that picture is where you should see the curvature, and you're telling us laser refraction.
Yeah, there can definitely be enough refraction because, like I said, over miles, the effect becomes more and more significant. 1 degree over the course of like 3 miles.
We're looking at 1.25 miles. Stop being an idiot.
Yeah, and we also showed you that wasn't the case. You don't have actually any boundaries to refract anything, and we have. I posted you
no boundaries to refract anything.
Yes,
but it's over water. The humidity.
Effects of refraction and turbulence on laser beam propagation in the atmosphere. A thesis submitted to the School of Engineering of the University of Dayton. And they shot 3 laser beams of different wavelengths, and if you knew anything about refraction, you would know that different wavelengths refract at different rates. So shooting those lasers for 93 miles, and if your hypothesis is correct and all light bends are in the air, then those 3 lasers would not be able to hit the same target. That's impossible, but they do. So your ideas just don't work out in reality. And here's an expert on refraction, especially terrestrial refraction, Andrew Thomas Young from San Diego State University Astronomy Department. Some people have worried about how to apply the refraction law to such horizontal ray of light because it does not cross any horizontal boundaries between denser and less dense air in a stratified atmosphere. You don't have the conditions for your fantasy ideas to even exist.
If every part of light going from that object, reflecting off that object, or emanating from the object, as it were, is in the same strata as you are at 1 foot off the water, there's no helocline in order to refract off of.
So when can refraction take place then? Because clearly there's a lot of images I can send if you would allow me.
Refraction happens. Technically, okay, is if you go to Andrew Thomas Young, it takes 2 mediums. So it's similar to like if you put a pencil in water. Okay, right. So you have what appears to be a straight line that bends when it hits the second medium, right?
A heliocline is two different mediums because they're of different densities.
Yeah.
And different temperatures, so they're going to naturally refract.
Yeah, but those conditions are rare and are not conducive to refract light around the ball.
So let's say I were to grant all of this. That still leaves that picture showing the Earth as a curve.
Where? What are you now saying that it's a 250,000 mile radius globe?
Let's say I were to say that. It still would be a globe.
Okay, well, I got another one for you. I'm just loading up the next one. Now the radius has to be 1.8 million miles. What are you going to do then? Say, yeah, okay. 1.8 million mile radius.
Let me help him real quick. Look down this corridor. Okay?
Look at that vanishing point.
Is this corridor curved?
Where am I looking?
It's 44 minutes after the hour. It's just a basic long hallway, and so you can see a vanishing point where the walls appear to meet and the floor and the ceiling appear to meet. Is the
well, as you zoom in, you could continue to see as much as you want. Like if you had a telescope that was powerful enough.
No, you still didn't get what we taught you earlier. All optics have a diffraction limit, so once you get a telescope and you look and you zoom in, that telescope, provided the hallway is long enough, will still come out to look the same way you would just see further down the hallway. So that's the basics
what I'm saying is like
and the Rayleigh criterion.
It doesn't.
Hey, stop talking. That's the basics of the Rayleigh criterion and how your eyes work. And so there's always a limit where the light overlaps. And it's unresolvable. That is the vanishing point. And so when you take these walls away, that point stretches out into a line. If you understand how this works, you can actually draw a good picture that looks pretty realistic. And there's no globes involved. This is a flat hallway.
Okay, but I think everybody here knew that. I'm not sure what point you were making.
No, I didn't know that. I thought. Hang on. Don't overtalk me. I thought that hallway was Velcro to the Earth, and that it curved with the Earth. I didn't know that it was flat. Go ahead.
Well, okay. So when we're talking about this point about the long hallway, this is a argument that's only in theory in your mind. It's like a geometric grid some kind of, like you grafted on graph paper, right? Like that. Here's the thing. So like, you're correct in what you're saying, Drace, 100%, but it's also still leaving out atmospheric extinction, like the way that light works through a medium. You will
but
not
he
see.
did, Lou. He did invoke that you could see to infinity and beyond.
Yeah, right. That's why I'm saying this. It's no, you would never see to infinity and beyond, even in the perfect, like graph paper fucking construct that you just created. So like, how, let's say you're trying to look at something underwater. Well, the water makes things darker. And if you you don't have to go too far down. And things get very dark. You can't see shit. The light doesn't make it through the water. Well, the same thing happens through the air, just to a lesser extent.
Okay, so there's actually one thing you said that I agree with, which is that I could grant that if there's enough thickness and fogginess in the way of your vision, eventually an object will become impossible to see because the light won't make it through that medium. I could agree with that. That makes sense to me.
Yeah, just check any weather report and just check where it says visibility. It's usually not that far. That's air.
However, I actually still think it would be possible to see much further, even given that, considering the Earth's curvature.
So you think?
Well, luckily, that's why we have infrared fucking photography these days, which Jay Tolan Media could show you some pretty amazing fucking pictures.
And we can already see way farther than the globe would allow. That's the whole
Let's go
point.
to basic level with this kid. You know what a flashlight is, bro?
Nah, what's a flashlight?
What does it do? What direction does it shine in?
I literally just said I don't know what a flashlight is.
So a flashlight shines in front of you, like the car, like the lights in your car. See stuff in front of you. When the hell does that shit start to bend?
When does it start to bend?
Yeah, you believe in this magical...
Whenever it hits a mirror or goes through like a crystal or something of that sort.
Air, a mirror. The air you're breathing. At what point is that a mirror?
Am I unmuted?
Yeah.
Okay, so are you telling me that you don't believe in refraction?
I'm asking you, at what point does the air start to bend the light that's shining out of your car?
Oh, it's doing it all the time, just like how water is doing that pretty much all the time.
I have a flashlight and I'm walking down a hallway and there's a cross. There's another hallway crossing it. Can I shine the light straight and it's going to bend around that corner?
It's not that significant typically, unless you have like some extreme conditions.
Answer the question.
Let me jump the gun. Does that light bend according to gravity?
No.
So no 8 inches per mile squared. Light curvature over distance then.
According to you, all light is bending. So is physics wrong when it says light travels in straight lines, and you just have this new idea that all light is bent?
So light can curve with gravity, but the gravity of the Earth is way too weak to make that happen. So no. In the case of like measuring it on Earth, I would say no. Gravity's not going to bend it.
Do you have any evidence of gravity whatsoever?
No. He
yeah. You can actually measure it if you have some pretty good instruments.
What you're saying air has a greater chance of bending light than gravity, is what you're saying to us right now.
It's not a chance. It's like, air will bend it, and gravity on Earth will not.
Refraction isn't actually light bending; it just deflects. It just changes angles. That's all it does. It doesn't bend.
Yeah, that's what refraction is. It's the change of angle.
Light around the corner.
So, anyway, you said you had evidence for gravity. Gravity was. That's clownish.
Well,
gravity was supposed to have made a ball.
Like 15 minutes ago, I told him he was getting cornered into this.
So wait, you don't think You don't think gravity's a thing? I thought you all like
Well, wait a
agreed on
second.
gravity.
Gravity was supposed to have made a ball in the vacuum of space, but there's no ball because we just checked for it, and your 1.2 miles Sagitta, it's at 10 miles, and you're still saying it's at 1.2 miles, which is nonsensical. But anyhow, so that's out, and there's no vacuum of space because that's a thermodynamics violation. So
I didn't
guess
say
no
that
gravity.
was out. I still have squabbles about refraction.
Well, I don't care if you said it. You're just in denial. That's okay. We showed you a 10-mile horizon, and your response was, no, it's at 1.2 miles. So obviously you're just delusional, but there's no ball. So we've shown you that. So obviously there's no gravity because that was the thing that that gravity was supposed to make.
Well, wait, how did you define like the point in the horizon? Because I mean,
well, like I used an oil rig that was at 9.4 miles. That was a known distance, and the horizon was behind it. So it definitely wasn't at 1.2 miles. Pretty easy.
But part of that oil rig was being covered
by a horizon that was behind it. That's what you're trying to say?
Yeah, but if you look at the oil rig, like we could get to the other part about the horizon itself.
You're not even worth talking to because you don't understand behind and in front of.
I'll get to that. But first, you have to acknowledge that part of that oil rig was covered, was it not?
By a thing behind it? No, I'm not acknowledging that. You're crazy.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. No, I wouldn't even let you were too gentle on that. No, are you talking about the black swan? You think that was obstructed by something? No, that's called stooping, which is a type of refraction. Do you know what types of refraction exist?
Which is exactly what I was going to get to. That part can be being refracted, and then the horizon behind can still be shown if the light curves in the right way.
So the horizon behind the oil rig,
the horizon which is behind it, would also be stooped with it, and even more exaggerated. So it would be further. I can't. I'm not going to speculate what it would look like, but I'm telling you that what we have does not look like what you're saying.
It's not being obstructed anyway. It's just submerged in water. It's further out, so it has a smaller angular size than the oil rig in front of it. And the thing that he says is obstructing it is behind it. So this guy doesn't understand behind of and in front of. We would have a more productive conversation with a 5-year-old.
Trust me, I don't think you're following. So what I was basically getting at is that you can actually have a situation where the horizon would appear to be behind it, but in reality, the curvature is obstructing it.
So this is exactly what I just said. You've got a 10-mile horizon.
Refraction has nothing to do with obstruction. Please, you acted like you knew what I meant when I said stooping. Please tell me, what is stooping refraction?
I have no clue, buddy, and I don't really care.
Okay, so you don't know your own claim. Noted. We already knew that, though.
He doesn't know what he's talking about, as has been evidenced multiple times now. So.
Look. All I know is that it's pretty obvious that if there's a limited point to which you could see things, then the Earth literally just couldn't be flat.
Okay, so you think that if the Earth is flat, therefore you must have infinite angular resolution powers.
Yeah, he thinks his eyes are bigger than the Earth.
Let me ask you,
not just eyes, but cameras, everything.
Hang on. I think he's making a misunderstanding from what he's been told light propagates under. Like, if he believes that he can see all the way to trillions and trillions of miles to a star. Fallen, do you know what the inverse square law is?
Yeah. It's basically like the inversion of a square root, which allows you to define the size of an object at distance.
No. Why did you say it so confidently if you didn't know? That's crazy.
Okay, so tell me what it is if it's not that.
The inverse square law is the law of any energy emanating from anything. It will...
hold on, let me Google that real quick, because that doesn't sound right.
The power is inverse to the square of the distance, something along those lines.
Yeah,
so I got it right. It's a scientific law starting at a specified physical quantity inversely proportional to the square of distance to that source of the physical quantity.
He was being picky. You were you were like on the spot, pretty much. Like you were like almost had it perfectly, but he was being picky.
No, he didn't almost have it perfectly.
Dude, all I'm saying is the definition you gave did not make sense to me. I didn't.
It just even finished. I was being vague. I was giving the premise, and then I was going to go into it. But whatever.
Okay.
Anyways,
all I'm saying is whatever.
Go into it. Explain where he was wrong. I'm just saying, he was pretty
You
close.
shut up too low. For God's sakes. Anyways, light does not propagate forever. Period. Neither, just like your eyesight, you can't see forever. Light doesn't propagate forever. You understand that, right? Yeah, really.
So you think photons just disappear?
They get attenuated. You think you can just see to the bottom of the ocean?
They become diffuse. They become diffuse energy.
But you could. Well, obviously they become diffuse. So a bright object will get dimmer.
So listen, that's what
strong enough vision. You can still see it.
Happens. Listen, that's what happens in the atmosphere, in the air. Light becomes diffused. It's not bending, bro. Diffusion is a thing because it's bumping into stuff.
I know diffusion is a thing, man. You don't have to tell me that.
All right, so let me ask you this question: have you ever heard of the NIF?
No. What is that? Hello?
But it's the National Ignition Facility, right? So this is in California. This is where they conduct high-powered laser experiments with petawatt lasers. These are really, really fucking powerful lasers, bro. They go right through your body and keep going. Okay? And when they do this experiment, they have to do it in a vacuum because contaminants are in the air. So they have to pull all that shit out in order for them to get the proper experiment that they want, right? So this is how they conduct these things. So because of diffusion and thin particulates in the air, this is why light diffuses. It's not bending, dude. It's bumping into shit. That's what's happening. So if a laser was shined in a vacuum, it'd go really, really, really fucking far.
It wouldn't go forever.
It might not go forever. It just depends on the power source and the optics it's going through. You keep making it go further, but you're going to have to keep applying different properties.
Not forever.
It just depends how much power source you want to get, dude. And what is forever?
Not forever. That's period.
We don't. I think what I think is about vacuum, but I'm not talking about in a medium. I'm talking about in something devoid of such things. So you don't know because there is no forever that we know of because space doesn't exist. We only know of where.
And there's no perfect vacuum. You can't even, or nobody can make one.
Yeah, they can't make a perfect one anyway. Yeah.
I would also like to assume it's quite simple, but I would like to assume that he understands that you don't improve your seeing ability. It's in all cases, it's the amount of photons that are able to reach your eye. No matter if you're using a camera or a telescope or your own bare eye, the light has to come to you. You don't improve your ability to go to it.
Yeah, and the diffraction limit or the Rayleigh criterion is based on your pupil or your aperture.
And we see way too far for his globe geometry to be true, which is why he spent this whole time making excuses for why we don't observe it anywhere instead of showing it to us. Why is your whole globe built on excuses and not evidence? Oh, because it's a religion.
He's not here anymore.
Yeah, I was just wondering, is it just me?
I'm back. I just had to move something.
He died.
Yeah, no, your silence. Just shut up because we're gonna pretend like you were actually absorbing what we said and fucking we're dumbfounded.
I heard you talking about vacuums and stuff. You don't have to explain any of that.
He's not here anymore. He died.
Rest in peace.
So, Fallen, kind of interesting how you don't have any of this globe in existence to show us. You can't show us your globe anywhere. You don't have any evidence to support it. We just have observations that run contrary to it that you hand wave away. What's up with that?
Oh, my back? Yeah, you guys muted me. What the hell? But anyways,
you asked who muted you. I did. I said you died, and then I went like this.
Come back and be like, after my mute, I've realized that I am wrong, and that you guys have clearly thought about this more than I have.
So did you hear his question?
Nothing like that.
I still don't think the Earth is flat, but
you don't have any geometry to support it. You don't have any observations to support it. You don't have any
We
evidence
don't think
backing
it is the way
for it.
you
have
do
a
it.
bunch of excuses for why it's not observed anywhere. So why do you still think that?
I agree. You don't think.
Let him talk. Fallen.
So yeah, I think there's very easy, simple evidence for why the Earth is round. So for starters, I don't see how on a flat Earth you'd have stars rotating counterclockwise in the north hemisphere and then clockwise in the south
hemisphere. This is something I told him about 3 times the other night. He just kept circling back to it every single time. They just go east to west. Look.
No. Hang on.
Look south.
He's supposed to be telling
the like 3 times.
Yeah,
right, but he's supposed to be telling us.
I get what's going on here. This is. I don't know if I'm 100% convinced on our answer on this either, but
wait, hang on, hold on a fucking second. Like I was about to say, he started off by saying there's a lot of evidence why the Earth is a globe. For instance, if the Earth was flat, that's not how you fucking start out with your evidence that the Earth is a fucking globe.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Sorry, my bad.
Yeah, you're supposed to say if it's a globe, then something like there'll be a geometric horizon at 1.2 miles times the square root of the observer height in feet. We already ruled that out. So what's he going to do now?
Yeah, you can't just like start out.
You unmute me. Okay, why do you keep muting?
Okay, really quick. So stop looking up. We're talking about what's below our feet. Continue.
What's above us is indicative of what's below us because it's moving, buddy.
No.
Yeah.
Okay, so the things above us are moving, and that helps your story how, and
I'll explain exactly how.
No, we're going to be going backwards. Now you've just made a claim. You've made a claim. You said we're moving. How do you know we're moving?
Because you could see all the stars being in a perfectly fixed position relative to each other. And if
so you know we're moving because you see something else moving.
Yeah, that's exactly it, and I'll explain why. So back to the fucking North and South Pole thing. The whole thing about just going from west to east and east to west.
Before you go back to this, you brought this up. And it's been addressed every single time.
No, that's where I disagree. The east to west thing is what I want to address specifically. So that explanation doesn't make any sense. Like, have you ever got a screwdriver and twisted in a screw? It's not a direction of left or right. It's a form of rotation, clockwise or counterclockwise.
It depends which way you're facing. If you were
it's not. No, it's not, because clockwise and counterclockwise are objective to the observer. So, like, you, in your position, like, looking down on it, what is left to you is also counterclockwise. What is right to you is clockwise. But if you were to go the other way...
No, it's not. What are you talking about? Wait. No.
And look at it from the other side... Then right would be left and left would be right.
Yeah, that's the only way to... Okay, so let me talk, please. Okay, my turn? All right, good. So, yeah, the only way to invert the direction would be to be on the other side of it. So, for example,
No,
if it was a
stupid. You
ceiling
just
fan,
look north,
you'd
east,
have to
south, or
be
west. That's how
above
you
the ceiling
invert the
fan.
apparent
But if
direction.
you're below it, there's no way for it to change from clockwise to counterclockwise. You need to go above the ceiling fan.
Guys, listen.
Yeah,
You're letting
there
him
is. You
take
just
you
look
off
at
into
it
the
from one
weeds.
side or the
Listen,
other.
hold on. You're letting him take you off into the weeds with sky stuff. Let's try to focus on the ground measuring flat because that's the objective reality.
Yeah, but what he's saying right here is stupid enough that we can.
I mean, I get it, but listen, listen. The people who want to hear about the Earth measuring flat are going to get lost in the fucking stars. So let's not do that.
Yeah, but Glad, this guy is showing everybody that he doesn't know left from right, so that kind of just helps us.
Okay.
That's all he's doing. He's just demonstrating he doesn't know left from right. He doesn't get it that if he stands on one side of the street and sees cars go left to right, then moves to the other side and sees them go right to left, he doesn't get that all that changed was observed.
Yeah, it's also false.
That's what he doesn't understand.
Trying to equate your ceiling fan to the sky.
Right. If I you know those little glow stickers that like teenage girls like to put of like stars and planets and stuff like on their walls. If I put one of those on my ceiling, let's say I got a crescent moon and it's like arc to the right, and I go and lay on my back and I look up at the ceiling and I go, okay, it's arc to my right. But now I go to the other side of the room and I lay on my back and I look at it and I go, now it's arc to the left.
I've noticed you're always on your back.
Yes, all the time.
Yeah, so he's going to tell us that, yeah, they go east to west, but they also go clockwise. He's going to say that that's absolute direction, apparent direction. But at the same time, east to west, that's an absolute direction. And somehow it's going in two different absolute directions at the same time because his mind is that distorted.
See, what's beautiful about it is what we just described, what I just described with this crescent moon of like some teenage girls like glowing fucking, bedroom decorations. Like it perfectly describes what happens actually in reality where like in Australia, they see the moon in the same phase that we see. However, it's upside down.
Yeah, it's like he drew a 6 on your ceiling. He doesn't understand that if you walk to the other side of the room, it's a 9.
I like it.
Yeah, I mean, these guys want to talk about the sun and the moon and the stars, and we try to pretend like that's our weakness. It's not. We can use the fucking moon and the stars, to prove our side too.
I'm a Libra.
Hold on, I agree, Lou. The globe falls apart no matter what they say. Right? No matter what anybody says, the globe falls apart.
Listen, if you mute me one more time, I'm leaving. Like that is.
Yeah, I don't care.
Oh, this kid! Oh my goodness! Was he about to take a stand? Was he about to put his foot down there?
Go ahead. What were you about to say? I'm sorry, I muted you.
You guys want to talk about bad?
Yeah, this time it was me. I wanted to mute you before, but he got me. He was too fast.
Sorry.
Yeah, figure out apparent direction versus absolute direction and get back to us, okay? Figure out your left from your right. Just go back to the basics here, get that sorted. Spend a lot of time standing on the street, looking at the cars going left to right, then stand on the opposite side. Notice how they go right to left. Spend some time with that. You'll get it.
Yeah, I think he also needs to spend
east to west.
time,
that's all the sky does. East to west.
Yeah, I think he needs to spend some time going outside of his room and maybe looking down long tunnels and taking long walks on the beach and that kind of stuff.
I thought it was long walks with the beach.
Lay on his back. I mean, let's just do that. Just lay on your back and look at
Am I unmuted? All right, listen. So The whole left to right thing just proves you don't understand what the fuck you're talking about. Don't mute me and start a bunch of nonsense. Number one.
You think left and right are objective directions? Let me give you a lesson on objective. So, like, the only thing we have to go on is the compass. The compass points north. North is a philosophical issue depending on what cosmology you want to believe in. Okay, so, like, nobody really knows what is what except for what the needle points to.
Like, if you mute me one more time, I swear.
I swear, this is over.
Yeah. So, anywhere on the planet. And it works. That's also based on the way you're looking.
Yep.
Wow,
You can look south in the so-called northern hemisphere too.
Yeah, no,
I am okay.
I would. In order to rebut myself, I'm actually wrong because the only other thing we could go by is what would it be? Astronomical north, or basically directly underneath Polaris, directly underneath the North Star. We could use the stars and find our north, or we could go by the compass. They're two different locations. The compass one moves, so I would probably use the stars. But
it's so funny that he thinks that he has to cross his imaginary equator to observe different apparent rotations. Did you know that you can look south in the so-called northern hemisphere? Are you aware of that? You can also do the opposite. You can look north in the so-called southern hemisphere. Try it out.
Am I unmuted?
The stars will move clockwise, counterclockwise.
What's your name? Lunatic. I have a proposition.
You were asked the question. Attempt to focus and listen.
I can convince you on this.
You know that you can look north in the so-called southern hemisphere, right? And do the opposite as well. You know that, right?
Okay, great. I want to have a conversation with just Lunatic where I won't be muted and there won't be 10 people talking over me. And I have a feeling when he comes back, he'll... What?
No, I muted Luke because I don't want you to talk to him.
No, I mean, like, I'll do a separate call with him away from here, if you like, and I will bet you so much money.
Oh, you're going to change Luke? You're going to flip him? Go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Okay, I want nobody, not a fucking peep from anybody, please. Lou, you there?
Yeah. This is me.
Okay. Fallen and Lou, only. Do it.
All right, tell me, what is it?
The proposition... Yeah, so the proposition I wanted to talk about specifically was relating to the star thing. The thing about left to right earlier makes no sense, and I'll just prove it right now. So we're looking up at the northern hemisphere, and we're getting a counterclockwise rotation, right?
Mm-hmm.
And when you're in the southern hemisphere, you get a clockwise rotation, right?
Yeah, this is the dumbest thing I've... Like, this is you think you're...
It's going to be so simple. Like, you're
yes,
so,
it is.
So right.
All right, but look, you have no idea how dumb you're being until you realize what you're saying.
No, trust me. So now I'm imagining we're on a flat plane and we're looking up at the star Polaris, right? That's like the center of the ceiling fan.
The center.
So you got...
Now I'm lost.
So imagine you got a ceiling fan.
I had you up until now. I don't know. I can't agree anymore.
You can't agree with what?
A ceiling fan. What?
The stars are above us, right? Their rotation is above us like a ceiling fan. Like, where's the problem there?
Are you saying that you know the direction and how all the celestial lights work? Like, you know that they all go around one central point or something
I just need to know that they are above me. That's all I need to know. They're above us, correct?
Yes, they are above you.
All right. A ceiling fan is above you, correct? And let's just say we had a ceiling fan
but
that
a ceiling
had blades.
fan only moves in one direction. Like, it doesn't go in two directions.
And that's perfectly fine. Exactly. So you got a ceiling
if you're only talking about one ceiling fan, what if there's two ceiling fans?
But we're not there yet. We're just talking about one ceiling fan.
What do you mean? Well, hold on. Did I just blow a hole in your whole premise?
No, we're not there yet. So slow down. We'll get there. So we've got a ceiling fan, and we can use that as our clockwise rotation in the North Pole, right?
Sure.
Or
Yeah.
counterclockwise rotation.
In the north, we see a certain set of we see a certain set of stars following a certain pattern in the north, and then in the south, based off of perspective. But look, you're not letting me interject on this. It's quite simple. You have to keep looking north. You're now looking south when you're in the southern hemisphere in order to describe what you're talking about. So because you've changed directions, you've now put your back to the wall, right? You're on two different walls. You're looking one way, then you're looking the other.
All right, that's fine, because I'm in my room right now. I've got a ceiling fan with me, and I've got two opposite opposing walls on either side of the ceiling fan. And if I turn the fan on right now, it's going to rotate counterclockwise. No matter where I stand in my room, whether I'm on one wall.
No. Your ass in what you're trying to describe is at the equator, whereas you're underneath the fan.
Yeah, on a flat Earth, you're always underneath the fan, right?
You're underneath. I guess let's say there's two fans, and you are equally between the two. Like you're looking at one fan that runs one way, and another fan that runs the other, and you're looking at one, and then you're looking the other when you turn around.
Wait, if there's two fans, then why do all the stars rotate around one center point? That wouldn't make sense. At the North and South Pole, and if the South Pole is not a pole,
no, this is why. Look, this is all in the realm of. I actually want to take back my last statement. I haven't thought about that enough. This is stupid shit. Honestly, this is why we avoid this. Why we avoid
and it points out
we're in the world.
I'll tell you why.
Conjecture and theory and like what your mind wraps itself around.
I'll tell you exactly why. And it's because the way you would observe the stars to rotate in the North and South Pole falls perfectly in line with being on a globe, but I can't explain it on a flat Earth. It just doesn't make sense.
Because you're making up your own flat Earth to debunk, bro.
We're not trying to explain what the stars do. We're trying to tell you what you live on.
But would you agree that the stars make perfect sense on a globe Earth, the way they rotate the way that being at the South Pole inverts your position?
I can observe anything in reality and make patterns out of it. I can lay on my back once again and look up at the fucking sky and see the clouds, and I can go, that one looks like an elephant. That one looks like a mouse.
Okay, what does that have to do with what I said, though? Is it a coincidence that the pattern and movement of the stars just happens to do with your thing?
Because what you can do is you can create, when you see patterns, you can then come up with theories or mathematical constructs to support them. If you're working in a backwards direction.
This is simple. Dude, this is simple. Like, back to the ceiling fan example. The stars are above us. If you are on a flat plane, like my room, it's not very huge or anything, but I could be all around the fan in any direction. No matter which direction I look at it, though, it's always going to be clockwise. The only way that the same rotating body would become counterclockwise as if I inverted my own
But
position.
we're not talking about the same rotating body, though. Just look at the stars themselves. Look at the patterns that they make.
Well,
It's
you
not
know
just
about constellations and stuff, right?
There's clearly look, like you're talking about just around Polaris, but there's what obviously you Globers talk about the Southern Cross and shit like that. There's another rotation point, so that means there's two ceiling fans. There's two rotation points. They're not bipolar of each other. They're not antipolar, or however you want to say that.
So here's what the globe model says. The globe model says that those stars are fixed in place, essentially, and that we're rotating. And it just happens to be that the stars follow that exact pattern. Whereas on a flat Earth, I don't see how you can get that to happen. The stars have a center point at the South Pole when we observe, and they're rotating clockwise. But according to the flat Earth model that actually you guys have posted in chat, the South Pole is not any particular pole. It's like an edge where.
No, in fact, actually, I've seen things like I don't know the data very myself, but like I've heard and seen things that come from very reputable people for like digging deep. That they actually claim there's more than one like rotation or like point in the south. Like I don't know how that works. I can't wrap my head around it. I don't understand how that works.
Hey Lou. Do you want somebody else to come in?
No.
Because you keep on saying that. I don't know.
Well, yeah. I mean, when it comes to what's in the south or what's in the sky, I don't know. You know, like I'm not gonna say that I know.
Well, here's that's fine. The broader point that I'm making though is that I think you got to concede at least that it's funny how just coincidentally.
Why does he have to concede anything else?
I don't know, but anyway, it was just me.
You have to concede that it's funny.
I think it would be fair to say that it is at least like
fucking idiot. Anyways,
he said concede that it's funny. I'll concede that was funny. I'll concede that was funny. Yeah.
At any rate,
it's super easy to kill this because it's all a begging the question fallacy. In his idea, the stars are moving because the Earth is moving, but there's zero evidence of the Earth moving. It's actually been tried 1,000 times to try to prove it moves, but it doesn't move.
He's gone.
Yeah,
These guys are all crying about their injuries. They've been whining about how hard this is, and then they quit. It makes me sick.
That's amazing. Yes.
No.
Well, anyway, kiddos, the Earth still measures flat. That's bottom line there.
Yeah, so when you're laying on your back tonight, Lou, just take comfort in that.
I'm a side sleeper, actually. I mean, sorry to lead you on.
Well, I can dream.
Drives me crazy are the pussies and the posers. They get here and the camera's bothering them. They get nervous. They don't want to fight. They don't want to do this.
Hey, man, it's tough out here when you're a liar.
I'm not going to say anything.
What?
I'm not going to say anything.
But you saying I'm not going to say anything says it all, doesn't it?
Saying something.
It really does. But I was told if I don't have anything nice to say, don't say anything at all. And that's me not saying anything.
All right, dude. You can pop on into my DMs anytime.
What?
So you can tell me not on the live stream.
No, I'm just not saying anything. Rick, I see you there.
What's up,
I mean,
Rick?
I know I'm recognizing now, just giving a few breaths, like what I should have gone with that dude. Is when he's pointing out all this stuff, I should say, well, like, man, how?
Hang on, I got to get on my back to think about this. That's what you should have said.
Yeah,
No.
yeah. Let me spread my legs.
You guys putting Fallen in a video or what? Like, that was legendary.
I hope not.
No, it's all it's all based off of the presuppositions that he might have. Like, I have to assume this, I have to assume that, I have to assume that. It's about, I assume that the stars are in a rotation around the sun. I have to assume, like
exactly. But you're right. You don't know what the stars are doing, but he's saying the Earth is moving. That's why the stars are doing what they're doing.
I like the part where he...
and I should have pressed him on that. I should have, but whatever.
Earth
I didn't.
rotation. It's always beneath your feet. The answer is always right there.
Be where your feet are. Yeah, and then the thing he did that I thought was the best is very adorable when he was telling us that he would grant us certain things. Well, okay, I'll grant you.
Oh no, I was granting him shit. I was like,
well, I know. It's so cute when you're gonna grant me something. Okay, I'll shut up. Why don't you go ahead and show me what you brought to class today? Fucking idiot.
We're gonna give you an extra R, and then we're gonna fucking
yeah.
Okay, Rick, I was just checking. You seem new, but then I looked at your picture, and there is no globe. I like it. Never mind. You can just listen.
Well, when I start barking in, there's not much to listen to, eh?
Oh,
why?
Whoa, come on. Don't say yourself short.
Yeah, you're better than that.
Slightly. So what do we got? Rick's got for the audience, his PFP profile picture is a picture of a globe with an X through it, a red X, as in, this ain't real, dog.
Is that for our blind listeners?
Come on.
Yes. I mean, yeah. It was at least for them, right?
Yeah.
What would they see?
I cannot see. I'm legally blind.
That's that's why
Iron Horse.
I was saying it. Huh?
Iron Horse, what you got to say, buddy? It's your story.
I believe he pronounced Iron wrong. It's okay. Iron Horse, are you there?
Dude, that's at least the second time somebody calls him Iron, and I think it's fucking hilarious.
I said Iron Horse.
Yo, what's up, Iron?
What's up, Iron?
I get it.
I feel so stupid just saying it. Iron Horse.
Don't feel dumb.
Ironic. It's Iron.
I believe it's Iron. No, it's fucking Iron, you fucking shithead. Go lie on your back somewhere.
Yo. You say, or how do you say? You say iron, right? Is that how you say it?
Iron.
That's what I said. I said iron.
Iron. How do you spell? How do you fucking say February, you weirdo?
February.
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 That's what I said.
Aluminium.
That's correct.
Aluminum.
Well, that's weird.
It's fucking aluminum.
And I ran so iron way away.
Iron Horse now. Hey, bud, what's the Earth look like from
it's iron.
space?
I mean, if you're from Texas, probably iron
Horse.
And if you're just tuning in, it's the Anything But Silence Hour.
Correct.
Hey, y'all silly. You know what I'm saying?
Who the fuck are you talking to?
I'm talking to all you motherfuckers.
You better
Stay
be
tuned
laying on
as
your
tonight
back.
the Earth
You better be
remains
laying on
flat
your
and
back.
stationary.
I
Stay
couldn't
tuned.
even tell that was Helio for a second.
Yeah. Anyway,
Played that.
Sorry, Deus.
I've been listening to you guys.
You can always tell it's Helio when he comes in fucking singing.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, I can't help myself. I mean, I was born that way.
One word gets him. Oh, that reminds me of a song. I'm not programmed at all.
In iron. Is it iron? Is it iron? Is it iron?
It's
Isn't
iron,
it ironic?
obviously.
Iron. Iron.
It's fucking iron.
Yeah, that's why I said iron.
Iron.
When Helio says it, this sounds like iron.
That's the way we would pronounce
So
it.
if he
in
doesn't know,
America.
we're already
That's why
talking
we
about
pronounce it in America.
Okay. This is the last chance I'm going to give Iron Horse. So Iron Horse, are you there, sir? We've talked a lot about you already, so
I already fucking DM'd him like 2 or 3 times.
So he's not there.
He
Okay.
gave me a thumbs up.
He might be listening, just AFK and can't talk. And he might be delivering pieces or some shit.
Then he's wasting everyone's time.
There's also pigeons.
Or wait, that's me.
Yeah, I was gonna say, motherfucker might just be listening. He don't want to.
So self-deprecating.
So yeah, Cage Eye. Have you guys talked to Cage Eye? Oh, never mind.
What the fuck?
You people keep changing your names and shit all the time. Well, how am I supposed to keep up?
You wait, you don't even know who Rihanna Keys is, for fuck's sakes?
Yeah, what the? But we haven't talked to pigeons yet. Are you there, pigeons?
Yeah, I've been here for a while, so I used to be an old member. I'm just doing homework at the
That's
moment.
pigeons from back in the day, right? Same pigeons.
Yeah, same pigeons.
Whoa. I remember. Yeah, pigeons the flat earther.
He's an OG.
Yeah,
Awesome.
OG from one point from the old Discord before it got nuked. So
I remember when it got nuked.
good times. Well, not good times, but bad times. But
Hey, were you in that mod? Were you in that mod meeting with freaking whenever everything went down? When the hell's his name? Shithead took over the server. What was his name?
I think I know who.
Human Sheeple.
Yes, I remember now.
Yeah, but you weren't in the mod meeting. But I was just asking.
No, I was asking all the mouths like what happened.
Yeah, it was just it was total shit show, and it was just like whatever. And then luckily,
I am the most flat.
But anyway, so pigeons. I think you get your flat Earth roll back.
I know.
I'm back. All right, cool.
Hey.
I'm gonna give you a flat Earth roll.
Thanks.
I remember you, brother.
A couple months, like, no, you're not the real pigeons. Like, no, I'm the real pigeon. Same voice.
You are. I can tell.
Can I give him the most flat roll?
You can give whatever roll you want. That's all. But I'm gonna give him making bed roll.
You're gonna give him a bedroll?
Link. Embed images roll. I mean, that's what it's called. Link and image embed roll. All right, so pigeons, you have the flat earther roll and baby.
Sexy time.
Perfect. Well, thank you.
You still raising pigeons there, and or have you just like moved on from that, or doing something else?
No. I still like pigeons. I think they're interesting and all, but just been moving around.
They're like chickens, but smaller.
Shit everywhere and carry disease.
Hey, pigeons like to be clean, so don't talk about my children like that.
They like to make everyone else dirty.
About people, they shit everywhere and got diseases too.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, but I mean, what is those pigeons supposed to do in a place like New York City? I mean, there's all kinds of freaking craziness around there.
Shit in one spot until it piles up.
Dude, I ain't gonna lie. I had a job one time. It was cleaning out this ancient library in downtown Little Rock.
I think I was valued and sober too, but I'm not too sure.
Well, let's just we'll move forward from here.
No, no. Now he's banned.
Now you're banned, bitch. No.
For
yeah,
begging.
We'll get you your rolls back.
No, Helio, what were you saying? You had a job in Little Rock?
Yeah, I had this job in Little Rock. It was like this ancient library in downtown Little Rock, and the entire basement was flooded and shit. And
oh man,
and we had to clear. This is when I quit that job. We had to clear certain levels, like just clean up a bunch of trash. But then, right at the top, they had this elevator shaft. The elevator went to the roof, right? It wasn't functional anymore. But it went, but they had this.
Function. Hold up.
Are you fucking Beavis? You gonna,
wait, there's
everything I say is it what you're gonna do right
now? He did say shaft though.
But anyway, this is really happened. They were go up on the roof, go into the top of the elevator shaft on the roof, and clean all that fucking pigeon shit out of there. And that's when I quit. I was just like, I had to wear this whole suit and a breather when in the summertime. It's freaking 100 degrees outside, and I'm standing on this roof, and I had to go in this elevator shaft at the top, and it was just like 6 inches of pigeon shit in the fucking roof, And I'm like, you know what? I can find a better job than this bullshit. I was like, you know what, bro? I'm done with this shit. You ain't gonna make me do this for friggin' $10 an hour. Fuck you.
There's
other pigeons tell you I'm sick and I have to go home.
I thought I was the only pigeon on this server. I guess there's others. I'm not that special.
You are special, and I remember. I know why you're special, pigeons.
Why's that?
I'm just playing. No, he is. I mean, really, Pigeon is a very peaceful guy, bro.
Listen, Helio, you were just talking about shafts, so cool it.
Well, I was talking about elevator shafts specifically, but. Motherfucker. Yeah, it was just like that building was abandoned for years, and right now it's like I was working for a company that was contracted to clean it out and shit. And once I got in there, I mean, I guess they probably finished it, but once I got in there, I was just like, after a few days, I was like, no, I ain't doing this, man. And
you have to do that in the summer.
Dude, but now it's like the Central Library in Little Rock and shit. I mean, somebody did it, but it wasn't gonna be me. It was gross, bro. It was crazy.
$10 an hour for that.
You're right, Vlad.
Fuck.
Yeah, I mean, it's good to be back, though. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I guess Rihanna Keeves, the vampires wouldn't like my blood.
What?
Well, I mean, it'd be like going out to get drunk.
Oh, I guess so. Do you think vampires are just like, hey, it's a party night, let's go find drunk people to drink blood from?
Yeah. Next question.
Do they have blood hangovers the next morning?
Sometimes.
Well, their mornings are their nights, right? They wake up at night.
It's all relative. Man. It's like a ceiling fan if you're laying on your back.
I'll start that shit again.
Why is Sun Forester said poor Helio?
Dude, you lay on your back and you imagine the world the way you want it to be, and you just freaking.
Hey, can't you guys tell that Lou is drunk too? Oh, you gonna make fun of me? All right, cool. What the fuck?
Don't you get on your knees once in a while, or you're always on your back?
Whoa. Hold on.
Asking for a friend.
Shit.
Pause.
Whoa.
All right, so do we have any people in here that want to talk about flood? How about we have Grain is VC verified. Grain, do you want to open your microphone and talk to us?
Gran, you're on.
We have Sunforest Ferry, VC verified, Ladies Night, Lincoln Bedroll. So Sunforest has obviously been in Ladies Night. So yeah, anyone that has the opportunity to open their microphone and have permission.
To be fair, though, Sunforest is
somebody stop me.
To be fair, Sunforest is a fucking ferry, so.
Whoa.
Maybe that's not a bad thing. I mean, I haven't heard Sunforest talk before, so who knows?
Like what? I'm just. Oh, she has no butt. Not Sunforest Ferry. What's her name from?
How dare you?
We have Truffle has Globe Skeptic. VC verified. Hey, don't be intimidated because we're all just assholes. Open your microphone and talk to us.
Assholes.
Yeah, especially Flat Earth Dude. He's the biggest asshole here in the.
Well,
actually,
Lou.
no. Actually, Deucevald is the biggest asshole. I ain't gonna
Hey,
lie.
Lou.
I'm an asshole. Guys, I kind of want to give a PSA, but I'm like afraid that it's not like allowed. I've got a thing going on. Yeah, I know you want to talk to me right now. One sec. I just want to let you guys know, like, all the bullshit we've been talking about for the last 2.5 years, like, and all the bullshit we've been trying to force people to get,
the transvestigation.
I'm going through some family shit right now where my little brother, my stepmom's like, so different mother, my half brother, he's in the hospital. He just got a blood transfusion last night. His body's no longer. He's an athletic. Never had any health problems. But he's 20 years old and he's in the hospital and his body's no longer producing red blood cells, and he's
He's a blood.
He's the only person. He's the only person in my immediate. Listen, he's the only person in my immediate family who took the juice, and he's the only one in the hospital.
Got it.
Bullshit.
That's fucked up, man.
Well, on that, a friend of mine, I used to play in a band with. I talked about it the other night, but yeah, he messaged me. He can only use the right side of his body. He had a stroke last year.
Oh fuck!
Now I haven't asked him about the jab or anything, but I suspect he took it. And he's about a year older than me. But anyway, so he messaged me and told me he's going into long-term care. I mean, it's like he has 2 daughters. He's a counselor. He's that was his job before the stroke.
Damn.
And bro, that's it. He's like my brother. Like, I have one blood brother, and he's my other brother. He's like, we're close. And when he told me he's gonna have to go into long-term care because his wife can't actually care for him, that way, and it's just, dude, freaking broke my heart. That was like 2 days ago. It's like I didn't ask him about the jab, but I suspect that probably that's something.
No, yeah, my brother. Here's what's fucked up. My brother, a month ago, I was hanging out with him at my dad's house around the pool. My dad's got a fucking kick-ass fucking pimp crib, pimp crib. But so we're hanging out around the pool, and I talked with him a little bit about it because he's college age, right? He wants to go to college with the other kids, blah 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 blah. And supposedly, according to him, the only reason he ever took any of it was because he wanted to go to school. And even though most of his classes are online, and then literally a month ago, I was kind of pressing him on it, and he said that he was only taking those initial doses that he had to take, and he didn't think it was gonna fuck him up, and blah 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 blah, and that whatever, basically.
Yeah.
We know how much.
Now here we are a month and a half later. He's been in the hospital for a week, fucking, and now he's getting blood transfusions because he can't make his own blood.
Holy
He just got boosted right after he talked to me. He got the booster, then this happened.
Fucking man. Fuck.
It's just like this guy.
Fuck.
Yeah, I mean, this guy he's my brother from another mother. It's just really,
literally.
But he didn't. I didn't even talk to him and say. I didn't ask him if he got it, but I think he probably. And then he had a major stroke, and he can't even use the left side of his body. He's a bass player, right-handed.
Not anymore.
Not anymore. He can't play the bass anymore. I mean, he was my bass player in a few bands I was in, and now he can't even. As a matter of fact, last week he messaged me. He was like, "Hey, let's do some new music. I can play the bass on the keyboard with my right hand."
Mm-hmm.
And then he messaged me the other day, and he was like, "Yeah, I'm going into long-term care, and I don't think I'll be able to do that anymore."
Oh, fuck off!
Dang it, bro. It's just like I started crying, bro.
Fuck. Well, you guys are fucking bummer, man. Fuck.
Yeah, I know, but anyway, that's
I'm just kidding.
That's why I was asking the new people to talk more than we do, because we talk all the time. We want the new people to talk more than we do.
Hey, Lou, man, I got some really good friends in Janesville, Wisconsin, man.
Yeah, we spoke. Yeah, we've talked multiple times about your ties.
So super tight people, man. The greatest people I've ever met. Fucking awesome.
Hey, guys.
Hey.
Hey, what's up, Timbo?
How are ya?
What you up to? What you up to?
I'm just walking the dogs at the moment. It's probably about, I don't know, it's about 2:30 or something like that. I've got the sun and the moon in the sky at the same time. What time is it there? Can any of you guys see the sun? See the moon?
See the moon.
Can you?
It's all cloudy here, but I don't think you can see the moon and the sun in the sky at the same time.
Are you in Australia or New Zealand?
He's in a place that doesn't
Melbourne.
exist.
Melbourne.
Where?
Okay.
Oh, yeah, Australia, right. Yeah, you're a fucking shill, dude. Right off the bat.
But the sun is still.
I wondered how the fuck are you seeing the sun and the moon at the same time in Australia?
But the sun is still visible in Iceland.
I've got the sun. I'm standing here looking at it. I've got the sun. I'm facing north, and I've got the sun to my west and the moon to my east.
Can you take a picture of it and post it here?
Because I can't. I haven't got that roll.
No, but you can take a picture on your phone and then
have that roll.
post it.
What the fuck are you talking
Well, he doesn't have the image of bedroll. That's cool. We can give it to you, but
I'm
you
gonna
send it to one of us.
I'm gonna
Take a
give it to
picture
him
and
so
send
hard right now. I'm giving him the bedroll.
It's just clouded over. Fucking hell. But I'll take it. I'll try it anyway.
Because I
so
know
you guys
in Australia, you're about 13, 14 hours ahead of me. Like you living tomorrow.
So it's 2:49 at the moment PM.
Nice.
I just gave him the silver roll because I like his accent.
The moon should be to your northeast.
Yeah, all Australians are automatic flat earthers. They have a flat in this country.
And you just got a quick level up, bro.
It's just clouded over on both of them. How the fuck does that happen?
Hey, Timbo.
Yeah, mate.
Did you hear you got silver?
Oh, beautiful. Moving up in the world.
About time. Shit. I don't know what took so long. Fuck.
Fuck off.
If it clears up a bit, then I'll try and get it again. But it looks like it's about to rain. So, but yeah, I don't know how that works.
Speaking of rain, you got a little bit down under, yeah?
Yeah, that's more up Sydney way, but yeah, we've been flooding since Christmas, so.
Oh shit.
Yeah, Victoria hasn't had it too bad, but New South Wales and Queensland got hammered.
Hammered.
Well, that's because we took the sun. You don't get the sun this part of the year. Sorry. That's our sun now.
Yeah,
I'm just making up stories.
just
making up stories anyway because Australia doesn't exist.
That's
there you go.
Most likely true.
Well, if it opens up again, I'll let you know. But I just thought I'd ask the question: if anyone can see the moon,
I saw
that'd
it today, man. I was driving east. It was, I don't know, about 45 degrees up. It's about a half. I could see about half of it. I could see the blue sky through the other half.
Yeah, it's a half moon, but I don't see how that's possible. That
on a globe,
really quick question.
Not possible.
Timbo, I gotta ask you a question. So, like, how are things there right now? Like, are you guys able to walk about and
work and
go
travel?
about your life? Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's fine. Yeah. They're pushing for a fourth boosty, whatever, you know.
Well,
but,
weren't they? This on that point. I just want to ask this really quick. They were saying they had like guards between states where you actually had to prove that you had the thing before you could move into another state.
Yeah,
are they still doing that?
No. All of that's gone, and and you don't need it to get on the planes anymore. You don't need it to. They've just closed the mandate for it to work as well. Like apart from people who work in hospitals and the military and the police force, but everyone's just going about their business, getting boosters left and right, and that's ridiculous. I didn't have to do it because I work for myself. So
nice. So you didn't have to take the government handout shot or whatever.
Nah, fuck that, mate. I went about my business. We got locked up. I just kept on working. I build houses and renovate houses. So I just worked by myself and got through it, and just avoided any kind of penalties. So it worked out pretty well.
That's I mean, my job. I never had to miss a day of work because of it.
Nah, I'm not going to let them tell me what to do. They can go fuck themselves.
They can
That's
fuck
right.
off.
Fuck off.
Somebody deleted my fucking post. I don't blame you. It was a Dre's.
I liked it. I don't know why it got deleted.
I don't fucking care.
Well, can we not? We're not talking about COVID. We're talking about Australia.
Australia, right?
Draconian police bullshit.
It was pretty brutal. They the police were they were out. We had a union protest with all the builders and tradesmen, and they shut the city down. They stormed across the bridge which links east and west of Melbourne over the river and stopped traffic. And then the next day they planned another protest. The cops came out with tear gas, rubber bullets, and they were shooting them all in the streets. It was a pretty weird time. And then they were really heavy-handed. They were pepper spraying grandmas in the face, and it was. I don't think the police will ever. I don't think they'll ever get their respect back.
Yeah, well, in order to save grandma, you got to mace grandma.
Yeah, way to go.
Yeah. And then knock her on the road, you know, how from a young policeman. What an idiot, mate.
I was watching this video where it was like running of the bulls in Australia, where everybody was just rushing the police downtown. It was either Sydney or Melbourne, but this one fucking hero, he knocked out like 5 police all in one run. It was like Oh my god, it was so amazing. He was like,
I saw that one too. I think it was on a Kronos Max Egan video. Like he
like that made me feel good for about 2 weeks. Just that one guy. He's my fucking spirit animal, dude.
Yeah, the problem is though they got all those guys and they've been thrown in jail for assaulting police officers. He
assaulted the shit out of him.
Oh yeah.
Hey,
put him in jail.
They're really getting busy with it over there in the Netherlands, man. They're getting busy.
You mean protesting?
Yeah, they're throwing shit everywhere, dude. Literally.
Farmers are dumping.
What are they protesting?
The fucking farmers.
Let me. I got this. Basically, you know the Agenda 2030 and the whole like emissions from like cows and stuff, farts and whatever. So like their government told their cattle farmers that they had to either take their cattle out of country or execute those
30%
cattle.
30% of them.
And so the farmers took all their tractors into the city and blocked off all the roads and started spraying manure all over all the storefronts.
That's fucking hilarious. Good for them.
Yeah.
Good for them. It reminds me of Fight Club where they like get the mayor in the bathroom and he's like, we're the all-knowing, all-seeing.
What do you guys think of the guy?
I was in the middle of saying something.
I am fucking talking over you. Fuck.
Yeah. Get a fucking headset.
Get a headset. Fuck. I got one. I should put it on.
Well, fucking use it.
Use it.
Go on. Anyway, I was done anyways.
Georgia Guidestone's going down. I think it's pretty fucking weird.
Yeah, they got blowed up. That's not weird. That's hilarious.
It's hilarious, yeah.
We should make this a national holiday.
It should be definitely. We'll never forget.
I'll never remember either. Fuck those things.
We won't.
It's just a little strange that, like, while in one country, they're ordering their people to execute their cattle, and in ours, they're just showing up dead by the thousands.
There you go. Isn't that weird? Fucking weird.
So difficult to piece together, right?
It's hard, man. I'm having a hard time.
No, it's not. It's not at all.
Yeah, help me out, man. I'm lost.
It's pretty obvious what's happening. It's the new world order.
The dots are so confusing. I can't connect them at all.
It's so hard to see what's going on.
Postmodern.
Yeah, I think they took out like 5 million chickens too.
Oh, for having the coof?
That was back in March.
I don't know.
March.
Yeah, they've just been. It's like little by little. There's been like tons.
Hey, Sunforce, I'm sorry I called you a fucking fairy.
I know, it's okay. Obviously, I like it, or I wouldn't have it as my profile picture. So,
just
or my name.
Right?
It's cool. I'm down.
You seemed cool. That's why I was jibing you.
I'm projecting the energy, the fairy energy.
Yeah. Your month was last month, though. I'm just kidding.
I was like, wait, what?
Yeah, the liberal world order is but that's why they keep on saying like places that are like democratic republics are democracies. They just keep on trying to convince you that you're something you're not.
The Bolshevik world order?
Yeah, that okay. I got you pretty heavy on the last one, but that one was on the nose. Literally. So hard to figure out what's going on.
Go figure. Go figure it out.
Who's doing this to us? I don't know.
Go do some research.
But don't forget to get your bagel with the schmear.
Yeah.
with the locks, yeah.
They went to the store. They were sold out. It was horrible. It was just horrible.
Who puts mustard on this?
I got mustard on my slacks. Oh no.
But in Australia, they eat that Vegemite.
Yeah, that's how you know it's not real, because nobody would eat that voluntarily.
Hey,
Right, Tim?
don't talk bad about Vegemite, mate.
It's the same thing as that shit they sell here in America. What's it called? It's Worcestershire.
Worcestershire and Vegemite are not the same thing. Worcestershire is delicious.
Yeah, I love Worcestershire sauce.
No,
Good job. You nailed it.
Fucking canned meat shit. Spam.
You're canned meat.
Spam.
Oh,
What's wrong with spam?
I love spam. But it's not good for you, but I like it anyways.
Flatter, dude, you sound like you fucking hate America.
I hate spam.
I hate the spam.
Spam is so good with eggs.
It is. It is. Don't get me wrong.
See?
What was
Seriously, I at least in my region, like I don't know anybody who's eaten spam, but I know it's big in Hawaii. Like they love spam up there. Like
Yeah, they
spam
eat a
is like
lot.
like spam is like their national treasure or something in Hawaii.
I think the only reason I know about it is because my grandfather would make it once in a while. So it's something I've only eaten like I think last year I craved it and I bought like a can and made it with some eggs. Like I only eat it.
Do you also have cheese that you keep in the cupboard?
Ew, no. No, and I have issues with like processed cheese and like liquid cheese and like shelf stable cheese.
Well,
you sound like you hate
American cheese. That's
No,
oil.
I
Oil with a little bit of
If you really need spam, like what's wrong with Velveeta? Like seriously.
Well, it's not that I won't eat it, but I just won't buy it. But if I go somewhere and somebody made it or did, or if I go to a restaurant, I'll eat it. I just don't buy it.
Are you going to restaurants that serve spam and Velveeta?
No,
Hell
I
yeah.
don't really
Hey.
eat spam. I just said I do
Well,
like
nobody serves Velveeta in restaurants. So what are you talking about? Anyway, going back to the Worcestershire sauce, I actually got in a conversation with Crypto about how to pronounce Worcestershire, and he said that's how they pronounce it in England, Worcestershire.
It sounds like you got it right. Thank you.
Yeah,
Worcestershire.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like it says Worcestershire, but no. Crypto.
Listen. I can pronounce. I can pronounce.
It's Worcestershire. Worcestershire.
Yeah, but they pronounce it Worcestershire in England.
Hang on.
And so we hear.
Hang on. I can pronounce February. I can pronounce Iran, and I can pronounce Worcestershire.
Tomato, potato.
Iran.
Iran. Thank you.
Let's call the whole thing off.
It's not the same thing. No. It's not a colloquialism. It's how you pronounce it. Iran, February, Worcestershire. It's really easy.
Well, but if you were to pronounce it correctly, it would be Worcestershire, right? But the English made it Worcestershire just because that's the only way you should pronounce it.
I've always heard it as Worcestershire, and that's what it's called. It's called Worcestershire. But if you read it, it's fucking Worcestershire.
Yeah, exactly.
Forget because I don't say it. So I had this conversation like 2 years ago with someone, and then I forget. I think
I know people who can't pronounce cayenne, for God's sakes.
Or espresso.
Yeah, get it right, people.
Hey, I'm not perfect.
Well, you're not as bad as some.
How do they pronounce cayenne in Australia? We have an Australian here. How do they pronounce cayenne pepper?
I don't know, but Vegemite was banned in America in 2006.
And Canada, I think.
And Canada.
Damn. Is it that bad? What do they put in? What do they put in it?
It's against American values.
Spam. This like fuck Vegemite. Spam is the shit in America. Spam.
They have
I've never so from my understanding of Vegemite, it has nothing. Like in my mind, because I've never had Vegemite or Spam, they're nothing alike.
I don't
No, but like it's leftover beer stuff, right? Vegemite.
So is Spam. Spam is leftover freaking guts. After they make hot dogs and shit, they just can put the leftovers in a Spam can.
You guys act like you've never had head cheese before, for fuck's sake.
Head cheese is brains. Brains!
You guys act like you've never had...
I've never had head cheese.
Really? I've never. Well, I've seen it, but I've never eaten it.
Disgusting!
Yeah, head cheese is brain. That's why I call it head cheese. It's brains. Brains.
I think we're headed for the Vegemite world. We're all gonna be eating fucking Vegemite.
You know what? I bet you the greatest
cheesesteak. I come from the cheesesteak, so when it comes to this fucking like what the reason why I mentioned Velveeta, like I was shocked. I never was introduced to like cupboard cheese until I was like 16 years old or something like that. And like I think they were like gonna make food for me and they pulled some cheese out of the cupboard and I was like, no, it's okay, I'm cool, I'll wait till I get home.
If you call it cheese and you can let it sit in the cupboard for like 4 months and then pull it out and melt it and be like, yeah, it's like, is that real food?
You guys act like you've never had liverwurst before, for fuck's sake.
Is that Braunschweiger stuff?
Potschweiger? No.
Braunschweiger. Isn't that the other word for liverwurst?
Braunschweiger. Yeah, Braunschweiger or something. I'm not exactly sure about the.
My grandma bought that too.
I love liverwurst. Actually, you guys want to know? Listen, I do love liverwurst, but there's only one way to eat it. You have to have it on raisin bread with mayonnaise.
Ew! No.
Yeah.
Toasted.
I swear to God, try it. Raisin bread, mayonnaise, and fucking liverwurst.
Try laying on your back the whole time.
Dude, I go through Walmart almost every day. I haven't seen liverwurst. Where do you buy liverwurst?
At the grocery store.
That's a German. That's a German food, right?
Yes. It's very German. Yeah.
I think the ones we have here are called Braunschweiger or something.
Yeah, it's the same thing. Liverwurst, Braunschweiger. It's the same exact thing. Usually it says both on the package, actually.
So does it come from liver or?
Yeah.
I don't know.
It's a liver pate, basically.
No, it's a liver pate. Okay, yeah. That's what I thought.
Yeah.
So you what? Do some rye bread as toast and then spread some liverwurst and mayonnaise on it.
Raisin bread. So you get this
raisin bread.
Yeah. You get this like sweetness, this kind of sweet tartness. I don't know the way that it works together. It kind of amalgamates. Like it's one of those like a cheese pairing. You know, like she said, ew. Like I'm telling you, like I get it. I get the ew fucking reaction by description, but you have to try it. Like you'll be like, oh wow, that's actually pretty good.
You got to cut the liver. You got to hang on. Hang on.
Go ahead.
You got to cut the liverwurst. Then go ahead, Helio.
Well, I'm just wondering if liverwurst tastes meaty or on toast and with mayonnaise.
It's like tangy or something. It's actually pretty good.
I'm willing to try it. I'm willing to try it because I've heard a lot of people eat liver, and it's actually
I haven't had liverwurst in like a million years.
I'm not a huge fan of liver, but
I had it last month, I think.
Did you? Yeah, I mean, I think people probably should eat liver every once in a while. But I don't. But
I eat liver as often as I can. But I had liverwurst like last month.
So, did you drink coffee with it, or?
No, what? No, it was.
Here's a good one. My 8-year-old daughter loves pickled herring.
How do you have an 80-year-old daughter?
My 8-year-old has.
Okay, that checks out.
But she learned it from my 80-something-year-old grandma, I guess, who put pickled herring out on the table. But
it's delicious.
Yeah, my daughter.
I love it. I like it too. No, that's just funny. But 8-year-olds typically don't. They're
it's too sour, right, for little kids.
Yeah. No, it's too weird. I think it's too weird for an 8-year-old.
Even pickles. I mean, certain pickles are very, very weird for kids. They don't like pickles. It's too sour.
It's true. My daughter went to someone's house and their parents were going to make them eat pickles for some kind of vitamins or something, and they didn't want to eat it, and she ate all the pickles. They just gave them to her. But her favorite food is sushi, and she likes sardines. And
I've always liked pickles. You know, it's like when I was a kid, I'd eat a whole jar of pickles.
I heard somebody see you like take a whole pickle once.
Once in Tijuana.
Helio, is that true?
Hey, there's big pickles.
Why are you trying to put that on me? I didn't say that shit.
I didn't try to put it on you.
Have you guys seen those big pickles at the fairs? They're like
those are
huge
good. Yeah,
pickles.
Yeah, you get a wax paper wrapper.
They do fried pickles and shit, you know, at the fair.
All right, here's the thing. So, like, I'm not a fan of pickles, honestly, like, most of the time. Like, a little bit here and there, like, but, like, fine amounts. Like, I don't mind a little relish or...
Have you tried a half sour? Have you tried a half sour before? A half sour pickle? Dude, you would. I guarantee you would like it. You can make it yourself.
No idea.
You can make them yourself. It's really easy.
I'm just saying, like, with pickles, I've never been a big fan with pickles. I know a lot of people are huge fans of pickles, and I'm not a big fan of one. So I just kind of want, like, somebody who is a huge fan to tell me, like, somehow describe, like, what it is about the pickle that they like. Like,
it's the sour. It's the sour. I mean, it's the
crunchy, salty, sour.
I get
it's freaking bro. It's so freaking awesome.
I like the ones that kind of have a kick and they're really crunchy. But I also pretty much do low carb dieting all the time. So pickles I can eat. So pickles, pepperoncinis, all that stuff that adds a lot of flavor. I always use it for my food.
Okay, so when it comes to like peppers and stuff, I'm on board. I love some spice. Like pickles.
You like pickled jalapenos, right?
Pickled stuff, mostly I'm not into it. Like, I mean, I do like pickled herring, like I mentioned earlier, but only to it. You know, I can only have a little bit. I don't think anybody
when you
can eat
pickle
a lot
something,
of
you use vinegar. You use vinegar to pickle something. And it actually, you know, it preserves it to where it would last longer than it would without pickling it, right?
No.
So, really, no?
No, I just wanted to disagree with you, but yeah, that's true.
I've never had a pickled egg. I've never eaten a pickled egg. They're always like where you reach your arm into a jar at the bar.
Oh my God. Pickled eggs are delicious, dude.
Pickled eggs, pickled sausages, man. I mean, freaking, I mean, you don't want to overdo it, but dude, just the bite, the flavor of the vinegar and it does, you know, whatever you pickle. I mean, pickled cucumbers, which are pickles, you know, but pickled eggs, they're pretty good, man. I mean,
try pickled eggs like out of a jar that came off the shelf that weren't in the refrigerator. Now I've pickled my own eggs where I made them fresh, and I actually used peppercini juice in the pickling, so they actually tasted like pepperoncinis, and they were really good. But they went straight in the refrigerator. Like, I've never tried a pickled egg out of a jar. Like,
I have a feeling I would probably like it. I just haven't done it. It's
Do you remember walking into a bar like back in the day when my mom was a bartender, so I was a little kid walking into a bar. And they just have a whole big jar of pickled eggs sitting on the bar.
Yeah, that's what
it wasn't refrigerated or anything.
That's what I'm talking about. We're fucking that slob at the end of the bar just reached his arm into that jar.
Hey, but we're still alive, though, aren't we?
We're still alive, man.
Hey, they're gonna have tongs now. It's gonna be all tongs.
Tongs and you got to sanitize your hands.
Yeah, but you can still eat a pickled egg. Pickled eggs aren't bad, man. And pickled sausages and shit. That's not that bad, man.
Maybe I should try one.
Hang on. There's this famous. It's not a restaurant. It's a bar, but they have the most famous pickled eggs in the world. It's called JoJo's. Yeah,
JoJo's, baby.
So
Fuck
good.
Yeah. I've been to JoJo's. You
Oh,
betcha.
it looks like the pepperoncini pickled eggs right there.
Got my car broken into.
They do. Oh, did you?
Be careful.
Yeah, Long Beach is hell. But no, they like do this high turmeric pickling, and you can buy a jar, but it's so good. And yeah, they use pepperoncinis. That's what reminded me of that.
JoJo's, man, famous, bro. Fucking
Mustard and turmeric.
You can order it off.
Yeah, you can order it online.
Yeah.
Can you send me the link?
Sure.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they ship nationwide. Shut up.
Shit.
Pickling is one of the best ways to preserve food.
No, it's not.
Really? Why not?
No, I just wanted to disagree with you again. I'm sorry.
So he's just anyway, whatever.
Being a little.
That's why I love you. That's why I love you, brother.
Like,
but yeah, man, you can pickle. You can pickle almost anything. Now, it's always going to taste a little sour, but it always tastes good. And the vinegar is really good for your digestive system.
No, that's why I was telling. That's why I was telling Lou about half sour, because you don't use vinegar. You ferment them like you do sauerkraut. It's really good.
Yeah, I mean, I have a feeling. I already think I know what it tastes like.
Well, you use salt. You use salt, right? In the fermenting process, you use salt.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Because I love sauerkraut. I love Reubens. I'm German. Dude, this is Wisconsin. It's like German and Irish. Like, the Germans and the Irish made a whole shit ton of babies and settled the fucking country, basically, is Wisconsin. So, like...
Oh.
Wait.
Yeah.
Hang on.
Well, that's how they make kimchi, right?
Really quick.
A lot of salt.
Really quick. Here's the link to JoJo's, but I'm not seeing where they ship it anymore. They just have like apparel and shit. Unfortunately.
Maybe call them up. Say, hey, man.
Yeah.
It has like turmeric in it, you're saying?
Yeah, a lot of turmeric. Yeah.
Oh no, I see the pickled eggs right here on the down by the t-shirt customer of the month, and then pickled eggs. Order now.
There you go.
Oh, did I just not scroll down enough?
Yeah, you go down.
No, your link's good, man. I just clicked on it.
Where is it?
Down.
It's under catalog?
Where it says featured t-shirt, customer of the month, read more, and then pickled egg. Order now.
Yep.
Yeah,
I see that. Yeah, your link's good. I'm clicking on it right now. Order now.
Sure.
JoJo's pickled egg mix.
JoJo's. Yeah. Okay. I had ad blocker on. It was blocking that. Sorry.
JoJo's. Boy, it's our new sponsor here on 24/7.
Honestly, best pickled eggs you could get in the world.
Fucking place is always packed. You can't even get in the fucking place. Doesn't matter. Tuesday, it's like fucking forget it.
Where's it at? Where's it at?
They even sell their pickling mix. Holy shit!
Yeah, I think it's
in the store.
Yeah, they've been around for about 100 years or something. Over 100 years or something. They've been out there for a minute.
There you go. That's a better than two. Yeah, that's good. I see it now.
There you go.
What do you do? Just hard boil eggs and then put the mix in there and then
boom.
Jar it up.
Yep. Let it. You gotta let it lie for about a week before you tear into them, because you want that rind to be pretty close to the yolk.
Oh, you put the eggs in with the shell on.
No.
No.
Okay, never mind.
You got peel that shit, Hilo. Come on.
I know how to do that.
Peel that shit, baby.
You can buy the recipe online too.
Yeah.
They have a store there where you can just buy.
Very open, man.
I just watched a video with this lady who like preserved her eggs in the shell without doing anything. I mean, she did something, but she said you can store it. You can store it without pickling, like shelling them. So she like, I don't remember what she did with them. I'll have to.
Not hard boiled, just regular eggs. You just put it in the juice.
Maybe. Yeah, she did something. I was like, oh, I didn't know you could store eggs like that. Yeah, because she could just then use them.
Leftist said that you can store eggs in the fridge 9 months without doing anything.
You sure she's not buying some kind
9
of
months.
From McDonald's or
Did
something
you
like
say
that?
that? I get the joke. Yeah, that's not
No, hang on. You actually can, as long as, like, if you have your own chickens and you don't wash them, you put them in the refrigerator, they'll last for a good 9 months.
Deuce knows. That's facts right there.
Yeah, if you don't wash them, that's the problem. The ones from the stores
are all washed.
like, I'll use them for about a month, but after they're about a couple weeks past the date, I'll test them by seeing if they float in the water. If they float in the water, they're bad, and if they sink to the bottom, then they're still good. So after like 2 weeks expired, I'll start testing them.
Yeah, that works. That works out well.
I test them by their taste. I'll eat. I can eat 3-month-old eggs without even tasting the difference at all.
Yeah, I can.
Yeah, you put a salt and pepper on there. It's going to taste good.
Yeah, if you're making scrambled eggs, what the fuck are you going to know the difference?
If you crack an egg, you can smell
I don't
whether
know.
it's bad or not.
No.
I haven't, dude. I haven't
I
haven't had a bad egg in fucking decades, man.
Yeah,
it's crazy.
To be honest, eggs are pretty cheap. I mean, even though they're higher priced now, they're still pretty cheap.
I remember like foods class, them telling you to watch out for like eggs that have like blood in them or anything like that for salmonella or botulism or whatever. I've never once in my life seen that. I don't think there might have been once at a young age where I think I saw that in one egg out of a whole carton.
You know how you test an egg? You test it to see if it's rancid. If it floats in water, then you don't eat it. If it sinks, it's good.
Yeah, that's
Ronnie. Is that Ronnie?
When they're 2 weeks, I'll start testing them. When they're 2 weeks past their date, I'll start testing them.
I've never gotten a rotten egg in my life, and I've eaten 2 eggs my entire life.
I'll smell some rotten eggs. I ain't gonna lie about that one.
I think they're pretty damn safe, like most of the time.
It's pretty bad, man, when you find one.
I smell some Globers. Hold on. I smell some Globers.
That's me. That's me. I farted. Me.
I can smell it. It's this stuff.
Wow, you're good. You got skills.
He points at us. Okay, so like, why trust anything? Like, whatever feels safe is definitely not.
Oh yeah, Mr. Whiskers doesn't have a roll. Mr. Whiskers doesn't have a roll anymore.
Hey Helio, how you doing today?
Whiskers, baby. What's up, baby?
I'm just looking for the globe. I can't find it.
Hey, we're here 24/7, 365, man. If you find it, man, let us know.
I saw it on the flat table once. I think.
Yeah, because if you could find the curvature of Earth, then this place would shut it down in a heartbeat.
We're gonna turn it into like a Hot Wheels server or something cool.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, we'll just be like, hey, you know, hey, it's a globe, you know, and we'll just be on the globe like everybody else is on the globe, like I used to be.
Hey, Helio.
I read that we have a ban on site policy going with the piss drinker. Just letting you guys know.
Yeah,
Hey,
ban
really quick,
Oh,
really
I
quick,
saw that guy.
really quick. I want to ask you guys a question. What's wrong with this statement? I just found this on the JoJo's menu. Please tell me what's wrong with this.
All right.
I just posted it right there. They have this line right there: sandwiches and hot dogs. Wait,
Yeah.
hot dogs aren't fucking sandwiches?
No, they're not.
No, they're
Totally different
not.
thing.
Hot dogs are sandwiches.
It's like a
No.
round.
I've
No,
seen a hot dog sandwich before. I mean, I don't know.
I mean, I have two.
Sandwich has
Bread is bread.
Dude, I have never heard anybody call a hot dog a sandwich.
You got your meat, you got your bread, you got your stuff on top of it. It's a sandwich.
But it's a whole
I split a hot dog down the middle.
Okay, but I'm in a room full of. Hang on.
You don't need meat for a sandwich.
Stop talking over me. Stop talking over me.
PB&J sandwiches.
Yeah, that's a hot
I
dog.
would say
Obviously.
it's a stretch of the imagination, but I get you.
Shut up, Blue. Listen, now that I'm in a room full of crazy people, who here doesn't know that fucking cereal is soup? Cereal is obviously just soup. It's called fucking soup.
It might as well. It's cold soup. It's cold soup.
Cold
No.
No, man.
Yeah.
Cereal is a beverage. I mean, sorry.
It's
Soup
a
is
beverage? Oh, shit. Okay.
Okay, a hot dog is a sandwich,
you drink
and
soup.
We gotta break this shit down tonight.
oh, so you've never had fucking meat in your
Sugar soup.
That's not a soup. If there's meat and stuff, it's a stew.
Oh no, it's not. What? Oh, so pho is a stew?
Can't have a vegetable soup.
Did you
I mean, that's kind of ridiculous.
It's a soup.
Stew is a
Fuck
soup.
you.
We need
No.
some definitions here. Fuck off. Oh, hold on.
No, obviously.
Soup is less liquid, so that's why it's a stew. Because it's
Wait.
less liquidy. If you make
Yeah.
it too liquidy, then it's a soup.
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Hey,
You
let's
drink
find the
soup,
definition
you
of
eat
stew. I'm going to look it up. I'm going
Like
to look it
borscht, that's a stew.
A borscht is not a stew.
Yes,
Hey
it is.
man, that's faux.
Yeah, that's pho or pho. But either way, that's a soup, and it's got meat in it. That's a
Yeah.
meatball right
No,
there.
that's
That's a. Yes, it is.
Soup you just drink, man.
That's on the Mount Rushmore of soups right there, by the way.
Yeah, that's a soup.
Like tomato soup, you just drink it.
I just like ramen, like the Naruto kind of ramens, you know, with the meat and the eggs.
What the hell?
She likes ramen.
Hey, what the?
The more big.
Ramen is great.
This
Not
is really
ramen,
interesting.
but, like,
Anyways,
that-
obviously,
I pulled up Merriam-Webster. Check this out. Definition of stew, noun, that has a little one in parentheses. Number one,
soup.
no. Here's what it says. Here's what it says on Merriam-Webster. Obsolete, a utensil used for boiling. That's
well, that didn't. Thank you.
That's not our stew. We're talking about a liquid. Something you eat. All right. So number two, a hot bath. It's a stew, right? Number three, 3A is brothel.
Yeah.
3B is a district of brothels, usually used in plural.
Man, Merriam-Webster's on.
Now, number 4 is fish or meat, usually with vegetables prepared by stewing. And 4B1 is a heterogeneous mixture, and 4B2 is a state of heat and congestion. And number 5 is a state of excitement, worry, or confusion. So
nowhere was soup in there.
I didn't see anything in there. Not in the first definition on Merriam-Webster.
Oh man,
Now,
crushed.
as a verb, stew is to become cooked by stewing.
Yeah, we know what stew as a verb means. We don't need to go over that, please. I'm bored already. Stew is
All right, so look at the definition for soup: a liquid food prepared from meat, fish, whatever, vegetable stock. Liquid.
I thought we were talking about liver. I thought we were talking about liverwares. What the fuck happened,
bro?
No, we're talking about
We're talking about stew. You can make a stew without meat. You can make a stew without meat. You can stew something without meat in it.
Okay, really quick though. My whole point, getting back to the point, is that cereal is obviously just soup.
Milk soup. No,
I'm not going, I'm not going
You
down
eat
the
cereal.
rabbit hole with that.
The soup is the milk that's left after.
It's cold breakfast soup.
Yeah, eat your breakfast soup, kid.
Cold, yeah. As long as you say it that way. If you call it cold breakfast soup, I'm on board.
Oatmeal's a stew.
I don't even buy
Here's the distinction. Here's the distinction between cereal and soup.
It's hot breakfast soup.
You ready for the distinction? You eat cereal in a bowl, but a lot of people have soup in a cup.
You can have cereal in a cup. You can have it here. You can have it there. You can have it anywhere.
Most
You sound like Dr. Soup.
Most
We're gonna have to
soups are
send make sure the NSA is watching you if you're eating cereal in a cup. What is this anomalous behavior?
I think YouTube's going to shut us down because we don't agree on what soups and stews are.
Oh, what?
Hey,
Because cereal. I'm sorry. Hang on. Go ahead.
If you guys do buy cereal, what is your go-to cereal?
I've never bought buy cereal.
I don't buy cereal either.
I've been buying it because I buy it for my daughter, which I have every couple of weeks. So I do have it. She'll have it one morning, and then another morning I'll have we'll make something good, eggs and potatoes and whatever. But cereal. We don't do breakfast soup.
If you guys do buy
a lot of cereal. I don't even like it anymore. It's just
no. Frosted Flakes and Cinnamon Toast Crunch have been the go-to recently.
I like raisin if I'm going to eat, but if I'm eat that much milk, I just don't. It doesn't agree with my stomach. But I like Raisin Bran Crunch is really good when I have the little crunchy covered raisins. It tastes good going down, but it doesn't treat me well.
Listen, man, Frosted Flakes and Cinnamon Toast Crunch have a bunch of sugar in it. You're better.
Obviously. I'm not saying they're good. I'm not saying they're good.
I like grape nuts too. I've always liked grape nuts.
Let me interrupt.
Disgusting.
Can I interrupt the cereal talk? We got someone new, so let me.
Oh.
Yeah.
Please shut us up, please.
I will say that it seems like there's multiple people in a room on a microphone. So I did give them a warning that some people may not appreciate that. So
I can kick them right now.
I mean, they did seem fairly genuine. The two guys that I discussed,
we're just clowning. We actually want to have this, this flat earth conversation move forward from here. We're just clowning a little bit. Go ahead.
Everybody here smokes weed and shit. You leave yourself some cinnamon toast crunch.
I know. I want you guys to go for
shut up.
Speak for yourself.
Wait, who's the new person? Where are
right
they?
Above me.
Hey, that's me. AIDS. Hey guys.
Oh, hi.
Hey, AIDS.
Hey. We're both we both believe in the globe model, the flat earth. We're just kind of curious on other people's perspectives and stuff. Yeah, but I think we're gonna just chill in the call and listen at first, and then we might hop in and join the conversation. Just chilling out for a little bit.
Do you guys eat your cereal out of cups or out of a bowl?
Low-key cups. I can't lie. That's weird. Try cups take up less space.
AIDS, really quick. No, I'm sorry. I don't mean to talk over anybody. AIDS, really quick. Do you believe that cereal is a soup?
Cereal is a soup. Define okay.
It's not soup, dude. Soup is cooked. You cook soup. You don't cook
cold soup. Yeah, that's true.
Eat it out of the box. No, you make fucking soup by cooking it. It's
cold soup.
I'm sorry, Days. I think he's right. I think you have to actually put it over some kind of heat for a period of time.
Cook the ingredients, the carrots, the chicken, the celery, all that needs to be cooked to get the flavor into the water. You don't just place them in water.
Or you can what about the stock?
I'm going to rebut you really quick. All cereal is already cooked.
Pre-cooked.
Okay, well, soup is not.
No,
you have to make soup. You have to
cereal?
cook
Are you
it.
sure about that?
If I put the stuff in water, it's not soup until I cook it.
Yeah, we're sure about that. Mm-hmm.
Okay. But
Right,
what about
all right, let's move on from that stupid.
Who asked that
Okay.
stupid
Come
question?
on, man.
Because you made me
Stop
spit my
fucking
drink out.
shit.
Okay.
Okay,
well,
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I'm over the stupid fucking shit, dude. Let's move on.
Yeah, me too. I'm tired of it. Sick of this.
Well, like sometimes you have to agree to disagree or just like move on, right?
Okay.
Like just
Yeah.
remember
I mean,
that
Let's punt the goddamn ball already, dude. Let's fucking
obviously, the next thing I was going to get to is that a hot tub is obviously human soup, but I'm done.
Okay, well, let me bring it back to Flutter, please. So,
yeah,
No.
if you guys really want to talk about cereal, if you put milk in a bowl,
That was genius, bro. That was.
So
I'll mute.
Here, question. What if you were to combine both elements of cereal and soup?
Okay, but let me just bring us back on track. Okay, this is gonna go way up there. So
Go ahead. You got the floor.
if we want to talk about cereal, how about the milk in the bowl? Is the surface of that milk, is that a
let's talk
level?
about that somewhere else. Some
milk
stupid
is so
shit,
delicious.
and let's talk to the new guy about flat Earth. He had
That's what I'm
questions.
asking.
He's bringing it to
Okay.
Flat Earth. You got to
All
listen.
right,
Hold on.
let's not mention
Jesus,
cereal
milk
again.
Milk
All right, dude, it's fucking annoying already.
Yeah, well, you guys brought it up.
You're
okay? So-
kind of being a
All
little
right, dude,
annoying.
It's just
Bro,
you're
you
beating
said
your dead
way into the
fucking
top.
horse.
Calm your tits.
Come on, dude. So I was going to ask about the surface of, because we talked a little bit about the surface of water and the check-in. So if you guys so desperately want to talk about cereal, how about the milk in the bowl? Is that a level at the surface?
No, that milk doesn't have a surface or a level because you drink it super quick. It doesn't even exist anymore. That stuff is so tasty.
I mean, can anybody even name a cereal where the milk doesn't taste good too?
Is anybody eating the earth or?
There's
You just chomp on dirt all day? Is that what you wake up? You're just dying to do that?
What?
You just wake up in the morning, you're dying to chomp on some earth. You eat the flat earth or whatever.
Y'all must be so bored.
So what does a pea drinker put
Yeah,
on
chop my
his
teeth on the
cereal? What does a pea drinker put on his Wheaties in the morning?
The new guys went on deafen, y'all.
The new guys are quiet. They're young, man. I can tell. They're really young.
Why they destroyed the Georgia Guidestones? I think that it was being used against them as a proof that the Earth is not moving. It's a stationary Earth.
Mm-hmm.
Just by see that hole that I dropped in the chat.
The hole, man.
That's
the Polaris hole, baby. The Polaris.
Yeah, that's Polaris. But there was also two of them that aligned with the sun. The movement of the sun across the horizon, and at high noon, it would shine through a hole on the top. So there was three things that had to be precisely aligned. And that fucking thing hasn't moved in 42 years. And it's still maintaining perfect alignment.
Yeah.
Which would be impossible if the Earth was even moving at all.
I'm down with it, man. They destroyed it because it was too telling.
Yeah, and I think
Ted Turner got a little wild, yeah. Ted Turner.
The next thing they're going to do, because they've already taken the AE projection off of NOAA, which was a weather organization. They had a AE projection of the clouds.
The Null School, man. Null School.
They did that years ago, but I think the next thing is the logos from the UN and the World Health Organization. They're going to change up their logo. They're just going to get rid of that shit.
Let's be real. It was probably destroyed because of like the text that it says about depopulating the Earth. It's probably some like
they wanted that shit. No,
socialists can't
Dude, they ain't hiding it.
Person that
They're
did
not hiding it. For fuck's
they
sake.
put it in stone, man. In all the different languages, they carved it in stone. They wanted it known. It was there 42 years. But the other part that they didn't want revealed was like, hey, all these fucking countries are working on that goal. They're all working together to accomplish that fucking goal because they're all on the same team, because they're all telling us we live on a ball. That means they're all in cooperation on at least that one topic. And that lets me think that they're probably in the bag for the other one about eliminating 90% of the people to get to their goal.
They write it in papers. You can read them.
About it.
They have papers. They read them. Rockefeller, he laid it all out.
Well, it's in Agenda 21. All these
2030.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's out there, man. You can check it out.
Bill Gates in his TED Talk, what he said, hey, if we do a good job, we could lower the population. His dad was a eugenicist. Like all this stuff about eugenics, reducing population. Don't be a burden on the land. Leave room for nature. Don't be, and like all this shit that the royals say.
Don't be such a greedy bastard. Kill yourself. Fuck.
That's what they need. Like the top percent are the greediest pieces of shit, dude.
They are.
It's ironic they think that way of us, the people that own everything.
The people that build the shit, people that made it happen, people that went to work every day and kicked ass, and
You know what's really interesting. I'm following on Facebook. I have a lot of them, like flat Earth Facebook friends. Like 3,000 or whatever. But we're not friends. We just
acquaintances.
Like I added a whole shitload of people on Facebook that are flat earthers, right? And now, so I see on Facebook they're posting about Georgia Guidestones. Now, is it big news to everyone else? When you ask a normie what the Georgia Guidestones are, they're just like they'll give you a blank stare, right?
Yeah. What's that?
What's the Georgia Guidestones? So anyway, that's kind of something. It's something to us, but it's not something to them.
Now that those are gone, we could make our own, but it's going to be for good. We'll call it the Goyim Guidestones, and we'll put it in the.
The Goyim Guidestones. Where are we gonna put that, Ron?
Put them in the flat.
I think we should put them in Detroit. I think we should do it in Detroit.
Because
we're gonna put them on a salt flat. Maybe on a salt flat.
Okay. Maybe over there in Utah. Yeah.
We'll put it on a salt flat, right? So we say this flat is obviously
in Bolivia, right?
It's no, in America. The Goyim salt flats will be in America. It's going to be on a salt flat, and you can see that the salt is dead flat. And then we're going to have it line up the same way. We're going to have it line up with Polaris.
We got to go to Utah, boys and girls.
I imagine there's so many normies out there going, Georgia Guidestones, what's that? What's the Georgia Guidestones?
In Kansas, we could put it in Kansas on the Great Plains somewhere. So it could be in the Great Plains or
Iowa.
Somewhere nice flat land.
Midwest, right?
Yeah,
Utah's nice.
It's funny. I want to bring something up, kind of on the same topic, but a little off. But if you walked up to 100 people tomorrow and asked them where 100 people and said, "Hey, man, do you know about the Georgia Guidestones?"
Nobody knows.
You might get one or two, but if you go up and go, "Hey, man, do you guys have ever heard of Eric Dubé?" You're gonna fucking strike out, man. You're gonna go fucking
100 people. There'll be zero.
I think more than that, dude. I think at least
them on the street.
We gotta start doing some surveys, man. I'm gonna start doing a couple. I'll just ask people randomly, "Hey, man, you ever heard of this guy named Eric Dubé?"
It depends on their age. Like, say anyone over 25, I would say maybe 10%. And the older you get, I think the people that are a little bit older, they'll know. You know what I mean? I think like someone.
My mom's 70. I asked her about it, and she was like,
"Who's Eric Dubé? Who's
Eric Dubé?
Who's Mark Sargent?"
They wouldn't know Eric Dubé, but the Georgia Guidestones. I mean, even Alex Jones talked about that.
Yeah,
he's like a control guy. If you're talking to a lot of people that do follow, like Alex Jones, even a lot of people on the quote unquote right, they don't necessarily follow Alex Jones.
You know why? You know why they know? Even someone like the Rush Limbaugh audience, like when he was here, that's a pretty big audience.
Oh yeah,
and he would talk about, he wouldn't dwell on it, but his audience knew about that shit. They weren't completely in the dark. I mean,
that's where I found out about it. Yeah.
Like a Tucker Carlson probably talked about it too.
Tucker would too. So that audience is like, they'll know about it. So I'm like, to say that like no one would know.
Nobody's gonna know Eric Dubé, man. You're gonna fucking
probably 1%. 1%.
But hey, you're right, Ron. Though I mean, a lot of people on the right will know what the Georgia Guidestones are, and it.
You know who else knows, Helio? A lot of religious people, a lot of Christian groups. They're like, we need to get this out of our state. Like Georgia preachers. They were like,
everybody in Georgia probably knows about that shit.
Everyone who's a Southern Baptist knows about the Georgia Guidestones. So there's a large portion.
Yeah.
Not just Southern Baptists, but a lot of Christians know about that demonic plan.
I know like 3 people that I wouldn't expect to know about the Georgia Guidestones who told me about this today. There's a lot more people out there that know and are awake to this shit.
Did you guys see the video where the initial explosion? Did you see that? All I know is the story that they give you about the Georgia Guidestones, about how they originated.
It's changing. It got hit by lightning. It got hit by lightning now.
Oh my god!
My God! What?
Now it's gotten hit by lightning. So I'm just saying, there's 2 stories out there now. So
no. But what I'm telling you is that, like, just think of it logically. Like, if I go and try to build a giant monument, fucking granite structure, like on some private property somewhere, like,
right?
What are they gonna do when that shit just shows up? They're gonna tear it down, right?
Oh shit!
So,
well, didn't he own the property though?
So this thing just showed up out of nowhere, and they were like, "Let's protect it."
No, but didn't he own the property?
And they were like,
I don't think so.
Yeah, he owns. Somebody owns the property, man. Obviously,
it's private property.
Consider this. So every night you can see Polaris. You see Polaris through that hole, right? Yeah. So imagine they left it for like hundreds of years, and according to their model,
right,
the polar star should be moving.
That polar star should have fucking been gone.
Axial drift or what have you.
Axial drift.
But it's still there. So maybe it is a false flag. Maybe they destroyed it, knowing that if they left it for longer, that eventually people would be questioning how come we still see it in the exact.
Well, how come we still see it? It's still there. It hasn't moved.
There's also holes that align with the sun, like at noon.
Right.
So there's 3 indicators.
Solstice, equinox, that kind of shit.
It would only have to move for 72 years for Polaris to move out of the way.
All I'm trying to say is, like, I can't build a shed in my
How long has it been up?
42 years.
Like
42 years.
The plane
it's been there.
I can't build a shed in my backyard without getting clearance from the fucking village. You know what I mean? Like, that thing showed up. That thing showed up, and they protected it.
How impossible that alignment would be. It's like more precise than a Swiss watch. Like if all the parts are moving, right? If any part is moving relative to the other part, it's no bueno. You're not going to have alignment. Like, hey, this is one of these parts is moving at 1.4 times the speed of sound, and we're going around the sun at this. No, it's not. It's going to be out of alignment in a millisecond.
What? What are you talking about, man?
Talk about Polaris being out of alignment.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense what he said though.
If it was a globe, I think he was saying, man, it would be out of alignment.
No, if it was moving at all,
even so, there's still one kind of vector of movement with all of these.
Even one vector would throw it off. It's like you have to maintain precise alignment through this tube.
It's like ridiculous.
If you took a drinking straw, and if you're at a football game in the, like, say the cheap seats way at the top, and you look at someone across the field through a drinking straw, if you move that straw a little bit, you're going to be looking at someone else, looking through a tube. That tube, that stone was 6'6" wide, and it was on an angle. So you're probably going through like 10 feet of stone, and you're looking through a 1-inch hole. Like the amount of alignment, like any room for error, it's stupid to think otherwise. Like, wait, And then you have the alignment of the sun as well. And when you start thinking about it, you're like, wait a minute, this fucker hasn't moved for 42 years. It's still in alignment, but aren't we circling the sun? Isn't everything changing at different speeds? And no, it's not. It's
no offense, I think you're overcomplicating it.
What's that?
All you need is the observer height, like where your eye is going to be through the people or whatever, and then the angle.
Matthew, that's not what he's saying. He's talking about something else. Come on,
relax. And the angle that you're going to be looking at.
Tell me to relax.
That's it.
Relax.
Do you know the angle? The angle it was at 33 degrees because they're on the 33rd parallel, their latitude. So it's like
the Earth is flat.
All this shit, dude. And you know the timestamp on
What was the timestamp on the 333?
It was 40. It was 4:03 and 33 tenths.
What?
Yeah, 4:03 and 33 tenths of a second, or
get the fuck
300ths of a second.
What was it? A fucking race? What the fuck? Tenths of a second. Do tenths of a second.
Hundredths of a second.
Hundreds.
Yeah.
We don't do hundreds. Fuck off.
Well, if you're looking at frame by frame, yeah, it breaks down into hundredths of a second. It's
yeah, I know, but
I'm saying those motherfuckers planned it. And shit doesn't happen like that until
I agree, man. All this shit's planned, man. I've known that.
Yeah, 100%. And you know that the day they put them up, it was on 322, the Skull and Bones number. It was March 26th.
No, so they those cocks.
They should have put it up in 1984, dude. They put it up in 1980, but it would have been better 1984.
The new rocket that's going to the moon is 322 feet tall.
Oh, how convenient.
I'm not kidding. I fucking learned that today. Anyway.
And you know the Saturn V? It was 33.5. Like all this shit. They like all their numbers, the Washington Monument. You know about that one?
Yeah.
It's 555 feet. But when you multiply it, how many feet, how many inches in a foot, you get 6,660 inches. And then the base is also 666 inches wide.
Yeah, I used to have a really good chart for all of that. I don't know if I still have it.
So these things are not random. Like, if you looked into the Statue of Liberty, what that is, that's actually a statue of Satan summoning his legions.
Yeah, I've seen that. Dude, it's got a chain around its ankle.
Yep. Not just that, but the pose and everything about it.
What do you mean?
Wait, I didn't notice the chain.
There's a chain around the ankle of the fucking Statue of Liberty. Yep.
What?
Yeah. Don't believe me. Don't believe me.
Getting away from us.
I'll find it. I got it. I got screenshots of it. I'll send it.
Dude, what?
Yeah, that's wicked, man. That's fucked up. It's so fucked up. Those fucking cocks. Anyway, call them out and tell them to fuck off. That's the way I got to roll with it. It's been working for me. I don't know about it. Might work.
Well, I don't know. We're gonna have to see if we make it through the month first.
What's the price to scrap copper?
We're gonna make it.
Scrap value for that.
For the what? Scrap
the price
value?
Of scrap copper, yeah. The Statue of Satan.
I'd say it's in the million, maybe $1 million. I don't know.
That's a lot of scrap copper. I know copper was going for $5 a pound.
I know.
You get a gallon of gas.
I think we can get $1 million out of her. Easy.
We get more than that.
Oh, okay. I hope so. But $1 million would be cool. Yeah, I'm not greedy.
That's chump change.
There's the chain on the ankle. Check it out.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
It's symbolized.
Bitch, gotcha.
No, I haven't heard anybody point that out before.
There was a video about it.
That's what I say to a woman when she leaves the kitchen.
I can send you the video too. There's a good video.
Just shocked because, like, I'm like
great
way
videos.
older,
There's some
so I'm
great
shocked
videos
I've
of that
never
shit.
seen this.
They don't want you to see it. They want you to like worship the statue and think that it's
Right.
good, and you're worshiping Satan,
You're
like
worshiping
indirectly.
Satan with his fucking torch and his fuck off.
I
Everything is
know,
in
but I've
order.
been in this stuff for over 30 years. I feel like I should have seen that before.
Well,
Yeah, but you probably thought it was Lady Liberty. That's another inversion. It's not a lady. Like
I've
it's
just
a
never
man.
seen it come across my stuff.
That's the man, baby.
So weird. Oh no! What?
Exactly. Yeah. Lady Liberty is a hermaphrodite.
No, it's a Baphomet. It's a
Yes,
half.
I mean, yes, of course.
I've
I
heard
was
that.
thinking about that earlier today.
I've just never seen the chain. Okay, I've heard the
Well, now
rest.
you got it. Now you got it. So
I know.
spread the love. Spread the love. Tell your friends and
shut up.
Man.
Yeah, I'll shut up.
Spread the love and see how they respond. Call it a chain reaction.
Oh,
chain.
Oh,
there you go.
Oh man.
I love it when shit comes together. That's good.
I'm still scrolling. to find it. That's what happens when you got 5,000 pictures to scroll through. I'm still trying to find this shit.
Break the chains in your head, first of all, you fucking globies. And then talk to me. You know what I mean?
Don't convince him. That'll convince him. That's how you get him right there. Fucking globies.
Want to come talk to
You
you?
fucking globies. Fucking break those chains, man. Fuck. Come
Oh,
on.
I love that, Helio.
Really, that one? I mean, that's
I
supposed to
love
hurt
that
people's feelings. You know?
Man, you rock. That rocks. I love it.
That's great, dude. Thank you. You guys fucking rock, man. Damn.
No, that's a good one.
Well, so they admit it. You know, they're like, well, not stupid is a different word from ignorant, right? It's like, hey, I don't mind if you're ignorant and you really have questions to ask.
Stupid is willful ignorance.
Yeah. It's willful ignorance. Yes, exactly.
Does
I
that
don't know
fall
about
into the cog
I feel like
biz?
someone stupid can't even they can't conceptualize it. They can't
what
even
about
learn
the-
it. Whereas
what
an
about-
ignorant person
what
just
about
they could or they choose not to, what have you. But stupid, just you don't have the ability. You're just like, oh, dumb. You know?
Well, isn't that cognitive dissonance?
No, cognitive
no.
dissonance
It's
is where
different.
you have two contradictory ideas in your head and you don't have like the wherewithal to reconcile them.
Well, man, I wouldn't necessarily consider anyone stupid. They actually have the ability, if they're willing to understand what we're talking about.
You'd be stupid if you believe that. There are people who are too stupid to comprehend that.
Maybe.
Larry,
you know,
Larry is
they're not going to find their way here.
Larry calls himself stupid sometimes, and I
I do sometimes.
Appreciate
Too. It's like, well, actually, I prefer the word ignorant.
Yeah, you have a choice. Makes you feel like you have a choice, right? But
I
sometimes
feel
you're
like
just
when
too stupid to get things.
I feel like when people find their way to somewhere like this or one of the other servers or some other information, I feel like they know or they're curious that there could possibly be something off, but then the problem is you go into this big denial situation because, people are indoctrinated to the point where they're actually like blind. It's indoctrination to the point of blindness. So they can't even see. So I feel like when people get to places like this, there's something that brought them there.
That's not
But
true.
then
Some
denial.
people like to watch car accidents. Some people come here because they think, "Oh my God, I'm going to go make fun of all these morons."
Well, that's true. Yeah, that's true.
It's the deception. You know what I mean? It's not that they're stupid. They've been deceived purposely.
But I'm not talking about those people. Like a guy had to kick off a server like 5 times because he kept coming back with a VPN. I'm not talking about those people because they're just trolls. But I mean, some of the other people I do feel like come and they hear things and they're curious, but then the denial kicks in. You know what I mean? But there are definitely those troll people too.
I think you're looking at an 80-20 situation here, where 80% of the people come here thinking that we're the dumb ones, and they find themselves in a Dunning-Kruger situation where they realize that they're the dumb ones. 20% come here genuinely curious or merely curious, one of the two. 20%. But those people you can sniff them out really quickly because you can have a rational, reasonable conversation with them.
Yeah, you just said the same thing I was going to say. Go ahead.
Thank you. It was really well said. Thank you.
Like that.
Gosh, that's a bad statistic. 80-20, is it that bad these days? Because I feel like
it's pretty sad, actually.
It's always been that bad. It's since time immemorial. People think that they.
It all comes from pride. They have this pride in their indoctrination, their ignorance. They just have this appeal to authority that really gives them supposed like fake power over.
This is exactly what it is. People think that in. Hey, Hank,
Larry, you're hot, Mike.
Yeah, sorry, I was waiting to
You're hot, Mike. Okay, so people think that intelligence is acquired knowledge. So they believe that their starting point, where they got their education from, is part of their intelligence. So when it comes under attack, they think they're coming under attack.
That's true.
That's where they get that reeling from you know, oh, I'm not dumb. I know these things because I've been taught them, and they'll defend it because they think they're defending themselves. But they're not. They can't see that.
Right.
They're defending where and whom they got the information from. That's so correct, dude. Wow.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a small correction. I call myself an idiot, right? Because it means like an uneducated person, not a lawyer, a doctor, or author.
You shouldn't do that.
Fucking idiot, Hank. Damn it.
Yeah, well, the original meaning of the word is what I am. I'm a private. No, I'm a private person. I'm separate, right? That's what it means. Like in Greek.
Yeah, so call yourself a layman.
I'm a total idiot myself, man. There's that.
Yeah, I'm an idiot. I'm good with it too.
I love it.
If you want to, go on with it, then I guess you are.
You got to own this shit, man. You got to own being a flat earther.
What do you want me to do? You want me to write a book?
Tell us how ignorant you are. Tell us how ignorant you are. Just keep going.
Oh no.
It's about ignorance. Come on, man.
I don't think Larry's ignorant at all. But anyway,
I'm ignorant about a lot of things.
What's wrong
with
I
know how to sell a boat?
Am I? But if you're going to argue about a certain point,
He just said he doesn't know how to sail a boat. He proved his point.
Yeah, sure.
I can sail a boat all day long, man. Let's go.
You could dodge a wrench. You could dodge a ball.
I've never been even on a boat. Except at Disneyland.
Oh my god.
It's so sad. My life is so sad.
No, it's not sad. It's right where it's supposed to be.
When you understand this argument, the way that to actually have this conversation, this actually enlightens you. I mean, it gives you enlightenment because you're not subject to bullshit anymore.
Yeah.
Your name's Sun Forest Ferry, so you might want to get on a boat and check out the ocean.
Well, I should be. I was supposed to already be in Canada with my boyfriend, but I got denied at the border because their rules were changing the next day, and they decided to give us a hard time because they had nothing better to do. So then we got...
Canada's trash.
I know, I don't
because
know.
You're dangerous, right?
I would never go to Canada if it wasn't for love right now, because there's no way I would go there. But
your boyfriend's a Canadian?
How'd you meet your boyfriend?
I'm gonna You.
We gotta hear this story. We gotta hear the story.
By accident, because I was supposed to be moving to Utah.
It had to be an accident. He's Canadian. It's gotta be an accident.
Well,
Continue.
yes, exactly.
There's awesome Canadians on this
Dude,
server. Come on, let's hear the
but
story.
you know what? They do say A lot, and it's so cute. But
I think it's cute too.
well, I think it's cute.
So what
But
you're trying to say is you're accidentally in love.
so I was supposed to move to Utah and get the hell out of California. But then I was procrastinating and I couldn't make up my mind about a couple things. And then my neighbor broke her hip. And then I procrastinated longer. And then I met the friggin' Canadian and fell in love. And so now, I'm not going to Utah. I'm supposed to go to Canada. And I went in January. But we tried to cross the border on January 14th. And there was only 3 of us trying to cross the border in 5 hours. We actually had Canadian exemptions from Canada, and passports and everything. I had all my paperwork. But the rules were changing the next day, so they gave us a hard time. They left my daughter and our cats in the truck for 5 hours in the snow. And then we ended up getting stuck in a small town in Montana for 3 months. And then I came back to California temporarily.
Wow, that's a crazy story, bro. Are you still trying to get? Are you still trying to get to your guy?
Yeah, but the problem is, so Canada. So I think a couple weeks ago, 2 or 3 weeks ago, Trudeau finally announced that they were not going to demand vaccinations for them to board, for permanent residents and citizens to board planes or trains or boats. But what I'm waiting on is they took away all the exemptions, because since we've dated for over a year, at the time, that was back in December when we got our exemptions. But
Did he come to California to meet you, or you guys ever actually met?
Yes, we drove there in November of 2021, and we actually went and drove down a dirt road that met from the United States and Canada, because we had to have met in person.
Oh, fuck.
Maybe this is something you shouldn't say.
Is that what you're saying? You had to sneak? You had to sneak
No,
to meet?
the border already knew. I told them because
right, cool,
we had to have met in person in order to even get our exemptions. So, no, and the border patrol was there in 15 minutes, and then his border patrol. So, I mean, yeah.
That's romantic. I like that.
It was crazy. But then in January, we actually packed up. I bought a new truck and a 24-foot trailer, and we actually packed all our stuff, and we were trying to go for a 6-month visit to see how it went. And then because their rules were changing the next day and they were taking away, that's what that big trucker convoy was about in Canada. Was because they took away all of our exemptions. That's what that was for. And so then I couldn't go. And she's like, well, you can just go get rid of your trailer and come back tomorrow. And I'm like, I can't cross tomorrow. And they're like, well, we don't know about any rule changes tomorrow. And I'm thinking, bullshit, you don't know about any rule changes. I've known for over a month.
Right.
So it was just kind of.
That's pretty sad, man. You just can't.
So
there's no threat from you against Canada. I mean, what the hell?
No, I know. It's so ridiculous. So right now, they just undid one rule. So they just undid the one thing, and we're waiting to see if they're going to allow exemptions again for families.
Other than chasing love, though, why Canada?
No, I wouldn't freaking go to Canada if it wasn't for him. I wouldn't go there. No way. Are you
kidding?
What'd
you do? You're in Cali right now. What'd you do with your trailer?
It's still in Montana with all our stuff. My daughter and I are camping on our living room floor in my condo in California.
It's weird, man.
Where
It's
in
weird, man.
Montana?
It's weird.
Just
I know. I have like a big story. It's like a crazy story that like.
Tell us the whole thing, but yeah, I mean, yeah, they're acting weird about the borders.
Hold up, so you just left your trailer parked like
Yeah, I have it. I have
or
it
like in an RV park or what?
at a place. Yeah, I know the people there, and I'm paying for like a spot. I met like
That's cool.
a quarter of the people that live in that town. So,
I'm not laughing at you. I'm laughing at the memes.
it's been really crazy. It's been so. Then I just got bummed.
You didn't answer the question though. How'd you meet the Canadian? Was he in California?
Oh,
Discord.
so
I'm going Discord on.
Actually, I have another question too. Is he good at chopping wood? Because like the apocalypse is coming, and then I can see it.
he actually. No, we want to live off grid. So that's the plan, is to live off grid within the next.
And that's why I think his question is pertinent. Does he know how to chop wood? Can he do that?
No, he doesn't chop wood. He can.
I think he knows how to chop wood, but I know how to watch.
Not sure.
Because if you're going to live in Canada, you have to know how to chop wood because it's cold as fuck.
I know. It's like scary coming from California.
Because you don't have to chop wood.
I'm in California.
We're messing with you. We know we're messing with you. But
I know. It's like.
But it's seriously though, if you're going to go from California to Canada, it's you're going to be cold.
No,
knows how to chop wood.
Actually, in Montana, the weather was -10 to -10 to like 10 degrees Fahrenheit.
So you were like,
and I was like, okay, all my clothes, like I did not unpack everything from my trailer, so I didn't have all the right clothes and I didn't have the right shoes, and that was the problem.
All right, so there was a lot of snow and
ice. There was a lot of ice. There was more ice. There wasn't snow, really. It was a lot of ice.
Wow.
Yeah, I just want to say this. Like, you don't have to be ashamed to say that you met him online. It's basically 2023. People meet each other online.
Issue meeting online. It's where online I met him because because I don't have a problem meeting people like on dating sites and stuff, but like I was just on Kick, killing time.
I got one question.
I have the most important question.
I have the most important question.
Is he a flat earther?
Yes.
Well, she's definitely a flat earther. She's already
okay. All right,
yeah.
You're good. You're good to go, man. You'll be all right.
Same question. You were gonna ask flat earth. Marked as flat earth, though.
No, his avatar is the brawny man from the paper towels. Fucking that's gotta be it.
No.
What's Kick?
Kick is a group chat app. So
it's like the WhatsApp type thing.
I actually had been on the dating sites in Utah, and then I was like, why am I dating in Utah when I haven't like actually got there yet? So I stopped doing that, and then I got bored. So then I got on this group chat app, because back in the old days, I had been on like group chats where you had to actually like call into a modem. Like back in the old days.
Oh shit! AOL chat. Fuck.
No, it was before AOL. It was actually a guy in my area who had 30 phone lines and 30 modems at his house. It was like before that, even.
Oh my goodness!
I know.
You're giving away your age. I'll be giving away your age like that.
It's okay. Hey, like mentally, I'm like 25 though.
Yeah, me too, man. I'm 25.
I'm like totally like 25.
So now
like
you
IQ,
want to go to like you and him are separated. But you want to meet him and get together, but you're separated by the national border.
Right. It really sucks.
All right. So however that came about, I mean, that's your business. I mean, I don't think you should share anymore at this point.
Yeah, you're good.
No,
yeah,
it's all good, man.
We're good.
You know, they'll tell their kids, mom and dad met on Kick. It was love at first click.
Hey, I've been married. shit. I've been married 21 years, almost 22 years. I met my wife because of the internet. Let's just say that.
I mean, and
My sister,
She was-
too, man.
She was an internet installer or what?
She worked at a company that I owned.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
So she worked in a call center. Was she like a call girl?
Yeah, she was a call girl.
She's a call girl.
Terminology.
It was, huh? It was an interesting time, man. If you guys get a couple hours, I'll tell you the whole story. Yeah.
A couple hours. Holy.
It's
Wow,
Precise.
that's long. That's longer than my story.
Seriously.
Yeah. Well, 27 years. You know, it's a long
what I
time.
really like about Sunforce is she can take a joke. Like
We've been together 27 years.
I'm just okay. Really quick, I'm just wondering how we're bringing this back to flat soup of cereal.
It is soup.
No.
It's soup,
We're
man.
trying to
It's
steal
just
her from
cold
her
ass soup.
boyfriend now.
That's all it
That's
is.
not what we're doing anymore.
Cold ass soup. with
Wait, what
sugar.
happened?
Oh, now we're trying to steal you from your boyfriend.
No, you know,
Oh.
fucking, don't do that, Lou.
What?
What? Why not?
we haven't met him. He might be a good
Met this
Fall back, Lou. Fall back.
What the fuck?
Hey, man.
What's wrong with Lou today? He's acting real weird. He's acting real weird.
I am being weird. No, I'm.
Lou's.
I'm drinking. I have been drinking. I'm being
Just feel a
silly.
little frisky.
Maybe go past the village if you can lay on your back.
Yeah, I'm done with the
We're
back
gonna
jokes.
keep going back to the being on your back situation. Like
No,
I
I'm
see
done
this.
with the back jokes. I just said I'm done with those.
Are you? You get to decide when I'm done with the back jokes.
Lou, turn up your mic, man. You're fucking loud, man.
Turn it
Dude,
down.
fuck off.
I hear him fine. I actually don't.
You guys hear him fine? Really?
He's talking any louder than he does right now. To be honest,
Do I have
I
to
can
turn?
hear him fine.
You know it's bad when Helio's calling you up.
He was calling me up. Yeah.
Hear you fine.
He's right. He's right. It's bad.
Hey, Lou, your mic is low. No, I can hear you fine.
I hear you. Do you hear me now?
Yeah, we got you, Lou, man. We got you, baby.
I'm telling you, there's nothing wrong with your microphone. Somebody else.
He's fine. I had him turned down, man.
Than everybody else.
I had him turned down, man.
All right, now you can hear him.
My
All right.
bad.
I'm now I feel dissed. Why did you turn me down in the past?
Because you were like so fucking loud. You were like, "Fuck, Lou, easy boy, easy." No,
It was on another one of his drunk rants, right?
Real shit though. Has anybody else noticed how fucking loud Helio's mic is? It's super
I can turn mine down.
You sound
All you
fine
have
for
to
me.
do is ask
Y'all
me.
sound
I
fine.
can turn it
It's
down.
really loud, Helio.
he runs the live stream, so it's got to be up.
No.
Give a
Seriously though, I want everyone's
fucking
Live
loud.
stream,
Oh my
live
god,
stream.
why are you yelling, Helio?
louder than anybody.
Super loud.
Hey,
It's
Helio,
Relax, still. Why are you yelling?
really loud.
Helio,
It's still really loud.
Like halfway
It's still
across
really loud. It's still really loud. It's still really loud.
So let me turn the
It's-
camera.
Helio,
It's not
do you
hot.
have a studio microphone or?
It's a Blue Yeti.
Wow, we can check. We'll check on the YouTube stream and we'll listen in and we'll let you know. Like if you want to do a mic check, we can just keep telling you to turn it down.
One of the moderators let me know that my microphone.
Turn down, man.
Absolutely can't hear anything.
Helio, for fuck's sake,
We
Jesus!
need more bass, man. Can you add a little bass or treble or something?
All your bass are belong to me.
I can actually talk softer and get very close.
It's louder. What the
And then I sound like a sexy
Trying to get us
motherfucker.
frisky as lunatic.
baby. Yeah.
But real talk, Sunforest, I hope you and your boyfriend are
Turning my
reunited
down.
and you enjoy your time in the worst country in the world.
Oh, don't remind me.
Country that doesn't give a shit about
But everyone.
rights.
Oh, your mic is still loud.
It doesn't give two shits. Get that straight, man. It doesn't give two shits.
Feel this in your soul when I'm very.
I like how when Helio is talking at the same time with somebody else, he just like starts yelling into the microphone to make sure that he's overheard.
Oh, you guys gotta listen to me. If you're Dick, I want you to tell me, but sometimes
It's too loud. It's too loud, though. But it's too loud.
It's fine now. It's fine.
Hello? You guys
No, it's not.
It's
Fine
still
now,
too loud.
so, you know,
I'm
Deuce
speaking
is
for
giving
myself.
me-
You guys
gotta
both basically have the same
Yeah,
volume.
but if I'm gonna yell, I back up like
Still
If
too
it's
loud.
too loud for you, just turn it down.
Sun for fairy.
Percentage. You
Here's
know
what it
it's too
sounds
loud.
like if I'm gonna yell.
I gotta come
No,
over
I'm
with
not gonna do it.
Forrest.
Go ahead and do it.
Your son.
Oh my gosh, I just read the voice chat. You guys are so funny. Oh my god, I just read
Isn't
all
it
of
funny? These guys are hilarious. Are you
You
kidding me?
guys are so hilarious.
Are you kidding me? This place
No.
is unbelievable, man. I couldn't.
Especially you.
We
This is
for 5 years to each other. We bust each other's balls for
Stopped coming in, and now it's just tearing each other apart with hysterics.
No, you guys are
It's like-
posting during my story. Deuce was, and it's hilarious.
So funny, man.
Oh my god.
Here, Deuce Vault is the best.
Oh my god, I came in here, I started laughing.
It's so hilarious, man.
I gave you a storybook to your whole story.
I know you totally did. I'm like,
Love all the comedy. That's all the best jokes.
It's tits, man. Tits up. That's hilarious. Oh fuck
yeah, that's hilarious.
I'll be honest, Forrest, I can't believe you sat here and listened to our bullshit.
I can't.
You guys are so
Thank you,
funny.
son. Thank you, son. Forrest Fairy.
No, you guys are so hilarious. I like, well, I can't always just be on the chat. It depends what's going on in my house, but like
I love the
I had it
trailer.
on, and I was listening and I was cracking up so bad. So I was trying to talk in the voice text, but like, oh my gosh, I just laughed the whole.
Every time all of us interrupted you and were just cutting on each other, I thought you would just leave. But
no, you guys
you
are
stayed,
great.
you know, that you think we're funny. That's fun. That's fun. That's what we do. We just
Oh no, I love you guys. You're so hilarious. And like, oh my gosh, like earlier, Deuce, when Fallen was on, I was in the kitchen laughing my ass off like the whole time. I was like,
motherfuckers not listening to it. I'm not even in there, you know.
I was dying. I couldn't even breathe. It was
No,
so
you're saying you
funny.
were in the kitchen, past tense?
Dave's fault. He's been like, a lot of people tell me in here like I'm so funny, and I'm like, I don't think I am. I think I'm awkward. You know, I think I'm like, but like,
awkward. Wait,
You're so
I
awkward, it's
listen
funny.
to Days. I listen to Days, and like I'm like, that dude's fucking funny. But what I know we have in common is we both have this like really dry sense of humor, like, and not everybody gets it. Like you have to be on the ball. It's not going to connect right away unless you're ready for it, you know, or you got to know your shit to get it.
It's an inside joke, really. It's an inside joke.
You have
for
to be on the
sure.
ball. You
no,
have to go
I've been laughing for hours. Like I couldn't even breathe.
Share the Discord with your friends and say, hey, me. But they do talk about flat Earth. They get serious sometimes,
and we
but
get funny.
They get very, pertinent to a lot of different discussions.
I can tell you guys 100% that none of my jokes are inside jokes.
You're the most literal motherfucker I've ever met in my life.
No shit, right?
And you make it funny because you're so freaking confident but you don't even realize you're doing it. That's why I love you, bro.
Yeah, it's a 8 cents. For sure.
Man, you were the funniest motherfucker, but you need something to feed off of.
I have to say thank you all for the compliments. Thank you very much.
Dude,
I'm gonna
Oh, no, you're totally great.
hold on. You're so amazing. It's unbelievable. It's crazy good. It's so good. Thank you.
Yo, Flat Earth dude, how do you feel about your acronym being FED?
I know. This asked to me last night. Fuck off. Is what I said to the Fed. Told them to fuck off, and they can eat shit, pound sand.
So when I called you a glowy, you didn't seem to mind.
Glowy? What the hell's a glowy? I don't know. What's that?
Fuck this shit, I'm
Why are you
out.
saying it like that? You're responding like a glowy.
I'm a glowy. Oh my god.
A glowy named Chloe.
Chloe with the glowy. If I had the hemorrhoids, it would be bad. Ugh.
Well, this is
like
awkward.
Woody Allen right there.
No, it's just one of my weirdo
personalities. Yeah,
it's deep down. It must be some
part of your tribe kind of thing. Part of the tribe, part of the family. You know.
Part of the tripe.
Yeah,
tripe.
You guys ever had beef tripe?
My dad's whole side of the family is Mormon, 100%.
Everybody I know has had menudo.
My mom was like a cigarette girl from Texas. It was like, how did this work out? Okay, yeah, it didn't work out. I mean, it worked out. Yeah, but everybody's crazy in their own family.
You're all nuts.
Family. Oh my goodness, family.
Dude, if you want to talk about that, all right, here's a testimony. So like I was mentioning about how my brother was the only one who got juiced, and then he's the only one in the hospital currently anyway. And I mean only one in the family. I had a big family, but like immediate family.
Right.
So like anyway, like the whole family, they've been listening to me for 20 years plus about like conspiracy theory shit. And all of them, just by chance, except for my little brother, all kind of heeded my advice. Whether or not they would admit that, I don't know. But like, they didn't take the shit.
Right.
And they used to make fun of me for years. Dude, like I said, this is 20 years. This is over 20 years going. They made fun of me. They made examples of me for not trusting the government and the system and shit like that at family reunions and stuff. They were fucking nasty, and I stood my ground all this time.
Yep.
And now they fucking see. Now they're like, holy shit. Like they're hanging on my every word. Like my family, they're not like your normal fucking slobs like in business and stuff. Like they're fucking
slobs.
I'm laughing at the goddamn fucking chat, man. Hold on.
That gif is hilarious.
Oh, fuck off. Oh shit, Lou. Sorry, man. Somebody just crushed your fucking
his face.
Your fucking piff. I love your piffs, Lou, man. You can piff anytime, man. But that was some of the best gifts I've seen on the old Cocoa Pokes. Cocoa Pokes. Yeah.
Anyway, yeah, Lou, you're lucky, man, because most people,
you are.
You know, their siblings or their family never come around. You know, they're stuck being people they are, and they don't pick up on the clues. You know.
Yeah.
So
That's people. They're inviting me more and more, and all of a sudden, what's really weird is they're suddenly asking me, like, my stepmom. Well, she did this twice now. The first time I kind of like brushed it off, but the second time in a row, she like did the exact same thing. Like, so how are you doing? Like, even though her son is fucking in the hospital, fucking dying right now. So how are you doing? Like,
fine. Like, I mean, physically, I'm doing.
Yeah. I said, well, I'm doing remarkably well considering, everything that's going on. Like, I'm doing remarkably well. I've been telling you people for all these years what was going down, and you guys made light of it. You were making fun of it. This is my time to say, I told you so. And I like being right. I like it.
Yeah.
But this is not the kind of thing that you want to be right about.
Yeah, but it is what it is, bro. It's not. We don't like being right because we saw it from day one. But we watched 2.5 years of this cuckoo-ness that's just been.
We saw this shit coming 20 years ago. We saw this shit. There were people pre 9/11 who fucking saw this shit coming. Like, it was written in books like 1984 and shit. Like, people saw this shit coming a long time ago.
Yeah, man, 92, man. For me, man, it was really when it hit me. It's like, oh, shit, this ain't right. Damn, these guys are cucks. I want nothing to do with them. Thanks.
I feel the last couple years, though, has made people who never listened at all to any of it, like over all these years, like
now they're listening.
Yeah, they're like asking
now they want to listen. Yeah. We've had at least a few people come into this Discord and say, man, if it wasn't for the Coco 19 psyop, I wouldn't be here, because it took me to go through that and figure out what that was in order to figure out flat Earth. And you're like, oh, okay, interesting. So yeah, it has woken some people up.
Yo, Deus, I saw your GIF like a minute ago with Danny DeVito. My question is this.
Yeah.
How is it possible to be that short and not a midget?
I mean, at that point, the government hates you because they won't give you that little placard so you could go park in the front.
Like, look, his head barely goes above the reception desk.
Yeah, it's short. They're real short.
Yeah, I don't think he can legally get on a fucking Disney ride, honestly.
Has anybody ever seen that guy in real life? Anybody?
No.
By chance? I mean,
he's not real.
He
lives in Australia, I think.
No, I saw. I saw the Married with Children guy and the guy, the people who did Little Giants. I saw the Married with Children guy and that other guy that was in Little Giants. But he was kind of a...
You saw a guy, is what you're saying.
No. There's also the other guy.
Easy.
And then there was the third guy, but you don't see that guy very often.
No, but the Married with Children guy...
That looked sort of Jewish one time.
Oh my god, I can't remember his name. But he was totally like a jerk.
Are you talking with the dad from Married with Children?
Well, no, he was fine. He was nice. I'm talking about the other guy that was in Little Giants. He was like the shorter, baldy kind of guy. Oh my gosh, I can't remember his name.
He looked like a guy.
He was totally a jerk, that guy in Little Giants. He's a big actor. I can't remember. It's been so long. And then I met Larry from Three's Company. I met him.
Yeah.
Was pretty... Larry. Yeah, we were supposed to meet John Ritter, but John Ritter was unavailable that day, so he sent Richard Klein. He sent Richard Klein out, who was his who was Larry on there. And I met him, and all I did was laugh the whole time. And he was like, "You're so cute. You're turning into a tomato." And I was just laughing. I couldn't even talk because I was laughing the whole time. I don't know why.
A tomato? Oh my god, it's amazing. It's just amazing.
No, I turn into a tomato when I laugh. I don't know why.
You're fine.
Bro, that's
I laugh a lot. I'm laughing all the time usually, so.
Well, there's Three's Company picture.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh. That's Venice Beach right there.
Hey, wait, are you talking about
John Ritter?
Are you talking about Rick Moranis?
Rick Moranis, yes, I met him, and he was a total a-hole.
Really? Well, I would suspect that of him.
Yeah, he was totally not nice at all to me and my brother. He was like a total jerk. But it probably was also that we really wanted to meet the guy from Three's Company, so we were asking him about.
Who doesn't want to meet John Ritter? Goddamn.
No, actually, no. I mean, the Married with Children guy.
Oh,
they were a little tight.
Ed O'Neill. Yeah,
Ed O'Neill. Yeah. So when we saw Richard Moranis, everybody was asking about Ed O'Neill, so he's probably pissed off about that.
Yeah. So maybe he was just pissed off. Yeah.
But he really was kind of mean. And then other people on set said that he was kind of mean.
Well.
So I don't.
But I mean, Rick Moranis made some really good movies. You know, Ghostbusters.
Yeah.
Hey, man, he made that Canadian beer movie called.
Yeah, he was in damn.
Drink some beer, eh?
Yeah, it was.
Northern Exposure.
No. Didn't he do Honey, I Shrunk the Kids or no?
Yeah, he was in Strange Brew is what the movie was thinking.
Strange Brew, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Awesome,
yeah, that was it. Oh, what a great movie. You got to watch
You
that.
didn't even know the name of it until 5 seconds ago.
Thank you.
That's where the whole hoser thing comes from.
Oh,
Hoser.
yeah.
It doesn't come from that. Hoser was a term they would. Hoser was the term they would use against people from the 70s from the gas crisis when they were siphoning gas out of the cars, and they were called hosers.
They popularized it at least, in other countries by.
I'm sure about that. I'm not sure about that.
Yeah.
I'm not
so
sure.
Apparently, Lou has general knowledge about the term hoser.
Yeah, no. In the movie, all right. The idea with hoser is like in the movie anyway, I believe. So like that with Canadians, you take a case of beer and you take one beer out of the case and you shake it up real good and you like stick it back in the case and then you open it up and you spray and you when you open up a new beer, you always have to open it up next to your eye, and if it hoses you down,
you remember? I think in the movie, the whole movie was about. It's just like they like sued the beer company because they found a mouse in one of their beers, and they got fucking lifetime supply of beer.
Is this something that I need to learn in case I actually get to Canada?
You should watch that movie. You gotta watch that movie.
Honestly, like it sounds stupid, but yeah, you should probably know this.
Oh God, what movie is it?
It's called Strange Brew.
Yeah.
I think I've seen it, but it's been a long time.
It's freaking awesome.
It's been a long time. Yeah, exactly.
I don't even remember.
Yeah, I don't remember it either. I couldn't remember the name of it for sure, but I keep remembering like they were just trying to like get this like, some beer, eh? And so,
See, I love it when people say that. It's so cute.
I'll see you're in love with a Canadian though, so
I know.
It's such a weird. I love the way you say "a."
No, I don't think it's weird at all. Because if I was in love with a Canadian woman and she was like, "Hey, remember A? No A," I'd be like, "Yeah, that sounds sexy."
And then there's this weird stuff called Nanamino or some kind of weird dessert. Have you heard of that?
No.
Nanamino or I don't know.
Nanamino, I have never heard of that.
I have to look it up.
Ask your boyfriend.
No, I've heard about it in my other chats.
All right, I'm gonna look it up.
Bringing it up.
Google.
Yeah.
I'm good at googling shit. Nanamino Canada.
Oh, I just didn't even spell it right. It came up with some anime stuff, which I also watch a lot of.
Hentai?
Okay, don't say anything about that.
Little anime, huh?
Oh my gosh, I can't find
Is
it.
it Nanamayo?
That's some kind of a
That's
dessert.
what it is. That's what this is a Wikipedia article. Nanamayo is a city. Oh, that's a city.
No.
Population of 99,000.
Rick Moranis was a dickhead, okay?
Hey, she already established that because she.
I found it. Wait. I found it.
All right, cool. Share it.
Wait. Hold on, I gotta figure out how to. Wait, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm being crazy.
No, you're not even close. You're not even close.
Oh no, I'm totally.
If you're asking that question, you've already said all the shit we've said. You're
not even close.
No, I'm like a wild and crazy person.
Welcome to Flat Earth, man. Far out.
So the indigenous peoples of the Nanamayo area.
No, here.
Snu Mooks.
Here.
And anglicized pronunciation of that word.
Nanaimo bars. There's some kind of like fattening bars, but like I do low carbs, so I'm kind of scared to try one. I don't want to get addicted, and I'm a sugar addict.
It's the same thing.
Nano bars.
It's in the eastern provinces of Canada, right?
What?
They must be in the eastern because this is what I'm looking at.
Oh my gosh, my
Just
cat!
the way you're pronouncing it sounds like the same thing I'm looking at.
Oh, don't go by anything I'm pronouncing because I don't know what I'm talking about.
Oh man, how can you pronounce some of the?
I've never even been to
French
Canada.
Canadian or indigenous, Canadians or whatever. I mean, we can't necessarily pronounce it correctly, of course.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know French either. That's a problem.
Yeah, that's what you go.
I know French toast and
I
French
used to work for a
fries.
French company, and those guys were really. They had a weird way to speak.
Canada, eh?
Yeah, that's pretty much all you need to know.
Oh, you got a moose loose about your hoose.
In Michigan, they say that in North Dakota, they kind of say the same shit, except for fraud. But he's not originally.
You got a moose loose about your hoose is better than a whole flock of goose.
Oh, that sounds like them in Minnesota. I've known a couple of people from there.
Oh, for sure. Don't you know?
Dakota, don't you know?
Oh, don't you know? Don't you know?
Yeah, you guys have watched Fargo, the movie.
Too. Oh, what is that cat?
That
I don't know, Farrah.
Series Fargo. You should watch that one too.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
for
yeah.
sure.
Oh yeah.
Oh, for sure. Don't you know?
All of that.
If you go over there, you check it out. Don't you know?
Oh my gosh. You guys are making me laugh so much. I'm losing my voice.
Yes, that's the whole point.
We don't really get anybody with that accent in here as Flat Earthers or Globers. I don't know if they exist personally. Like
there, don't you know? Don't exist. Don't you know?
Hold on,
the peoples,
Lou,
for sure. Oh,
Lou, there's a guy. Hey, Lou, I'm going to ask you. Have you ever heard of the comedian Because
Oh yeah,
it reminds me of you. There's a comedian that reminds me of you.
he's a comedian. Oh, for sure. Go ahead and tell him. You tell him. You let him know.
I can't remember now because I was going to
You
tell
let him know.
You let him know. Don't you?
He's from.
If you're gonna say it, just say it, huh?
Jesus Christ! Can I fucking say it? You're talking over.
Yes, you would.
He start this like he has like first name K, second. No.
Oh yeah, that guy. I saw him around the block around there, huh?
Hey, you might have seen him around over there. Okay,
Down yonder over the hill.
Over the hill, over there. Over there.
Sounding Irish. Are you Irish or Minnesotian?
He's from Canada. Yeah.
No,
it doesn't matter, doesn't
he's really close. He's in Milwaukee, and so
I'm not in Milwaukee. I'm near Milwaukee. That's different. Fuck Milwaukee, dude. Milwaukee's a fucking cesspool, dude.
Oh, for sure. That place is hell.
Oh, for sure.
It's bad. All right, you hear all the horror stories of Chicago, right? Well,
yeah,
horror stories, right?
Yeah, Milwaukee is basically just as bad. It's just a smaller population. And we're very close. Like a lot of the same problems like spill over from Chicago.
For sure.
Yeah, for sure.
It's bad. It's bad over there.
Don't you know?
Over there.
Hide your kids. Hide your wife. Put them in the shed if you have to. They're raping everybody else out here. Don't you know?
Yeah.
Hang on, I'm trying to think of the name of this comedian. He's from part of Chicago,
Minnesota
suburbs, and
I heard a Canadian comedy.
Oh, no, you're talking about that one Chicago comedian. He's from Chicago.
He just died. I heard. There was a guy from a Canadian comedy guy was on Saturday Night Live.
He was a moose. He was a Canadian moose from Chicago.
Let the moose out in the hoose for sure.
Chicago, don't you know?
Yeah. Chicago. You guys are Chicago. Chicago.
I call it Chicago. I don't know what you guys want to call it, but I call it Chicago. Thank you.
No, they're from Chicago. From Chicago. They love the Bears.
The Bears.
The Bears. The Bears.
Oh yeah.
The Bears, Chicago Bears.
The Chicago Bears and the Chicago Cubs and the Chicago White Sox. They love them all.
And the
You guys sound like a bunch of Polacks.
And the Bulls. The Bulls. What about the Bulls? Doubles.
Hey, bro. I mean,
Doubles.
When Michael Jordan was playing,
234 to 42.
When Michael Jordan was playing, everybody loved him. Who couldn't? I mean, how can you not love him?
Hey, everybody loves a winner. You know what I'm saying, Julio? Come on.
No, I'm just. My name's not Julio, but anyway, I'm just.
Calm down, Julio. You're getting fucking way hyphy right now.
80s, bro. It was just like
you were banging chicks and rocks.
I was banging shit. I was in high school.
That's heavy.
I was just watching Michael Jordan play.
Gram rocks. You were just fucking doing that and playing Nintendo.
The Bears.
The Fridge was the best athlete ever in human history.
You can't even do a Chicago accent very good.
That's because fuck Chicago, basically.
I don't even think you're like even close to Milwaukee.
Yeah, I mean, you're Wisconsin all the way. We can tell.
Dude, how do you even know? Come on, give me a break. These motherfuckers die up.
How do you know? Don't you know?
Because I lived in
buy up all the lakefront property, like all over the place. I'm telling you. All right, so these motherfuckers. I don't know how I have to sound. How do I have to sound? Am I doing
really
it right
bad.
now?
No, you're not doing very good.
I don't know. We went from like Minnesota to like Ireland somehow.
We're in North Dakota.
Every time I do an accent, it always goes to Irish.
Can I go to Scotland, you fucks? Fucking Scotland. Fuck.
See what's funny? Also, see where I'm at, being in Wisconsin, between like so we got like we got the
Sun Prairie.
We got the Chicago accent. There's like
Allegheny.
North Dakota is like on the other side of Minnesota, so that's a long ways away. But going in that direction, it sounds more like that. And then going more north, the more north you go, it's more Canadian. And so, like, and then the Upper Peninsula.
Oh, for sure.
Upper Peninsula.
I believe you mean the UP. The UP.
Yeah, up in the UP. There, hey, don't you know? Like that's like
for sure.
Yeah. Like literally how they say I'm from the dare, hey, don't you know?
But that sounds Minnesota, not Canadian.
No. That's Wisconsin and Minnesota.
That's Michigan. That's the UP. They own that.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. Okay, Michigan owns a piece of land that's not connected. for sure.
Yeah, for sure.
What do they call that? What do they call that part? The upper hand or something? Don't they call it?
Yeah.
UP. It's the UP, bro.
Yeah, the UP. I'm from the UP. There, hey, don't you know? The Upper Peninsula, eh?
No, but if you're near Milwaukee and you grew up in that area, you're Chicagoan, but you also have this little twang.
No, that's not true. Helio, you're wrong.
Okay, so Milwaukee, dude, I'm saying the same thing.
Milwaukee is closer to Chicago than anywhere
Milwaukee
in
and
Michigan.
Chicago are like 2 hours apart. Okay, Milwaukee and Chicago are like 2 hours apart.
I know
driving time.
Long of a drive, honestly.
I know that.
Yeah.
No, you don't. You really don't.
Really, I don't know where Milwaukee is. Oh,
yeah, God. I bet you couldn't find it on a fucking map.
Gosh, I haven't been past Colorado, so I have no idea.
It would be listed Milwaukee. You'd be like, what's that?
I know. I've been through Milwaukee.
No, you haven't.
I've been to Madison. I've been to fucking Green Bay.
So. Oh, you've been to Madison? You've been to Green Bay?
Yeah.
Fuck. I love Madison. Madison used to be the shit before it fucking went to hell.
Yeah.
Dude, actually, that ain't no joke. Madison, like, especially if you're like in college age and stuff, like it used to be. If you were a college kid going to Madison,
it was so good. It was so good, dude. And now it's just shit. Now it's total hell. Fuck Madison.
I live in Fayetteville, Arkansas. That's a college town.
That's not a real place.
A shit show.
Wait, where was American Pie at?
It's like Rockville.
Ann Arbor or Ann Arbor?
Ann Arbor, Michigan.
Oh.
Ann's Harbor.
I didn't mean it. Harbor. I knew what I was trying to say after I didn't say it right.
No, you said Ann Arbor, right? You were right.
I thought I did say Ann's Harbor or something by accident.
No, you did it right. You did it right. I was just fucking with you. I'm sorry.
Oh. So you confused me. You made me think I said that.
I apologized profusely. That's the most I've apologized tonight.
Okay.
I didn't even tell you to calm your tits.
Oh.
That was just for Ron. He left after we started talking.
Are you talking about Iron again?
Oh,
no,
Iron. What happened to Iron?
Ron Shuckleby.
Oh. Damn.
He's from Michigan. He would have enjoyed this conversation.
Ron Shuckleby?
He's sensitive, and I love
he
it
is
for the same reason that But if we're just joking and freaking clowning, he doesn't want it necessarily. But yeah, I love Ron.
Yeah, kick rocks, Ron.
No, I didn't say that.
That's what you meant. Love Ron means kick rocks, Ron.
I mean, Ron just...
It's the same as when you say, oh, this person is this person. Like, Ron is Ron.
This person is this person.
Like when you define somebody by their own name, oh, Ron is just Ron.
Yeah,
That's the same as like saying,
Rons are not good people.
Jokes.
that's like saying I love Ron though. I love Ron. Yeah, it's the same thing.
Anybody named Ron.
Bye, bitch.
I love Ron from Michigan, from Detroit.
Actually, I want Ronnie. I think isn't that what Crypto?
Yes, together. So
Yeah, Crypto. Crypto's good.
Crypto's name is Ronnie, right? Like that's what he goes. Right. So
yeah.
I actually want him. I mentioned this earlier. I want him. I just thought of this today. I want him to do a metal cover of the Cranberries song "Zombie."
That's never been done before. That's so original.
I want a flat Earth version of "Zombie" from the Cranberries, done in a metal set by Crypto.
I'm starting to remember the comedian I'm thinking of.
If wishes were fishes.
I'm almost there. Kinane. Kyle Kinane, that's the guy. Have you ever heard of him?
That's not a real person. You just made that up.
He's a comedian. Kyle Kinane.
From Chicago.
No, he's... he's
You said he was from Chicago.
From Chicago, but it's like it's an outskirts of Chicago, which is near
like
Milwaukee.
McHenry?
Dude, I promise if you listen to him, you'll hear like he sounds like Lou to me.
Nobody sounds like Lou. How dare you?
We can't have two loose.
Oh yeah, there's no way nobody sounds like anything like me. We drink from bubblers around here, and we have lots of cheese.
How dare you? How dare you?
Telling you, bro, man, this dude reminds me of you when I hear him talk. He's funny.
No way.
No.
Wait, somebody sounds like Ron Andy's funny? Or Lou and Andy's funny?
Dude,
I fucked that up.
That's not possible. That's not possible on the globe. No doubt.
Yeah.
He's been on
That's how you know it's a globe, because that's not possible.
He's a funny guy. Kyle Kinane. He just, his vernacular, it kind of reminds me of Lou. So.
Poutine sandwiches. I'm down. Let's do this.
Get back to Vegemite.
Send it.
Vegemite sandwich.
No, poutine sandwiches. That's
a poutine sandwich.
I think it's called poutin. That's what they actually call it.
Well, it depends on which fucking side of the fucking mountains you're on there, bud.
Depends on what side of the border you're on.
It doesn't look like a sandwich.
Mountains. It depends on what side of the mountains you're on.
Hot dogs don't look like sandwiches either.
Poutine isn't a sandwich.
No,
wait.
It's a plate of potatoes with.
Hang on. You can make a sandwich out of fucking anything, including hot dogs.
Sure,
clearly a sandwich.
Sure.
So if you put
isn't it French fries with gravy on top, basically?
Yeah, make a sandwich out of it.
Yeah, I mean, I can make a sandwich out of
like
it.
that in Canada too. There's
Good luck with
something
that.
with gravy.
Oh no, that works.
Bitch, I can make a sandwich out of that.
Dude, I'd definitely make a sandwich out of that, but like,
You're saying
it's
isn't
like a
that
normal
a Canadian food? Like
saying I don't think the Canadians make sandwiches out of it. I don't think
no,
that's how
they
they eat
have
their protein.
like a fries and gravy or some kind of fat and fries and
They
potato.
should add more fat to that. Yeah.
There's some kind of thing they eat. What's it called?
Poutine.
Is it?
Yeah, if you
Yeah,
They throw some
curds on
grits
there?
on their
Canadian curds, cheese curds.
They put grits on their poutine.
Okay.
Yeah, it's the
Okay, guys,
No.
I've got a video for everyone.
Curds.
Hang on. I've got a video for all of you, because there's so many, all 10 of you to watch.
Okay.
No, it's very obvious what it's about.
I'm a sandwich. I swear, I'm a
Is
sandwich.
this homework? We have to watch it? Homework or what?
Yeah, you have to watch it. The fuck? I wouldn't put it
No,
up
this
there.
is part of your whole soup. I
This is
like everything as a
propaganda.
soup. This is part of your whole. Everything is a soup, like propaganda. Like I'm not sticking it.
Hey, no, everything is not soup, but cereal clearly is.
Soup is a hot beverage.
You recommended that, dude? For real?
Listen, on subject of soup, real quick. You drink a smoothie. Smoothies are so thick, and yet you say you drink them. Soups are less thick they're lighter than smoothies, and yet we eat soup? Come on.
I'm gonna need you to calm down.
You can't get me with that. You can't.
No,
Smoothies are cold.
It's obvious.
Soups are normally hot, but there's a few cold soups.
Yeah, there are cold
just wanna
soups,
point out
including
that
cereal.
the guy arguing for smoothies kind of sounds like a smoothie himself.
Oh.
Okay.
Hey, I drink a lot of smoothies.
Whatever that means.
I drink shakes, not really smoothies. I don't drink high sugar stuff.
When you drink shakes, do you shake?
No,
I always do.
I just shake for the fun of it because it's fun.
Because that's the
But-
thing to do when you drink shakes.
No, I don't shake when I drink shakes because then I'd spill it.
What?
Let's be fair to the Muslim leaders. Okay, sheikhs are
Yeah.
very loyal to their wives. You only drink them if you're married.
I agree. That's true. That's true.
What
You got to
happened?
work for it, though.
The Earth is flat.
I agree.
Thanks, Matthew.
The Earth is flat. The Earth is flat.
Me street aliens.
Yes, that's
Who
right.
just did that?
The Earth is flat. Yes, that's
Yep,
right.
yep, 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 yep,
The Earth is flat. The Earth is flat.
Skibbity, skibbity, squishity, squishity.
The Earth, no, it's not a lie. No, yeah, the Earth is flat. Yes, the Earth is flat. Yeah, the Earth is flat. No, the Earth. Yes, that's right. Water farms into a mountain.
Fake.
Nope.
Hey, Luke, go listen to some of that Kyle Kinane.
No curvature. It's not spinning. And space is fake. Do they have any evidence? They do.
They do. Do they?
Yes. The Earth is flat.
Those are my
Thank you
favorite
so much,
characters.
Matthew. Thank you so much, Matthew.
Those are my favorite.
What is that? What is that even called? How do you even look that up? What was that called?
I looked up the aliens from Sesame Street because I was showing them to my daughter because she didn't see that generation of it. Yeah, if you look up the aliens.
No, they came from the Muppets originally, right? So it's the Martians. It's the Martians from the Muppets.
Oh yeah, Martians. No, I looked up Martians on Sesame Street and I found a lot of them. I love them. They're so.
What's that other thing? It was. I think
you
it
guys
was
sound
Sesame
like
Street.
them.
I think it was Elmo or whatever. They had like this. They had like they were in a library. They had a fiction section. They had a rocket in the fiction section.
What?
Look at us.
I think he's talking about his dog. I think he's talking about his dog right now.
All right, I'm gonna have to try to find it. But like, yeah. Is this it? Okay, yeah, that is Sesame Street. Look at that. Somebody put them up there.
I
down there,
know.
Jake.
I love them.
I know, bro. I mean, don't think I'm playing, bro.
But no. Somebody did a flat Earth version of this like a couple of months ago, and it was hilarious. They did of the Muppets with it. And I gotta find it. I
Have
don't
you
know
seen
how
the
to find
one
it.
where they had George Carlin on Sesame Street? Bro.
That sounds familiar.
George Carlin went on there and it was just like, oh, this is. Anyway.
George is funny though. Oh, they're so cute.
So cute. It's so cute.
What
No, the one
like
that he goes like globe, like yep, like fake, yep, fake, yep, fake, yep.
Who's doing that?
Like, and he's like dinosaur.
Hey, and this one right here, that level is posted. There's a pink and a blue one, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Computer. Computer. Yep.
They are the funniest thing. I love to look them up and laugh. I love them.
Well, but I mean, what is the purpose? I mean, why do kids think this would be funny?
I think they're hilarious, but I laugh at everything.
Because it's weird. It's weird, and it's funny
And I'm weird.
because it's weird. Well, I'm weird too, but as an adult watching it,
No, but yeah, I think I get what you're getting to. Like, it is weird, but so is this whole idea of like heliocentrism and living on a ball. Like they have to get you, I don't know, complacent to it. So like if you can just like go like yeah, it's true, but yep. Like I don't know. Maybe it's that simple when you're that young.
Yep. Earth's a globe. Yep. Earth's a globe. Yep.
Well, sure. Almost every single day here we have
Earth's a globe.
They're like anywhere from people from 14 to 45 years old come in here and say, "Well, why do you guys think the Earth is flat?" Do we go? Yep. Flat Earth. What we do is actually show them information about how we came across the topic and what we're not just going yep. But this is what they were showed when they were shown when they were little kids,
Totally. Oh my God! It's a globe. It's a globe.
So they have they have an appeal to authority, and it's just like, you flat earthers are obviously dumb. How about you show me how you have come across this topic? Which you tell them we're welcome. We're available to do that.
Helio, by the way, Helio.
Holy shit!
Really
Nobody's
quick.
going to let me finish what I was about to say.
Helio, your mic is still a little too loud.
How about I back off?
Back off,
2
man.
feet.
Back
All right.
off.
Okay, so we're gonna have people. We invite people to join this server on a constant. All right, laugh at me all you want. We invite people to join this server. I don't mind if you laugh at me.
It actually did work.
Yeah, cool. Because I was too close to my microphone.
Yeah.
All right, so we invite people to join this server. We have a link. Or they come in here and they say, "Hey, well, I'm 14. Well, I'm 45," and it's like, this is what I learned when I was a little kid and all that kind of shit. Or they might be a little kid already. So how do you know that the Earth is flat? And then we give them the information. Okay, how about you keep interrupting me while I'm trying to explain, what happens? Yep. All right, go for it.
Yep.
But you'll never actually get them to understand how you've come across the information. You just go, yep. Oh, globe.
Yep. I saw it on Google. Yep. I saw it on TikTok. Yep. I saw it on YouTube. Yep. It's a globe. Yep. It's a globe.
That's actually what happens, and that's the sad part about this.
Yep.
Because they're just like, the general consensus, everyone knows the Earth is a globe, so why would you think the Earth is flat?
Why would they lie?
Wait, they might even have a conception about why would they lie, but but at the same time, most people that think the Earth is a globe, even if they're lying about government conspiracy and all that kind of shit, they actually really think the Earth is a globe too. So they're gonna lie for different reasons, But as far as like Earth itself,
that's
a different conversation.
So if the guy goes to NASA every day and he's like, I gotta like grind out a machine and there's parts and I gotta fit it to this thing that's going to space. I mean, does that guy really know what's up?
Satellite to put on top of a rocket? Or?
Right, whatever, man. I mean, you know, they're just engineers. They're building shit. They're like, fuck, man, make it work. You know, use aluminum. I don't know. I mean, they go to work every day. I know these guys. I met these guys. They go to work.
I worked on aircraft for 10 years. I worked on aircraft.
You know. You don't know shit, man. Does your shit work? Yeah,
I
of
know
course.
a lot of shit about it, but anyway.
Yeah, but once it's fucking functioning, you're nowhere near the actual machine.
I was never a pilot, but I worked on the interior of the aircraft in minute detail, fractions of a millimeter sometimes. So anyway,
that does it work? Yeah, fuck yeah, it works. Airplanes work, dude. I'll fucking stand on that mountain all day long, man. But shit works, man. Fuck, I can't believe they did it, but they did it, man. Fucking think shit works. Fuck.
Helio made cabinets.
I'm not laughing at you. I'm laughing at dudes.
Like, this dude knows airplanes in and out because he made cabinets.
Don't go there. But no, man, fucking planes. I see them flying every day over my head. I've been on them. I mean, this shit works, man. Fuck yeah, it works. That was one of my first fucking flat smacks. Was like, this dude's like, hey man, everything, the internet works and planes work. Of course, it's a globe.
Yeah, the reason they call them planes, they fly from one airport to another.
Yep. Flat.
Would you ever get on an airplane if they didn't know where they were going to land?
Exactly. Right. No, we're not.
No, you wouldn't. You'd be an idiot. Like, hey, let's just get on this airplane and see what happens.
Let's see where we land. I love that. It's like fucking flying lotto, man. Hey, man, we don't know where we're gonna land, but we're taking off. You in? Okay.
I think I'm gonna stay on the runway and watch you figure out what is gonna happen.
We might end in Antarctica, or we might, end up in Hawaii. I'm not sure, man, but we'll just go for it.
That's not the way airplanes work. Like, they're designed to travel from one airport to another. They don't necessarily navigate, but they just travel from port to port, just like ships do.
Oh, you fucking Mongos in the fucking chat, man. They're killing me, man.
What chat?
Which chat?
The live stream voice text. Yeah,
what? We're all posting shit that confirms it. What the fuck are you talking about? Are you behind?
I might be. I might be far out, man. I might be far out. I don't know. Are you guys having fun, man? Because if you're not having, I love that. Now we're having fun. You guys are so SpongeBob with the fun sign there. Fuck off. Fuck off. Fuck off. Is it a globe? Let me ask you, is it a globe? Yes, it's a globe.
What is this glob thing from?
Globulus. You don't know the globulus?
No.
Computer.
Oh, I love that cat.
Oh, they're the best.
Fucking best, man. Fucking
it's like
best.
Beavis and Butthead, dude. Like literally on Sesame Street.
It's so good. Oh shit. Hey, welcome to the postmodern world, man. This is
well, post. I was about to do something and I should. Hey, Sunforest, are you a flat earther?
She's a fucking earther, flat. Man.
I'm asking because I want to give her the flat earth role. I just want to make sure.
Yeah, I am.
Because I think.
Hey, have you Mongos checked out the new Eric Dubay 6-hour documentary Flat Earth? Anybody?
6 hours. Wow.
No, 6 hours. No, I have not seen it. Is it good?
You haven't seen that? Oh shit!
6 hours. No, I haven't watched
Six fucking hours long, dude. It goes into every fucking possible detail of Earth. Period. Every detail. It's 6 hours long. It better go into every fucking detail of Earth. Fuck's sake. Anyway, you guys want the link? I'll drop it.
Sure.
All right. Cool, man. Far out, man. Here it is.
Yeah, I'll try to listen to it over
Yeah, listen to it. You don't have to watch it, but if you do watch it, the video is like excellent, man. The video is really good. But if you can just listen to it, that's cool. You'll pick up a little thing. Hey, the one thing I picked up from this documentary, man, is a thing called the what the fuck was it? There's in the northern hemisphere, you can witness what they call the midnight sun for like 3 days, man. The sun doesn't go below the horizon for like 3 days.
Yeah, Drace can verify that, by the way.
Okay,
From Iceland.
I got a guy. I got a guy that lives in 69 North. He's verified it, man. It's called the midnight sun is what we're looking at here, but it doesn't happen in the southern Antarctic.
Hell no,
it doesn't happen there ever. And I thought that was an interesting thing. I grabbed from the documentary, 6 hour documentary. That's what grabbed my attention, was called the Northern Sun.
Oh, you didn't know that?
I knew it, but
everybody knew it.
Kind of reminder, like a little teaser, like a little reminder that we should be more interested in that, because that doesn't get brought up enough when we're talking to the newbies, bro. I think it's an interesting phenomenon that. Yeah, I think it's good. I think it's a good one, man. Midnight Sun, man. Midnight Sun.
But is that at the north or the south?
North only. It doesn't happen in the south. Yeah.
Do you guys know? Because I read into this a lot, where people keep talking about in the southern. Is there any stuff about that with the sun?
Yeah.
Because I haven't been able to find anything.
What they've shown is edited video, and it's clearly edited.
Right, I've seen that.
You can own. That's all they've shown is edited video.
But I mean, has anybody actually shown, like, has anyone taken videos where, like, it absolutely, like, shows that it's not?
Right, like you with the midnight sun, you have the panoramic 360 videos where the sun is going up and down, but never below the horizon. In the south, they don't have that. They have edited videos only.
Yeah, I've seen the edited videos, and they seem pretty apparent, but
that's it. That's all you're gonna get. That's from the scientific community. That's the best you're gonna get.
Hey, man, they got like hundreds of people down there, all kinds of, buildings and ships, but they only got like one shitty video.
Yeah.
It's like, whoa, what? No, come on.
Hey, did you guys know that before the Reformation, in the Bible, people believed, well, not in the Bible, but Christians used to believe that hell was cold. And it was not below us, but away from Earth, like away from Terra.
It's cold.
So like the South, like I posted this meme of what's his name, Adam Sandler, where he's like, I'm from the deep South, but he's from hell, right? The South Pole is the deepest South you can get. even though there is no such thing as a South Pole. But what if that's hell?
And there you go. You know what? Going down to 40 below, man. No. I'm not going. You guys, you can do it. You can do it, man. Take lots of firewood. Keep yourself
I don't
warm.
think you could take enough firewood.
I don't think you could either, but
Yeah, I guess it can get
Like
40
Emerald
below in the north too.
yeah.
Oh, it gets colder than 40 below.
Yeah, and I watched some videos by some girl that does these videos that she said that she's in the coldest place on Earth, and it gets like negative 65 or 70, and it's like in Siberia, it's some city like town like out in Siberia somewhere. It gets like negative 65 or negative 70, and like she does all these videos about like how they survive. Pretty crazy.
So my point of the northern southern midnight sun, and in the summertime, man, here in the north, man, there's plenty of plant growth, plenty of melted snows and rivers and incredible.
Oh, you grow?
I'm just saying, in the north, in the summertime, where I'm at, up in the northern hemisphere, they call it.
You live in SoCal, though. Everything grows there.
But no, but just north of us, even up in way up north Canada, man, there's pine trees and all kinds of cool rivers and rocks.
Yeah, they farm during the summer.
In the south, man, there's no fucking fuck all in the summertime there, man.
What about the penguins? Liar.
There's no trees.
There's penguins.
No, there's penguins. We got penguins. That's all we got. There's penguins. Yeah.
All right, guys. Good night.
Whales and
have a good night.
All right.
Good night.
Thank you, brother.
All right.
Cheers. So yeah, down south they got nothing, man. There's no trees. In the summertime, there's no growth of vegetation.
Like here's the thing, like where they talk about the ice age and shit. Like there's a definite line where what they call like the ice age trail or something like along those lines, where the glaciers, they say, came down far enough south and it carved out the land and whatever. It's more aeratable, whatever. There's this definite line where like all of a sudden shit gets real flat.
Yep.
And there's less aeratable soil.
Yep.
It's I'm like I live right along that line basically. And there's a big difference. Yeah, if I go a little south, like it's all bullshit. Soil. Where I'm at, we bag this shit. We dig it up from the ground, we bag it, and we sell it to the rest of y'all folks.
Right. That's just.
Wait, where is that?
In Wisconsin, around the Great Lakes, anywhere around the Great Lakes, like Michigan, Minnesota, Wisconsin. The soil is black. The soil everywhere is black. Like you can grow anything in that, but you have a limited growing season, right?
Yeah. Like summer.
In the south, man, they have no growing season. There's no fucking nothing, man. You get way down there, man. They ain't got there's no growing anything, man.
But that's all the way down. That would
We
be
can grow all the way to the northern tip of the globe, for lack of better words. All shit grows all the way to the north, man. Everything. Yeah, you can grow some shit all the way up there in the summertime, but in the dead balls south, north, fucking south, Antarctica, you can't grow fuck all.
Right.
It makes no sense on a globe. Makes no sense. That's the point I took away from Midnight Sun, man. Yeah, that was it. Check it out. Don't believe me? Don't check it out yourself, man. Hey, if I was 30 years old, man, I'd be like on a sailboat going probably north. First, I go.
What I'm saying about the soil versus from the Midwest around the Great Lakes to the Southwest, like around SoCal, like you know how your soil is. Your soil is like sandy brown, kind of red almost, like at times, right? Or a lot of clay. And when your lawn isn't doing so well, you have to go and buy some topsoil to like throw on top and fertilize your shit and get it to grow right?
Right.
That stuff is just what we have everywhere here. We're selling it to you.
I know. Yeah. Dig it up, man. Dig it up and ship it out, man. Yep. Topsoil, it's called, man. Topsoil. It's good stuff, man. And you guys have plenty of it. Hey, man, we're gonna tap into your Mississippi River, and we're gonna suck that bitch right down here to Southern California. What do you think of that, there, Lou?
That's an old plan. I know you're a little late on that one.
I've been saying that shit for 20 years. I'm like, why don't we just fucking drag that fucking bitch Mississippi over here, man? What the fuck? Come on.
Yeah, Californian.
What's wrong with you guys?
A lot of people don't know this, but the Californians years and years and years ago were like, "This is how you're liberal, friggin' Chicago motherfuckers." So like, oh shit. We love the climate here. It's just really comfortable. But we have no fucking water. What we need is a pipeline across the United States from the Great Lakes to California so that we can have both the best worlds.
Yeah.
Dude, this shit was in the news like this week. I was laughing my ass off. I'm like, yeah, these cocks in Wisconsin aren't going to go for fucking stealing their water. No.
No, we were go for it. No. No, look, check it out. We're all about. We're like, look, if you live in a place that is lacking water,
right? Move, you cock. Move.
Like, fuck
Mongo. Fucking Mongo.
I didn't realize that we get a lot of our water from Nevada because I have friends in Nevada, and I didn't realize that we get a lot of water from Nevada.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, and that thing's drying up like
yeah.
It's not good. Not good.
Yeah,
Good thing you're moving to Canada.
I've been trying to get out of here for a while. I wasn't planning to go to Canada though.
Well, it'll be an adventure. You'll be all right.
Adventure time.
Adventure time. No, the world's changing. We're all going to make changes. It's coming up real quick, and it's just the way it is, man. We've all made some major changes in the last 2.5 years. There's that.
Just a few. Just a few minor little ones.
Hey, Latter-day Saints is in the house, man. I got to say hi to my brother, man.
No, wait, who?
Saints. Latter-day Saints.
Oh.
What up, bro?
What's up, man? How you doing?
All right.
Right on.
I'm good. You been all right?
Yeah, man. Just getting through it, man, like the rest of us.
Right.
I'm no better and worse than you are, man. I mean, it's
somewhere you're in the Goldilocks zone, bro. You know what I mean? Just right.
The Goldilocks zone. I used to love that when I was a Glober. I was like, we're in the most perfect place in the universe that produces life and oxygen and amazing plants and things that make us live. It's amazing. And we were just in the Goldilocks zone. It's amazing. And it's all because of NASA. Thank you, NASA, for saving us from not being in the Goldilocks zone. Thank you.
Right.
Fuck off.
It's a good story. It's a good story.
It's a good story, isn't it? It's good.
Did you hear about the guide stones being leveled?
Yeah, we were talking about it about an hour ago, man. We were talking about first it was a bomb, and now it's lightning, and it could have been an earthquake, and maybe it was a UFO. I'm not sure. We got a lot of.
So it was level. It was today's 7/6. It was leveled today, and today's George Bush's birthday. He turned 76 on 7/6. But it was established on 3/22/1980.
Right. We got that.
I really don't want to give George Bush that much credibility. Like, there's no way they did this for George Bush.
No, well,
he's a super cock, dude. He's super cock. He's in the super cock club, man. Super cock.
Happy birthday to you.
You guys are awesome. Fucking cock.
Remember I told you the Georgia Guidestones were 666 miles as the crow flies from the UN headquarters in New York?
D.C. or New York, yeah.
Yeah, so I was digging around and I found out that where George Bush was born, it's called Grace New Haven Hospital. It's exactly 33.2 miles from the Sandy Hook Elementary School.
No way.
Yeah, weird, huh?
Yep. Ain't that weird?
Where Adam Lanza, I guess he was a Bushmaster.
I'm a coincidence theorist.
Right?
It's got to be a coincidence.
You know what? It is really bizarre, though, how much all these numbers come up, honestly.
I know.
It's so bizarre that it's right in front of our faces. It's really... they would do that in such a... Those guys would just show us their dick right out and open. How dare them? They're perverts. I know it. They're perverts. I knew it. They had like a trench coat thing going. Columbine. Do you guys remember the trench coat thing in the Columbine thingy with the thing you would? Yeah. They had the black trench coat, and then the vice president showed up in a trench coat. It was weird. It was just weird. I'm just saying.
Trench coat mafia.
I don't know nothing about nothing. I don't know. Oy vey. Yeah. So I was talking about earlier, man, about the
when you used to shower with your dad.
What?
No,
what?
I'm just never mind.
Wait, what?
The whole Biden thing about showering with his daughter.
I don't know nothing about that. I swear, I don't know. I did not have things with the woman with the thing. I didn't do it. It wasn't me.
It's about the diary. Sorry to make it awkward around here.
Totally, Lou. Man, you like derailed. It's over the cliff. It's beyond the globe. On the edge of the earth. Where's the edge? Where? Nobody ever asked where the edge is?
This happened. I'm wondering, should this happen? That was a weird question, Lou.
Oh, of course it was. Dude, I'm good for that. Like, I'm willing to go past it since everybody else seemed to be too. Oh, it's one of those things. Like, I'm just like,
did it have something to do with what he said earlier? I never heard him say that. You know, I don't know. That's weird. But anyway,
it's so strange. Yeah. It's so strange.
How about them Georgia Guidestones?
I'm not interested in the Guidestones.
It was really interesting. Well, no, sure, but it was really interesting. It was just like that. Apparently, somebody somehow got away with putting an explosion under one.
No, it was lightning. Come on, Helio. I saw a thing. It was lightning. Guaranteed, it was lightning.
Well, hey, on the mainstream news, they said it was an explosion.
I really hope whoever fucking put explosives under there, I really hope they fucking did it. Good for them. Whoever did it, I applaud them.
Done it too. Fuck it.
I applaud. You know what I mean? Like if it was lightning, shit. Missed opportunity, right? I mean,
dude, it wasn't lightning. There's video footage of it happening. There's video footage of it happening.
Right.
So it wasn't lightning, but
it's as seen on TV.
What was really interesting after the fact? I mean, somebody got away with. How could you get away? Well, I mean, it was like 4:00 in the morning, right? So I guess maybe you could get away with. I don't know what kind of explosive it was. They probably will never tell us.
It was 4:03 and 33 seconds.
There you go. I mean, it was all staged anyway.
Well, yeah, the thing with explosives, especially with plastics and stuff like that, it doesn't take much. You can do a lot of damage with very little.
Did you see the footage of it?
No, I didn't. No, I didn't watch it. I didn't care. I didn't care that much. No.
Well, it must have been like C4 or something because that one pillar just disintegrated basically. It just, and this was from. See,
hey man,
they put up cameras around that that were. So I saw the original footage from the cameras of what they put around. Maybe I didn't.
It's depressing, man, to give them energy, man. Fuck those cocks.
I mean, hey, thank God it's gone. How about that? Well, I mean, it could be there, and we've talked about it, many times. Oh, you can see Polaris through.
Dude, watch. That thing showed up out of nowhere, according to their official story, and the taxpayers will pay to have it rebuilt.
There you go. Exactly, Lou. I'm with you. Yeah, taxpayers is gonna pay. We're gonna get a new one. It's gonna just be one pillar, but we'll put up just a one.
Just like
it'll be fine.
Tower they built in place of the.
The single tower in place of the twin towers. Oh my goodness. Oh no! Who would have thought?
Who'd have thunk it?
Who would have thunk that creating 2 into 1 transgender thing? It would have been amazing. It would have been amazing.
Let me ask you this, Flutter. Do you think that it's something? It's like because all of us have talked shit about the Georgia Guidestones for many, many years. Before Flat Earth, before 9/11. So now it's not there anymore. After this incident,
it's gone.
And they had a freaking bulldozer coming in and just take the whole thing down.
Yep.
So.
Yep.
So.
Dude, that's what was supposed to happen in the first place. If I go and build a shed on somebody else's property, what the fuck happens the next day?
Right.
Yeah, but exactly. I mean, these Georgia Guidestones, they were the person that owned that land. Actually,
Ted Turner.
Well, we're not going to. I mean, there's no evidence that Ted Turner was involved by it, but I believe that's the case. But there's nothing leads back to him, as far as that goes.
It's a shell corporation on top of a shell corporation in somewhere in fucking Bolivia.
It's like, what now? But I mean, let's see what happens in the next few weeks. I mean, they're probably going to want to recreate it somewhere.
Hey man, I know what happens in the next 7 years. It's not good. It's not good. It gave us a
And
blue.
you think they could recreate that anywhere, or only in certain spots because of the like the astronomical
No,
holes
of
that they
course
had?
they could do it anywhere. All they have to do is drill the hole in the right direction. That's all
Right, because Polaris is always going to be in the same place.
We can do
Yeah,
that.
but the other hole to have the sun shining through every day at noon.
It's not about sunshine. It's about where Polaris is.
Yeah, but I mean they had two holes though. One was for the sun and the other was for Polaris.
Well, what about the sun? What was it doing through the hole?
Like every day at noon, it shined through the thing for a certain amount of minutes. It shined like made a perfect beam of light.
So for that, all you have to do is align it. All you have to do is align that towards the west or the sunrise or whatever else. That's very predictable. That one's super easy. Polaris is the harder one, but it's still super easy. Like it's always right there. It's like actually, is it harder? I should probably take that away. But like neither one is difficult.
Well, to actually make a pinhole that points right at Polaris, I mean, you can do that anywhere in the northern hemisphere and make it recreate the same exact thing.
I've never been to the Guidestones, but I was talking to somebody who has. And I've talked to many people who have, actually, but one guy in particular, he mentioned that, like, literally at the Georgia Guidestones, there was like an advertisement for a granite company.
Well,
it's on one of. It's on like it's on a plaque that's like attached to the Guidestones.
Well,
like
I was
this
reading
granite
earlier
company.
today that all of the granite that made the Georgia Guidestones was from Georgia. They
Right.
extracted
No,
the granite
right.
from
There's a certain granite company, and there's a phone number and everything. It's an advertisement. That entire place is an advertisement for a granite company.
More than likely, it's just.
I thought
It's
the story was that it was put up. I thought the story was that it was put up by a secret group who was representing somebody else.
Right. No, you're going to hear all kinds of stories. But the truth is like I said, if I build a shed on somebody else's property, what happens the next day? The government doesn't come out and make it a tourist attraction the next day.
Right.
If it was something to expose the nefarious deeds that they're not going to make it a mainstream news for the most part, but they always have some some idea in the background.
They know exactly who created the stones. They put them there for a purpose. They freaking made it a tourist attraction to generate money. They freaking just to fuck with us. None of it is real.
July 6th.
None of it is real.
It's real because July 6th, 2022.
What? Are you going to tell me it's real too?
No, I'm saying somebody, somebody who, what, was it an independent person or was it the government or whatever? Somebody blew up one segment of it, and then later in the day, they brought a bulldozer in and just pushed the rest of it down, and now they don't exist anymore.
Whatever. My point is that they shouldn't have been standing. They shouldn't have been protected. They should have been bulldozed by whatever demolition company as soon as they were discovered.
Maybe you should have done it.
And if I owned the land and they just appeared on my property, they would have been knocked over and destroyed the next day. Yeah.
Right. So thus they more than likely had permission to do it. And there's always been a story running behind the scenes for all the nefarious things and things that are going on that part of their whole thing is they have to disclose. So I think it was just disclosure that, hey, this was our intentions, or it was our intentions at one time.
No, but the problem I have with that is that the population number, the 500 million,
Yeah, that was set a way long ago, though. I don't think they would have gone with that number anymore.
They never would have, because when we were well above that number when they created the stones.
No, but that number was
almost
created
40 years ago. When they,
that number was created way before the stones. That number was just copied over to the stones. That number comes from a long time ago.
Then why would you say maintain?
The what?
Maintain a population of 500 million. That's what the stones say.
Because I'd probably have to ask a few people, because I just kind of, I don't really keep all of this stuff in my brain, but I do know that that number came from something far before the Guidestones went up.
Well, it's not the 400,000 from the Bible. It's not. Where does it come from? It's
I'd have to ask a few questions to people who know that.
Either way, maintain a population means that we're already at it and we always have been at it. Like, or that they've been keeping us at it. Like, is our population only 500 million people?
it's just like 500 million seems pretty small compared to.
Yeah, it is small, and I think when they came up with that number, I don't think they were really realizing the capacity that could potentially happen on the planet.
I disagree. I think they know exactly.
Or the whole thing is a forgery and a publicity stunt and a freaking advertising slogan for a fucking granite company.
Well, and how would we ever know, really?
They know that the Earth can sustain billions of people, and in many beneficial ways, if we were to utilize the creation. Governments are going to always be there, but at the same time,
I was saying,
like 7 billion people is actually not even that
brought up too often. I hear them brought up too often, like they matter. Like, sure, it's one of those oddities. I'll give you that. They don't matter at all. There's no reason to pay any attention to the Georgia Guidestones.
Yeah, this whole publicity stunt is for the conspirators, us. Because most people don't even know.
Or yourself. You don't have to speak for everybody.
I'm speaking for you, goddammit. I mean, it was never important to me. And maybe it's not important to you either. But I mean, people just like go and take pictures. Oh, look at, we can see Polaris through this hole. And fine. Now that's over. So after this, for the most part, it really doesn't affect us. But at the end of the day. So Levelus fell for QAnon. We've all fallen for something at a certain point, but there's so much more to Earth than some of these publicity stunts and propaganda. There's so much more to Earth. When people criticize me and others in here, I don't know if you guys get emails and shit saying, "Oh, you flat earthers, you ain't doing shit." I'm in here almost every day. I freaking have a live stream run. I talk to hundreds of people from all across the world every single day, and I ain't doing shit. What are you doing?
It's true. I mean, you're trying to educate people, and what are they doing? A lot of them.
Well, it's because they don't actually want to talk about it. They're scared. They're scared. I don't know if they're scared or not, but they definitely don't want to talk about it.
I'd say more importantly,
they think I'm wasting my time. They think I'm wasting my time. Maybe
I'd say more importantly than that they don't want to talk about it, it's that they don't want you talking about it. They don't want anybody talking about it.
Oh,
They want you to shut the fuck up.
Yeah. Just like dude, I had a friend, when I was on 4th of July at my brother's house, such. He was like, "Why are you doing what you do?" It's like, bro, I just do what I do. I mean, he's like, "Well, what are you really doing?" I mean, it may seem insignificant to you that I have a small YouTube channel or whatever, but dude, the YouTube channel is just to get people into this server where we meet hundreds of people on a weekly basis, and they come in here and saying, "Hey, why do you guys think the Earth is flat?" And we have the opportunity to tell them, right? So I mean, I'm doing that. Or what are you doing? Just believing everything you see on mainstream news? That's on you. You can go ahead and fucking believe that shit and vote for the standard narrative and be like, "Yeah, I mean, this really works out for me."
Believing your outdated textbooks.
Yeah.
You're a 30-year-old space junkie, and you're fucking quoting your shit that you remembered to pass a test when you were 15.
And I ain't trying to get
grow up.
I'm not trying to get one over on them or anything, but they're trying to criticize me for. It's like, why do you even consider flat Earth? Can't you do something better? Like, I don't know. Can you? You're selling cars or whatever. Oh, yeah, you make more money than me, or you're doing this. Which I'm actually when I was talking to my friend, he manages a restaurant, a club that I used to play, shows in. And so, I mean, he's actually one of my brothers too. He's one of my brothers from another mother, and he actually was looking at me when I was explaining, "Hey, bro, I run this. I do the YouTube channel and the Discord and stuff. And we talk to hundreds of people all day long that actually seek us out to ask us questions. So that's what I'm doing. What are you doing? You're selling." Selling beer and pizza to people, which is cool. I mean, he's been managing that restaurant for several years now, and we started, my bands, back in the day started that restaurant. So yeah, it's just like, bro, man, I respect that, man. I don't even know. I mean, you're making money, but I ain't making money off of talking about flat Earth. But I'm here. I mean, say if you have any questions.
Helio, you haven't made any money off flat Earth? Man.
Not very much. Not very much.
Everybody I know is making millions, Doug.
No, really.
Rich AF. Rich AF.
Flat Earth is such a profitable business, bro.
Even the hot numbers like Globebusters and shit, they ain't making shit off of this.
Nah.
Mr. Sergeant?
I don't know who's making money off flat Earth, bro.
You were only like monetized for a few months before you got demonetized, and then
I'm about to apply for it again. They're probably going to deny it, but anyway.
But even then, you admitted it was just beer money, basically.
Yeah, it was like I made like $500, and that was over several months.
So you make like what an inmate firefighter makes when he's fighting fires in the summer.
Yeah.
I'll take 500. Just give me 500. I'll take it,
dude. I took it, and I took it in stride. I mean, it's fine. Fine. YouTube is willing to give me some money, but I hate super chats. Because I don't even have the chat room running anymore because it turns into a shit show.
Yeah. How about the fact that Google takes like 50% of that shit for themselves?
30. It's 30.
Okay, whatever.
Yeah, it's really bad. It's just like don't send me any money through the super chat. Please use PayPal. Because PayPal takes 3%. So it's just like I have a link in the description. And
so Google takes 30% and PayPal takes 3%.
Say that again.
Yeah, and not only that, but YouTube. If you happen to get if you have a YouTube channel and let's say you have like thousands of subscribers and you're getting like millions or millions even, and you're getting millions of views. If you fuck up and get 3 strikes, they don't pay you for the month before.
It's almost not even worth it. That's why I'd rather people donate through PayPal than even try to monetize.
You're not gonna have millions of views if you're the type of person who gets strikes. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but that's too much to go into on here. But yeah, we're okay right now. But if you actually want to send me, a couple bucks, man, do it through PayPal. Don't do it on YouTube. And you can't do it on YouTube because I'm demonetized. I'm about to apply for it again. They're probably going to deny it, but
you're not allowed to make money.
But we do get a lot of views. I mean, we get like 15, 20,000 views a month on my channel. And that's not nothing to sneeze at, right? I mean, it's not like some.
Actually, I have a question there.
I used to have
what counts as a view? How long do you have to watch?
No, one you click on the video and watch a few seconds counts as a view.
So you just click it and exit
every day, or at least every video. I mean, I do 12-hour videos, so every time you click on it, that's another view for that video.
Not per account, right?
I mean, you can't just click on it, then go watch another video, come back and watch it again, and it won't count as a view. It's only one view per day or per video, basically.
Well, yeah. What I was saying, I thought there was something about like you had to watch a certain amount of time for it to count as a view. Because
as far as I know, I think it's just once you click on the video, that counts as a view. But for that video alone, I mean, and like I said, I do 12-hour videos, so once you click on it once, of the YouTube algorithm only counts. Doesn't matter how many times you come back to it, it still is the same view. You don't get like 5 views from one person. You know what I mean?
I wonder if he's talking about when you start a YouTube station, like when you start a channel, in order to be able to apply for the monetization, I think you have to have like 4,000 hours or something.
Yeah, I have.
Right.
I've already made some money from YouTube.
Right. You've already done it, but I think that's what he means. Maybe is because you had to have had so many views to even get it to monetization.
No, what he was asking is whether when you click on the video, that counts as one view. Now that certain video, it doesn't matter how many times you click on that video per day, you only get one.
No. I mean, you answered my question, yes, but that part is not important. I knew that part. Yeah, like if you re-click it, it doesn't count. Got it. Yeah. But like, I thought like if you were to watch it, say for 15 seconds, I think that doesn't count. Like you have to have at least like 2 minutes into it or something like that, like for it to count.
I think the views actually
something
count.
Like that.
I think it actually counts as soon as you click on it. Yeah, if you watch it for like 2, 3, 4 seconds, 5 seconds, I think for each individual person that actually counts as a view. And so, but if you
30
jump
seconds
somewhere else, if you go
30 seconds. 30
is that
seconds.
what it is? You have to watch it for at least 30
seconds.
Well, yeah. So, but after that, if you come back and watch it again,
Yeah, no,
you don't.
thank you. That's what I was asking. And did you looked that up just now or what?
Yeah, I googled it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
Okay, so that's what I was asking. So there is a 30-second for it to count.
Well, most people watch me longer than that anyway. So.
Yeah, it usually takes a few minutes to get in to see if it's something you want to watch. So I'd say probably most people watch at least 30.
They demonetized my channel a long time ago, so I'm not even that messed up about it. I'd rather people donate, through PayPal or Patreon than get money from YouTube, because every time, what we talk about all day, they don't like what we're doing here, so they don't want to monetize my channel or anybody else that would promote a channel, from this Discord. They're gonna actually try to make sure that nobody's making money here. We speak the open, honest truth. Yeah, I mean, I'll apply again, and they're gonna be like, no.
Well, when it comes to Flat Earth, I wouldn't say nobody is making any money, but those who are putting in a lot of work. They're earning their money. Like they're not, and they're not shills. They're not hiding it. They're not. You know what I mean? People who are making money on Flat Earth, it's very little, and they're putting in a ton of work.
Are you talking about like Glowbusters and Jaronism and David Weiss and shit?
Yeah,
they're not actually. They're making most of their money somewhere else. They're not making it from YouTube, but they have a spirit. They have a spirit and idea to help people. That's why they do what they do, right? They're not getting rich off of fucking YouTube talking about Flat Earth. And that's what really pisses me off about people saying, like, you guys are only doing this for money. Motherfucker, you think we're going to get rich off of talking about Flat Earth? That's the dumbest shit I ever heard of. Nobody gets rich off of talking about Flat Earth. They don't want any Flat Earthers making a goddamn dime about talking about Flat Earth. And at the same time, they won't even. They're scared. They're scared as shit to actually come and have a conversation with us about it. And we'll talk about it for free right here on this platform in the Discord. They're so scared to actually have a conversation with us, and we're not going to make any money. All these anti-Flat Earthers, they're making money, but we're not. I mean, there's a few, Jaron and Mark and Bob, but they're not making a lot of money. That's not how they make their money, That's not how they make their freaking money talking about Flat Earth. They're doing this as a public service just like we are. Nobody's getting rich off of this. I want to point that out for everyone that just says, oh, so-and-so's a shill. No, that's not the way it works, man. Not the way it works. Matter of fact, I'm broke as fuck. But I bought a computer here to make this live stream run 24 hours a day. I can barely afford to fucking make that happen. So, but it's happening, isn't it? Because I think it's important. And by the way, if you want to donate to my PayPal account, just send me some money. Link in the description. I very rarely get donations. Nobody fucking making any money off of this shit.
Who wants to buy Helio his next drink? Come on, somebody. I'll buy you one. I'll buy you one. You buy me one.
Do you have a PayPal account? I can send it back.
Yeah, I do have a PayPal
Let's send
account.
each other $10 for a fucking drink. No, bro. I mean, I wake up every morning to go to work, and the first thing I think about, I got to stop the stream and restart it because I have a computer that I bought for this live stream so that people can listen and participate. And I really don't. Nobody donates and helps me out. I have to pay for all of the internet, everything that everyone listens to on YouTube. I pay for all that shit by myself. I mean, it's a public service, and I don't necessarily mind that, but I don't mind a little kickback every once in a while. That's all I'm saying. Doesn't have to be a lot, but I mean, fucking send me $10 if you enjoy the live stream. But don't send it through fucking super chats on YouTube because they're going to take 30%. PayPal takes 3%. Links in the description. Dude, I've been doing this for 3 years. Just do what it do. Is anybody else doing it this way? Answer is no. I'm just saying. You don't have to send me money, but I would appreciate if somebody would help me out a little bit. I'm broke as fuck. I ain't no fucking more guy on saying, "Hey, I'm destitute on the street." I ain't that way, but I'm just saying I actually have to. I bought the equipment here, and I pay for the internet to make this happen for everybody. So it would help me out a little bit if you just like sent me a few bucks.
It would be nice, but you don't have to keep on going. You don't want to like press it too much. That's e-bagging.
Yeah, I just hit the point of e-bagging, but bro, I enjoy actually making this happen for everyone. So if you want to support, go ahead and do it. But anyway, other than that, fucking love you guys. I love everything that happens on this server, and I actually enjoy the whole thing. The live stream and everything. People think. Don't people think things about us that they just make up? That is the funniest part about it. It's like, it's like, well, Lou is this and Helio's that. They're just like, I don't even know. But the best part about having this server and the live stream, like people can find it, and they come in here and matter of fact, we have Diggy Spiff, DC verified, but also deafened. Yeah, I won't stoop to e-begging, but if you do like the channel, don't send a lot. Just send a little bit through PayPal only. Fucking love you guys.
The sharing of biased and false news has become all too common on social media. More alarming, some media outlets publish these same fake stories without checking facts first.
The sharing of biased and false news has become all too common on social media. More alarming, some media outlets publish these stories without checking facts first. Unfortunately,
because of you, we're in this mess. Forever you will acquiesce. Oh, you love to be deceived. Whatever they tell you, you believe. Get a sight, get a mind. News believer, you are blind. Critical thinker, you are not. Never independent thought. Box into your paradigm. Hypnotized with pantomime. Regurgitating all you hear. Spread your terror, spread your fear. Never your mind to be free. Never your eyes will ever see. Lick the boot of tyranny, begging for your slavery. They who have remote control, the TV know your very soul. Tune into the great deceiver, television watching news believer. Inject your poison, wear your mask. All they have to do is ask. Never questioning authority. Blindly following like sheep. Yes sir, no sir, free backs full. You television watching fool. Never your mind to be free. Never your eyes will ever see. Lick the boot of tyranny, begging for your slavery. They who have remote control, the TV know your very soul. Tune into the great deceiver, television watching news believer. This is extremely dangerous to our democracy. Extremely dangerous to our democracy. This is 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 extremely dangerous to our democracy. In their world forever locked. Into their world forever boxed. Reality you leave behind. A prisoner of your own mind. Forever you will be deceived, never ever to be free. Never your mind to be free. Never your eyes will ever see. Lick the boot of tyranny, begging for your slavery. They who have remote control, the TV know your very soul. Tune into the great deceiver, television watching news believer. Never your mind to be free. Never your eyes will ever see. Lick the boot of tyranny, begging for your slavery. They who have remote control, the TV know your very soul. Tune into the great deceiver, television watching news believer.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy. This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
young girl, I recall I got to know her quite well by her name. And I can see her by the firelight, dancing around that cloud at night. And yes, I'll tell you her sweet name. Mary Jane, Mary Jane, Mary Jane, my Mary Jane. You got me walking right on in your room. I know it's you that really cares. It's me and Mary Jane. Said these words that I could understand. In this world you'll find your fortune and fame, and you'll find a love that's faithful and true. I believe in the name I will tell to you. Yes, sir, that name was Mary. Mary Jane, oh, Mary
right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Believe Your Own Eyes, episode 18, I believe it is. And the reason I named the show Believe Your Own Eyes is because oftentimes we're told that we can't believe our own eyes because science is so dogmatic about their findings, and their, I would call them presumptions about what they understand about history and anthropology and archaeology. Anyone with an alternate understanding or observation about certain findings will just be pushed out of the system if it doesn't line up with the common understanding of the narrative, the generally accepted narrative of. Here's what I've discovered, and anyone who can disagree with me, and more than likely will, and most of modern science does disagree with me, that what they call modern science, it's kind of archaic to me, because what they claim is they can dig down into the earth and go back in time millions of years and dig up fossils or uncover fossils and claim that they came from an age millions of years ago. They do have a preconceived bias when they're digging down. You know, if they've gone through, which most of even the archaeologists and anthropologists and people that study these histories will they'll have a certain preconceived bias, of course, just like I do when looking at these things. They'll be rejected by their popular opinions of the universities. So they go through the same university everyone else does, just like, you know, like people that would say the earth is flat. We all went to the same schools. We schools of thought, schools of religion. We all, you know, grew up thinking the earth was, everyone that would proclaim a flat earth theory or that kind of claim, we all are globies, and we understand the standard model. So it's not that we're dumb. And as far as the age of the earth and history, we have a lot more to learn. So my contention is that they're I don't even know where to go with that. That you can believe your own eyes when you look in the sky and you see the sun in the sky. We're told that you're moving away from the sun. That's why it looks like it's going away from you, because you're on a spinning ball moving backwards. Same with the moon, the stars. They're actually stationary, and you're on a spinning ball moving around. And so you have to, in order for this heliocentric idea to work in these millions of years, you have to look up and you have to look down. You have to dig down and you go back millions of years. You look up, you go back billions of years. And I contend that's just a load of hogwash. So that's why I call the show Believe Your Own Eyes, and we talk about those kind of things, and we also talk about many other things that are, you know, have to do with modern politics and education and everything. And I have the chat room muted, and it looks like they're talking as I open the mic up there. But my co-host is Ron Sheckelson, and he always has a lot to say. And MIDI-HC is one of our partners in this, and in my Discord server, I invite everyone to have have the conversation, but for the most part, Ron and I host the show. We start the conversation, and once we start, we invite other people on the panel. Whenever we get exhausted of talking, I have no idea what Ron's going to say today. See what happens, and welcome everybody. Thank you so much for all the new subscribers. Hey, especially hold on, he can't hear me now, so I'm gonna introduce one of my newest subscribers. Hello,
Hundreds of videos.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the show. I want to introduce one of my newest subscribers, Mr. Ron Sheckelson.
Hey, how about that? I'm one of the OGs, man. I've been here forever.
You just subscribed to my channel. I just got the notification.
Yeah, you know why? Because I wasn't getting the notification, so I hit unsubscribe
and resubscribe.
Yeah, because I wasn't getting notifications. I'm like, well, let me see if I unsubscribe and resubscribe, if it checks that.
I'll just mess. Anyway, I just did a little deal there. So what's been happening?
Oh, we were just going over some stuff in the Drudge.
I got like 10 new subscribers a day, so that you must be doing something, or unless they're finding the show and stuff. It's good stuff, man.
Yeah, I've been promoting it. Check out our stream tonight at 10. Anyway, yeah, we got a little bit of a late start, as usual, but that's all right because it gives people time to filter in. A lot of people are on the West Coast. I know a lot of these people here, so their time zone is quite a bit different. So this is not that late. Oh yeah, I was checking out the Drudge Report. There was some funny stuff. There's someone that's blackmailing Jeff Bezos with he's got like dick pics out there, and they're trying.
Did you send me on that? Because I was like, where did this?
I was browsing the Drudge Report. Yeah, let me go get it.
And I'm like, where did this come from?
Yeah,
we were only talking about that yesterday. Blackmail from dick pics and the likes.
Yep. Where should I put it in the? Let me see. Text for general. Let's see. Hold on.
The live stream text.
Put it in live stream text. Everyone can see. I'll put it in YouTube too, so everyone could.
Yeah, want to click on the stream because we're about to go in on Bezos, I guess. Jeff Bezos. No, we're gonna.
No, this is just the Drudge Report. It was a top thing on the Drudge. But it's kind of and then one of the other things I seen in there was Supreme Court Justice Roberts. He's siding with the liberals on an abortion bill. And I always knew he was a turncoat. He was the one that gave us Obamacare, and now he's done this, working with the liberals.
Under Bush, right? He was
Bush.
He was supposed to be the conservative justice that was going to break the Supreme Court and everything, right? But yeah, we
had a lot of snakes put in by Bushes. We really have been screwed over big time, man. Even the guy, because what it is, it's a one-party system, and it goes from bad to worse. You know what I mean? Like, well, he's the lesser of two evils. Yeah, but he's still like John McCain and Obama. There's not any difference between them.
Yeah, John McCain was a fall guy, man.
Turncoat, dude.
Well, he was a fall guy. I mean, they knew he'd never win the election. I mean,
no, even if he did, we screwed. He's just as bad as Obama. He's a warmonger.
Yeah, it's a different scenario. I mean, they just have to play it a little bit different. Yeah, it's the same thing over and over.
But we've never been given a choice, dude, like an honest choice of two different candidates because, John McCain is even worse because he's a traitor. Like he pretends to be something that he's not, and then he stabs you in the back. So that's worse than
because he has little hands. He has little hands. They're small. They're like.
Yeah, he's devious. Beady eyes.
But anyway, he does have little hands. He's kind of weird looking.
But there's a picture with him, Marco Rubio, and Lindsey Graham with ISIS members in Iraq or Syria. They're standing in a group photo, probably like 10 people. It's like, wow, he was funneling
ISIS guys.
Yeah, funneling weapons to known ISIS members. The CIA is smuggling drugs. It's like, we know enough dirt, just people like us, just, small time investigators. And the problem is, like, we have no one to go to. We go to the people, like here. This is like, this is the news. We're trying to disseminate whatever news we could dig up. But what are we going to do with it? Like, hey, guess what? We're not the enforcement arm. We can't, like, you know what I mean? Like, go to them.
Hey, you know what's frustrating?
We know
about
smuggling drugs.
Go ahead, Ron.
I was going to say, we know you're smuggling drugs into the country, but who do we send to you know what I mean? To, like, arrest them. Like, do we do a citizen's arrest? Which ones are smuggling the drugs? Like, how do we ever fix this? Same thing with, like, the false flag shootings. It's like, man, I figured it out.
If you get a politician up there, they're talking about they're still talking about terrorism, like say in the State of the Union the other night. You know, there's so many people out there saying that Trump's doing something good. He's going to build the wall and he's going to defend America, but he's still talking about wars and stuff. I mean, even though there may be incremental changes that appease certain people that aren't just totally sold, or that are sort of sold out, I guess. I don't know. I mean, when you see through the entire lie, you just can't accept anything but full disclosure on all these things, because I mean, how are you supposed to trust Donald Trump? I mean, I don't know. People
can't trust any of them.
What do you call with like woke people? I mean, a lot of people think they're woke. They're still just like praising Donald Trump as if he's doing anything really to.
Here's the thing: we haven't had anybody speak truth to power, like calling the media fake news. We've never had anybody do that, so it's refreshing.
It's refreshing.
It's refreshing. Well, hold on. I'll give you the perspective. This is why people no one has ever spoke up like we're doing right now in a, let's say, dinner table discussion where you say, man, the media is all a bunch of bullshit. They all lie. They're fake. And then you hear a politician openly say this, and it's refreshing. It's like, wow, man, someone speaking honestly about how corrupt they are. Someone speaking honestly about government waste, about wars we should have never went to. He was speaking like, he's like, that was the worst mistake ever. We never should have went into Iraq. Like everything he was saying during the election was gold. It's like a Republican would never say that kind of shit. He's like, those buildings came down on your brother's watch, like pointing the finger at Bush. And there was like a gasp in the audience of South Carolina.
I like a lot of shit Obama said before he was elected. But, he did everything the opposite,
What happened in South Carolina? Jeb got 4% of the vote, only 4%. He spent $100 million. You can't put lipstick on that pig. You know what I mean? Nobody was buying that pig. So we have made progress. I'm not saying Trump is the guy, because I know the president doesn't call the shots, but at least he's helping wake up the masses, like calling out the media as fake news, saying like calling out Hillary's crimes. Like Mitt Romney wouldn't call out the Clinton Foundation. He wouldn't call out her crimes because the media is not going to do it. So Trump just tweeting, talking shit on Twitter, it's waking up millions of people to the emails, the money laundering, the stealing money from Haiti, the pedophilia, the Pizzagate. He's like shining light on all this. So you can't hate him. He's doing a lot more good than any other politician has ever done in my whole life.
Our show the other night after the State of the Union, compared to a lot of other forums, where you'd have a voice to say something about the things that he said. I mean, we're pretty jaded with all aspects of modern government and all that stuff, because we're so far right that you would never. It's just like the right doesn't exist in my mind, as far as the things that we talk about. I mean, we observe what's going on and we have an opinion about it, but as far as being able to trust anybody in politics, it's just not possible.
Yeah. Man. You can't trust anything. Dude.
So I mean, even if it looks good, it's still, like you said, you can't put lipstick on it.
We're trying to turn around like a ship that's been like a giant freighter that's been going this way for hundreds of years, and we're trying to turn it around on a dime. And people don't wake up that fast. People are still stuck in the matrix. They wake up in the morning. They shovel something down their throat. They force a cup of coffee down their, and they're off to work. Usually they don't even have time. They're eating and drinking in the car. I used to do that every morning. I'll be eating in the car.
Part of the plan. Hey, somebody's saying Sean wants to come on. Hey, Sean, you can join the voice chat, but after you're gonna have to wait till everybody else is called in, because he's already in the server.
How long have we been live, Helio?
Oh shit, man. About 15 minutes.
About 10 minutes.
I'm just saying, people are in the chat. But yeah, Sean's already in server. He's got a role. He can come in and talk,
right.
but we got to finish our.
Yeah, we'll do their opening set. So what was I saying?
We're just talking about how people are.
Yeah, they're in the Matrix still.
Becoming woke, but I don't think that they're going to be able to be totally woke through that process. It has to be.
They don't need to be totally woke. There's a lot of people that are like pink pilled and purple pilled. Let's say,
what is that
people
do when you're building a wall around your country when the country is never go, like you had Trump saying that it's never going to be a socialist country when it already is. How does
it's already too late for this country. Probably too late. It's probably finished. But I don't want to be black pilled. I like to keep a little bit of hope alive, but
I got you.
We're on a path. Like, you know how a train is on the tracks. Unless we blow the train off the tracks, we're going for off a cliff. Like, there's no saving this country because it's too rotten, and every branch of it is rotten, and it's not going to fix itself. And people have known about 9/11 since the day it happened. There was these 9/11 truthers, and we had a more open format on YouTube where people were revealing this shit, and it's being taken away from us. It's being hidden. So just now, like what 9/11 was 17 years ago, and now it's just gaining traction. Some of these lies, these big cover-ups, they're gaining traction. Flat Earth is gaining traction. And what do? They're pulling it, dude. They're getting rid of our ability to wake up more people because we were reaching critical mass, and now they're just cutting us off at the knees. We're left to little platforms like this where we're talking to 20 people, and everyone in here probably already knows. There might be one or two new people, but that's the problem. We're like,
no, I mean, yeah, it's YouTube, so it's like there are so many people that are even if they don't accept the flat Earth, they understand at least why we do, and our resistance to the modern system. So it's not we're not wasting our time talking about it. So and if I ever thought it was wasting my time, I wouldn't even do this. And
who said it was a waste of time?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just talking about since we're not. I feel like we're reaching a broader audience. I see new people in the chat all the time, and more than likely that we're reaching some people that don't even get into the chat. So.
And this is where I have mixed feelings, like the whole QAnon thing. It was good in some ways because almost everyone baby boomer, right? I'd say probably 90% of them are all baby boomers, and they were the most.
I wouldn't.
Well, I'd say. Well, I'm in those groups, and I know a lot of them were baby boom. They got time on their hands. I'd say 75%, and they have time to do that. And they had no idea of the underbelly of what's going on because they were doing other shit. They were watching mainstream media, Rush Limbaugh, Sean Hannity, Bill O'Reilly when he was on, and they were just blue pilled. They didn't know shit. And at least he brought some truth, like he brought the truth of Pizzagate. He brought some truth to 9/11. Like people that when I hear people talking about airplanes and 9/11 in the same breath, I want to scream. Like Sean Hannity, they'll fly airplanes. Anybody on Fox News, how do they remember the lie? Because I know it's been a lie for so long.
Alex Jones won't talk about no planes on. I mean, he won't talk about.
But how do you keep from telling the truth accidentally, man? Like, are they really? They must be really good liars because I could never even let it spill out. Like, how do I keep remembering to call airplanes when I know it's not fucking airplanes? It's
no
not
fucking white airplane, brother, or would even hit the building. Look like that.
And someone else was doing that. He was talking about who paid the hijackers, right? He was a so-called truth channel, and he was talking about this person was affiliated with bin Laden, and he gave money to the hijackers to train them. I'm like, dude, hijackers and airplanes had nothing to do with 9/11. And he was Activist News on that's the name of his channel, Activist News. And he was talking about airplanes and hijackers, but he names the Khazarian Mafia, the Synagogue of Satan. He does name them, but he was talking about this fake shit about 9/11. He's like, and this guy was connected to someone who gave money to the hijackers. I'm like, right away. I'm like, dude, anyone pushing that narrative, you're full of shit, dude.
Yeah, that's bullshit right there.
Listen to Brian Staley's stuff about 9/11.
I'm not sure who that is.
I'll send you some links.
Yeah, he's good. I like him.
But when I found out my neighbor gave me that book about 9/11, where did the towers go? And I thought I knew everything. I was just fucking cocky, whatever. And I started looking through it. I'm like, oh my God. I looked at it, the Hutchinson effect, Tesla. And I did some digging, and I was dumbfounded. I'm like, dude. And just over the last couple of years, like the fires in California, and I realized what we're up against. And it's like, wow, that they have this weapon, right? They have a weapon that makes things disappear. And you don't see it coming. You don't know where it came from, who did it. There's no fingerprints. And then they're promoting weapons that we don't have, like nuclear weapons. Oh, Iran's going to get nukes. Nuclear weapons, they're fake. And the real weapons are the ones that they're using right now. Like, people are actively being targeted by these devastating weapons that could erase you off the face of the earth. And they're clueless to it. You know what I mean?
Look,
all you have to.
I mean, the only proof we have is pictures of the aftermath. So
all we have is 1 million pieces of circumstantial evidence, the results of this weapon.
Right.
We don't know who's pulling the trigger. We know the results, the outcome. But a forensic examiner, right? Crime scene forensics. That's what Judy Wood did. Say you see the blood spatter, and you could tell if it was a blunt instrument or a sharp instrument just by the size of the blood droplets, right? The amount of blood, the blood spatter, the direction. You could tell a lot just like that. So there's so many burned out carcasses of cars, houses, right? And then the trees around them, the aluminum that's liquefied with pine needles. There's so much, skipping one house and destroying the next one down to powder. There's all this circumstantial evidence that it's undeniable what it is. We just don't know who is pulling the trigger. They've had it.
Don't necessarily know how it might have been delivered as well.
But do you need to know? Do you need to know, like, if it's a microwave or if it's a laser or it's a magnetic weapon? Do you really need to know the nuts and bolts to know that it's a weapon? That's all you have to know is it's a weapon, and they could target it right to 1 inch away, dude. They could wipe out the house and leave the fucking chimney. They could burn the house down right to the edge of the driveway and not an inch more. It's so fucking precise, you could shave with it. You know what I mean? It's like, here, go right to the edge of the driveway and not an inch more. It's so precise and so programmable. Whatever it is, it's a weapon. And if people knew, they would be more reluctant. Like if everyone sees it right away, that's a fucking weapon. Who's hitting us with this weapon? That's what needs to be done, because then they'll be a little bit more reluctant to keep using it. Like, if you knew you were going to get caught, if you had a gun with a silencer and you're out there you're a psychopath and you're shooting people, but it's ejecting shell casings, it does let out a flash, and you're leaving evidence everywhere, you'd be a little bit more reluctant to do your whatever.
Right,
go out there and just kill people like that.
Leave evidence that would lead back to you. Yeah, of course you'd be.
Right. So we need to let people know that they're under attack so that the attacks will stop. Or, you know what I mean? Like, dude, when everyone sees it, they know it's an attack.
Well,
and then they could tell. They could look at their government.
And like with what happened in California, it's very hard. Like in Paradise, for instance, it's very hard to develop motive. I mean, a lot of people have an opinion about the motive for clearing out those towns, and
we could figure that out later. It matches up with the Agenda 21 map, and then who owns it? Rothschild owned it. That's like circumstantial evidence, but we don't need a motive. We just need to know it was a weapon. Right. And we could figure out that stuff later, but we needed to stop.
The forensics could lead to figure out how it was done. That's the way you investigate a crime scene.
Their strength is their weakness, because everything they have runs in a pyramid structure. All we have to do is run this pyramid backwards, and it'll lead us to the top of the pyramid, because everything runs in a pyramid system. You answer to this person, they answer. You work to the higher ups. So we have all these people, from the mayor to the governor, and just work this trail backward. The CEO of the company, keep working it backwards, and it will lead you to the top of the pyramid. And the problem is, like, all the people that are supposed to do this investigating, they're all corrupt too. So there would have to be some kind of pressure put on them. Right now, there's no pressure being exerted on them. Like, they had the crime stats for Sandy Hook for Newtown, Connecticut, that said there was no homicides in that town. There was 0 homicides. So how are they letting the official narrative of that shooting, how are they letting it be put out on the media? I mean, it's legal now to push propaganda. It's totally legal. Obama made a law making it legal to push propaganda. But they have a moral obligation to do this, to get to the bottom of the crimes. They're the highest law authority in the land, and they're betraying us. It's like, who do we go to? Who will watch the watchers? The media is supposed to watch the watchers, but they're all corrupt.
Prior to him making it legal, quote unquote legal, they had Project Mockingbird.
Yeah. But we're supposed to have a media. That's why we have a First Amendment, freedom of the press. And we are the press, dude. Us, right here, this little us talking on the internet. This is freedom of the press and freedom of speech. And for them to censor us, they're violating like a crucial First Amendment rights.
Assembly.
Yeah, peaceful assembly.
Yeah.
And all that stuff. We're being and they're spying on us, like our Fourth Amendment, like all this stuff is violated. Who do we take it to? I mean, I guess if we had bigger numbers of people on our side, we would have public opinion, the court of public opinion, and we could start replacing these people and we could start weeding out these, because it's not going to fix itself. We're going to have to do it. And we're going to need public outrage. But to get enough public outrage, we need the critical mass like they have in France right now with the yellow vest movement. We just need a spark. It's like a tinder. We're like a pressure cooker, and it's just ready to explode, but we just need that. Right now, they've been bleeding off a little bit of pressure, a little bit. I think that's with the QAnon. It's bleeding off pressure from the pressure cooker so things don't reach critical mass and explode.
Yep. Damage control. That's basically damage control.
Well, it's like, it's controlled opposition or limited hangout. They're giving you a limit. They're telling us what we already know. They haven't given us any new information. Everything is very vague. You know what I mean? It's like if someone said, like, okay, Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, Bill Clinton, Hillary Clinton, they're going to be arrested on the 24th. It's like, boom, and then if it happens, it's like, wow, this is a solid.
They have to utilize, just like I'm saying, with the Project Mockingbird or whatever and all that led up to Obama's, passing of them being able to put out this propaganda quote unquote legally. They put out the information, gauge the public response, and then adjust accordingly. It's just it's just part of the programming. And then they feed it back into the media to see what else they're going to find next.
Yeah, it's like when you catch a liar and then they admit that they lied, they're usually not going to admit to all of their lies. They'll usually admit to like the least offensive lie. You know what I mean?
Like Anthony Weiner, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey guys,
tell me about that. He's like, his name's Weiner, and he showed his wiener. I mean, this is like, oh, what a coincidence.
And it's like, everyone's like, wow, what a horrible scumbag. The least offensive thing was him sending dick pics to that girl. You know, that was like, okay, it is offensive and outrageous, but compared to the cannibalism and the raping
Can I interject?
What's that?
Did you see the dick pic that he sent to that girl? It had a toddler asleep next to him. It had a toddler asleep next to him. He was doing that pose in front of a little baby toddler asleep on the bed next to him. That is what got a lot of people in an uproar about the dick pic.
You know what, Beck? If they had the frazzle drip where Hillary's cutting the face off a little girl and wearing it like a mask, if you have like a level of outrage and you think that the dick pic in front of, with the baby watching or whatever, yes, that is a level outrage that people would go lynch him. But how do you go to the next level where you're like, you know what I mean? Like the other stuff where they're raping, you know, toddlers and like people's mind could not handle that. Like this is like what Anthony Weiner was doing. That's like number 10 level outrage. How do you surpass that? Because there is a whole nother level. You know what I mean? So this was the smallest thing on his list. You know what I mean? Like this was like, you know what I mean? They could have, if they put out the real shit, there would be people openly lynching. We would be vigilante justice if that was to leak out. Like people would not wait. They're like, screw you. You've had this information for years. You haven't done shit but cover it up. I think we may need to get to some level like people, like the boiling point where people are so mad that they're, you know, publicly going to the officials. Like we don't condone violence. I'm not condoning violence or anything, but I'm just saying most people, if they saw that, they probably would resort to some kind of vigilante justice because the system has failed us. They've left us no option for justice. You know what I mean? When there's no alternative, the system is so corrupt, we can't let these crimes go unpunished. What options, what do we have left?
Yeah, they know that, and that's why they're you know trying to suppress information and controlling the information, and of course pushing the whole agenda to take away people's guns. I feel like it's all part of it
because they don't like. If we did picture what the French are doing, right? Except 10 times more people, and everybody's armed. You know, like in the U.S., everyone on the streets armed, heavily armed, body armor. What are you going to do? Like, let's say there was 100,000 heavily armed people marching the streets, holding their signs. We know you rape children. They have their images and graphic stuff. They have all the proof. Okay, police, what are you going to do? You want to attack us, or are you going to protect the people that are pedophiling children and raping, you know, cutting their face off? Is that who you're there to protect? You're going to protect them? You know, it's like, pick a side. And that's what a lot of the people, the French police, pick the side with the people. They're like, look, man, we know they're rotten, and you guys are in the right. You know, they gave us orders to beat you down with batons and hit you with pepper spray and tear gas and whatever, water cannons, but we're not going to do that. We think they should be, you know, the ones targeted, but it takes public. We have to get the information out until people feel that level of outrage that we've felt for a long time. We've known this. Most of us here have known about this stuff, you know, about the John Podesta's emails, about Pizzagate. We've known it, and it's been eating at us for years, and there's been no justice. It's like, what do you do? I mean, like, what are we? We're good people. Everyone here, we're like good people. We're not criminals. We're not murderers. We don't want to go out and do stuff like this. That's their job to handle these things. And they're leaving us. I mean, 9/11 was 17 years ago, and almost probably everyone here knows who did it, right? They know who did it. Even if you don't know exactly how it went down, we know airplanes didn't do it, and we know who was connected. We know who benefited and who was there to document the event. We know this stuff. But how do we get justice? You know, 17 years. And they still talk about it in the media. Airplanes, Bin Laden, caves. We need more money to fight terrorism. The terrorists are running our government. You know what I mean? The terrorists are... They're really... We really don't have many options, man. We're not getting anywhere. Like that whole Q thing, that's what I was so frustrated because they're not going outside the box. Read the breadcrumbs again. No, look, let's talk about the real way 9/11 went down. Let's talk about the dancing Israelis. Let's talk about the real shit behind Sandy Hook and Parkland. Let's talk about that. That's the stuff. If all those people knew about the real shit, I don't think they know. Even the shape of the Earth. It's like they're talking about space aliens and shit. Hours and hours on end, space aliens from another. They're feeding into the Project Bluebeam. So these people that think they're woke because they're following Q, they think they're woke. Yeah, watch out for the space aliens because there's bad aliens, right? There's good aliens and bad aliens. But no, they're all bad. They're all demons. There ain't no good aliens. If there was such a thing. And the funny thing is, YouTube doesn't censor that kind of content. Stuff that you can't verify. Little green men. But they'll censor things that you have evidence for.
That's why space is so great for them. Because it's like literally they could come up with anything. Nobody could prove it. I was on YouTube today. I was looking at top 10 images from space, or it said pictures from space. None of them were pictures. None of them were from. They were all fake. You could tell. So they even had the Tesla in there. That was one of the top images taken from space. Insane.
And how do we fight against it, man? Because people are so far blue-pilled. It's like I was at my cousin's for Christmas, and his wife had like People magazine and like all that stuff. I'm looking at the covers and I'm thinking, they have no idea. Like most of these trannies, you know what I mean? Like I'm looking at it and thinking, wow. And I can't just tell them that because it would bend their mind. If they were to find out, they would be like, I don't know if they could handle it. Like their whole bubble would be popped because they have like a perfect little life, dude. I went by my cousin's house. He's got like a big house, like 3,000 square foot house. His basement is all finished, really nice. He's got everything, dude. He gets a new truck like every 5 years, like everything. He's got a fishing boat, like everything he would ever want, he has. He's got a good wife. He's got a good family. Like everything is on easy street. Everything's the perfect little Norman Rockwell type lifestyle. Mm-hmm. And for me to go pop that bubble, I just let them be in their little cocoon. It's like, well, whatever, dude. If I wake, but we do need to, I do need to wake to pop their bubble because everyone needs to get their bubble popped to get this shit rolling, or else we're never going to resolve these issues. It is uncomfortable to red pill people. It is. In their life, it will never be the same. But it's like Paul Revere, something bad is happening, and if evil happens when good men do nothing. So if I sit back and do nothing, maybe they don't need to know about the transgenderism and stuff. That would be like, really scramble their brain, but they need to know about the crimes, the pedophilia, the way 9/11 went down. They need to know this stuff. They need to know the shape of the earth. They really do. And to see how it all ties together. Because that will expose everything. And it will be an adjustment period, but we really don't have a choice. Because by the time they put in their artificial intelligence grid, they already got us like on lockdown, dude.
What would that adjustment point look like? How do you anticipate that could happen with a population that's ignorant to any of these things?
Well, the same way we adjusted, like everyone adjusted to World War I, World War II. Some people won't be able to adjust. And if you can live through a world war, like our grandparents adjusted to it, people do, man. People adjust to the most horrific circumstances. But we don't really have a choice, dude.
Well,
yeah.
That's why they use fear and poverty and fear porn and right in front of your face all the time to say, we're coming back. We're gonna. It's just cycles of destitution and success. It's just like we're gonna build on this. This is what that's what they're doing with Trump. America's gonna be great again, and then it's gonna be destitute. Because people didn't all the commies came against us, and that's just this country. But the whole freaking fake story is. I mean, it's based on a fake monetary system. The entire world system is it's all just it's a big slavery lie system. I mean, even though, like you said, your brother can have his bass boat and fucking or whatever, go out on the lake and all that shit. You know, fine. You know,
he's got everything,
like
dude.
That too. I know a lot of people.
He's got too. All this shit. Like he likes to go deer hunting and fish. So he's got all these expensive.
Why would he try? Why would he try to fuck that up? You know, and believe.
No, he's not going to try and fuck it up. But I'm saying like certain things. Like, okay, let me see how far I should. There's different levels of being red pilled. Like the tranny stuff is it's really going to do more harm, and it's not essential to waking up.
The tranny stuff either. It's just I don't think that's beneficial. Like that's really hasn't.
It's not beneficial. It's not. It's harmful. It's harmful to the movement because it will fuck people's heads up beyond repair. You know, the guy that the woman you were pleasuring yourself to, Helio, and you're like, oh no, that's not.
It's like if all the actresses that I'm attracted to on the movies are tranny, I mean, I don't want to know. You know, I've always said that
that's
from the beginning. I just don't want to know.
Yeah, I was just saying that to my friend. We were talking about it, and I kind of made that same joke to my friend, and we were both laughing about it. And then we were talking about how it's like some kind of what is it, Baphomet worship that they're getting us to do, you know?
Well, and Bro Sanchez has been talking about that. He did. Did you hear that stream he did? He just like spent like 4 hours just bitching about the tranny worshipers and all that shit, or the tranny. You know, like people have channels that just dedicated to trannies, and Bro Sanchez
Russian
went
vids.
off on him one day, man.
Russian vids does a lot of transvestigations, and there's
and Bro Sanchez is like, why are you worried about what's inside somebody's pants? You know, I mean, it's just like there's more shit to worry about. You know, I mean,
it's the last part of the rabbit hole because it's people that they love are also tranny.
You know, it goes along with what can you know? You know, just like we were talking about some of the do-web. Can you know the ultimate path, how they did it, and all that shit? Or what that is, and can you walk up to Scarlett Johansson and pull her pants down and see if she has a penis or not? I mean, come on, man.
No, you could see Michael Robinson when Michelle Obama when he was Michael Robinson.
I mean, that's one of the obvious ones. But I'm just talking about everybody's a fucking tranny when it comes to these guys. Everybody's a tranny.
It's so funny when Helio says penis because he says it in like he's so frank. Like what's the word? He's so nonchalant. I can't even think of the word, man. He's being so earnest when he says it. He's not trying to be perverted but he says it and it's so. I don't know, man. It's so funny.
What do you? I mean, yeah.
Never mind.
I don't use the D word very often, but I guess
like a doctor would say.
Yeah, right.
It's like I use the medical terms.
It's so clinical when you say it for some reason.
It's not like my dick.
Yeah. Mud. Shout out to Larry.
I mean, it's just like, dude, the tranny stuff really. I mean, early on, I was just like, even if there's something to it, it's just like, there was some that I'm like, yeah, that's pretty obvious, but I just wasn't going to get full force into that as if it really made a difference in anything.
Oh, but it does in a way, but it makes a bad difference because people that you're relying on to fix things.
It makes a difference for the people that are obsessed with it. That's what it makes a difference.
Right.
It's just a rabbit hole that may lead to something and may not. But we're talking about the entire red pill, and
that's part of
seeing
it.
Seeing that rabbit hole. But the people that would go down just spend their time studying that shit all the time. We'll ignore everything that we talk about, about the flat Earth.
Here's the reason it's important is because everyone who's doing this is a Satanist. They do it for Baphomet, and that is their religion. They don't do it just for
the rabbit hole too. But that's something you guys don't agree with me on.
They don't do it for jollies. They don't do it for their jollies. Like, ooh, this is kinky. I'll just I'll turn myself to a woman. Like Bruce Jenner. Like, oh, this is kinky or whatever. It's about Satan worship.
PSYOP. Fucking Bruce Jenner was a PSYOP the whole time.
Yeah. Well, that's what I mean. There's other. I'd rather leave that alone because that one is not going to change the world. The ones that's going to change the world is the flat Earth because it's the nucleus of all lies. It's the nucleus of evolution.
Of course, there's going to be different rabbit holes we all go down once you discover the flat Earth thing.
But what takes them all apart? If you could only prove, let's say you could only use one conspiracy.
Nothing.
If you had your wish,
because nobody can know everything. You know.
Hold on, I didn't finish my question.
Okay, go ahead. I'll let you finish.
I got 2 words in. I was going to say, if you could only have one wish, like to reveal one conspiracy, let's say you had like the magic genie gives you one wish, and I would take flat Earth because it reveals all the other ones. Like, okay, it's going to disprove evolution, it's going to disprove the Big Bang, and it's going to discredit all these all these governments that are tied together. It's going to show that they're all laced together. Like if I just pick 9/11, that might take out the United States, but all these other countries, they would still have their power. Like maybe our government would collapse, but their power system is still intact because they still control every other government. This is the one that takes them all out because everyone's got their hand in the cookie jar. Like everybody that's concealing the shape of the Earth, of course they know, dude. Of course the governments know because they're not fucking retards. When you reach the highest level of government, you're not fucking brain dead. You have to be brain dead to think the Earth is a globe. When you're at that level of knowledge, you have to be fucking brain dead. You're looking at all the statistics.
Well, as far as the Earth being a globe, we never questioned it because we were told that it was a globe and this is the way it works, and we were totally distracted through education, media, everything. We lived on a globe. This is the way the government works. You follow this plan. You've got the red and the blue. Then if even if you have like libertarian tendencies, you have the Libertarian Party. You got a gray. You got the blue and the gray. You got back in the they said, we had the Civil War, blue and the gray. And so it's all kind of they always have an avenue of distraction for you. And but I totally agree with you. Flat Earth will break that down, and you have to go backwards from flat Earth. Once you see the flat Earth, it's everyone's going to go on their own journey to discover their own truth about that. And for me, I don't know. I like doing this because I'm kind of doing it as an analyst and not a dogmatist preaching my version of flat Earth to anyone, because I have no desire to do that. When someone sees the flat Earth and for what it is, they're only going to go down their path, based on their history. They can only understand one thing at a time. So I'm not necessarily a teacher. I'm just, I wouldn't ever claim to be, because I never was. If I wanted to be a teacher, I could have been teaching music in a university, or something right now. But I never was on that path. So,
well, you peel it off like an onion. There's one layer under another.
Yeah.
So first you find out the Earth is flat, and then you take the next layer off the onion. Well, what does this mean?
But
okay.
even then, a lot of us are are awake to our own understanding. We're never going to come to the same conclusions. We're like you and me are disagree on a lot of stuff. So it's like
But a lot of people don't peel off those additional layers. Like the first layer, oh my God, the Earth is flat. Well, wait a minute. What about the space race with Russia? Well, guess what? Oh shit, they were both lying. Yeah. Both lying about it. That means they're both buddy. They're frenemies. They're fake enemies. It's like, oh shit, what's the next layer underneath there? Oh, the world wars. I mean, they were frenemies back then. Yep. It's like, wow, you peel back all these layers and we realize we've been fucked over for forever. As far back as history goes, we've been played, dude. They've been playing us off against each other forever. And that's once you peel back
those world wars, how can you claim that those guys were actually colluding together to create this propaganda stunt of these world wars?
By the outcome.
You talk about flat Earth being a hard pill to swallow. That's a really hard one to.
That's what I mean, and that's the one that will topple people like you, dirty rats. You know what I mean?
It's like that one right there that's pretty much almost as hard a pill to swallow as the flat Earth.
that's even worse because your whole worldview, everything gets thrown upside down. And a lot of people, they still don't want to take that pill. They're like, no. They want to believe the official narrative about World War II. Like, no, Hitler was the good guy. He was trying to take out the banksters.
I wouldn't say he was a good guy. I wouldn't say that.
No. But some people think that he was trying to fix the problem and take out the bad guys, but it's more complicated, dude. They're playing 4D chess.
Exactly. They're playing both sides just like they always do. They always have their stooges up front. Oh, Hitler was one of them, and so was.
It's so hard, man, because
Churchill and fucking Roosevelt, all the leaders of these in the past couple centuries, they're all stooges, man.
Yeah, that's what's so hard. People want to think, well, no, this guy was opposed to this one and stuff. It's like, no. All of the governments on the top, like when you see George Bush, the Chinese president. There was three of them in a Freemason robe. George Bush, Putin, and then the president of China. They're all wearing that blue robe, Freemason robe. They're all on the same fucking team, man. Like they would have our countries, if they wanted to, they would have the U.S., China, and Russia in a world war, decimate all of our... Let's say they wanted to do that. They're like, hey, the Americans are too woke. We need to decimate all their fighting age men. We need to erase them. So we're going to get into a war with China and Russia, and we're going to erase them all, and we're going to carnage both sides, and that way we'll have a better grip. Everyone will have to rebuild. They'll make money off it. All the banksters will make lots of money, and they'll take care of this problem because all these woke people, they'll be dead. And that's what they did. When people start waking up, they create these wars and get rid of them. And the people that, like these soldiers that are allegedly committing suicide, I bet you they're getting killed, dude. I bet it's Arkansas. These are probably patriots who said, I will not comply with these illegal orders. I'm not going to do that if you told me to confiscate guns or fire on Americans. These were patriots, and that's probably the ones they're killing, and they're saying that they committed suicide. I bet you that's what's happening. I'd be willing. Not all of them. Some of them probably do commit suicide, but I'm saying a large percentage are probably being eliminated.
Well, if they've been in the military, I mean, it'd be easy to knock them off if.
Once they're out, though, these guys are retired. They're out of the military, and they pose a threat. They pose a threat because
that's what I'm saying. They use they would use people that.
What would you do, Helio, if you're woke and you realize the war was all bullshit? You fought in this war. You're like, these fuckers betrayed us. This war was bullshit. I watched a lot of my friends die. Now you have a highly trained, you have a red-pilled person. He knows what's up, and he's highly trained.
I know some.
Well, I'm saying a lot of people like that pose a threat to the government. They're like, wow, these people are now a threat to us because they're patriotic. They love their country, and they see that we're fucking over their country and destroying their country. They pose a threat to their power. So they get rid of you. You see? If you're just a dummy drinking beer and watching sports, you're no threat to them. You're just a dumb consumer. Keep drinking your fluoride, buy your Cheetos and whatever. That's what they want. They want dummies. They don't want woke people.
Every single veteran I know, well, not every single one, but 90% of them are woke, man. Like, not... I mean, I've talked to them about flat Earth, but they have families and stuff. They're just too busy to really do what we're doing.
Well, then they're not woke.
Yeah,
partially woke.
I know, but they know about 9/11. They know about the fake.
What do they know about 9/11? What do they think it was? Do they think it was
that the government did it, blew the buildings up, and all that stuff? Yeah.
So they're partially woke. They think it was bombs. They don't know the full
just
story.
Too busy. They're not. They have to make money just like everyone else does.
But it's better than being.
That's a step. You know what I'm saying? Is once, like you were saying, they go to war, and they come back and go, "What was it for?" And
what do they do about it?
Nobody has an answer for them, man.
They go get drunk, and they don't want to think about it, so they watch sports and get drunk. or do drugs.
A lot of guys I know. I mean, they still have families, or like people my age still, like veterans that went over to Afghanistan. They went to Iraq, and well, I mean, the only reason I'd say that I've tried to talk to them about stuff. They're just like, they just don't want to know, man. They know what they know. They were put in the line of fire for some bullshit, but they're just too busy, man. They gotta collect their paycheck and take care of their families. Yeah, they don't want to talk about it.
Don't wake me up. Don't wake me up. I want to keep taking blue pills. That's what that means. Don't wake me out of the blue pill. I'm comfortable taking my blue pills. Don't let me know anymore. That's what they're saying. And it sucks that they're like that.
It's like that guy from The Matrix. It's like that scene where he wants to just eat the steak. He knows it's fake, and he just wants to eat it and enjoy it.
Well, that's what he's saying. He goes, they got their families. They're content in their slave. They just want to be content in their slavery while your country is committing atrocities and killing innocent people. You just want to eat your steak and drink your beer, and you want pay your taxes and be a good tax slave. You don't want to reveal nothing.
Yeah.
You don't want to reveal the most, atrocious crime committed to this country, 9/11. You don't want to reveal the truth because you just want to drink your beer and eat your steak and watch football. Even though you just want to do that, because it would be uncomfortable. But we've been living with this burden. But who do you take it to? Like, who do they take it to, really? Let's tell the FBI. I think the FBI fucking knows. You know what I mean? It's like, who do you fucking tell? Who are you going to get results? That's the problem. They've left us no peaceful solution. There's no peaceful way to resolve this, really. Maybe like a velvet revolution, something like that, where like millions of people have a mass awakening and people are forced to step down. Like top down, they're just forced to clean house. Like everyone involved, maybe a lot of them escape without being punished, but it's a way to purge the whole government. There's a way to do it peacefully. Look, you can go peacefully, but as far as the investigations, I think a lot of people are going to get away with it. A lot of them are going to skate. Maybe they'll throw Larry Silverstein under the bus because he decided to pull it and he got all the billions. But look how long he's been getting away. He got to keep all the money, the fake insurance fraud. Like, there's just so many layers of crime, man. And then there's no accountability. I wish there was an easy way, man.
Whoever said life was easy, man? Whoever said that?
And you see, like, these wars, like Ukraine is having a civil war by George Soros. They call them color revolutions. And they say even like the yellow vest movement, that's a color revolution. They had like purple. There's a purple revolution in the Ukraine. Like the red one is the communism. They have different colors for these things. Even the Crips and the Bloods, that's Freemasonry. That's the blue and the red. Those are two colors in Freemasonry.
Wow.
And they're playing both sides.
Coke and Pepsi.
Yep, they play both sides.
Yep,
and
that's why.
Yeah, because if both sides were to get together and go after them, it's like, hey guys,
is it a coincidence that Coke cans are red and Pepsi cans are blue?
Could be.
Well, no, Coke is blue. No, Pepsi is blue and red. Pepsi is both.
No, but the majority. I mean, it's just like the whole can is red. It's got some blue, and then but the Pepsi can is blue with a little bit of red. It's red, white, and blue, and Coke can is red. I mean, they use these colors are. There's a psychoactive reaction that you have to these colors. Listen to that. Did you guys listen to Crow 777's newest show today? You should.
Today?
Yeah, he just put one out. They put one out every Thursday. They talk about that shit, and it's really good.
I didn't even get a notification for that.
Yeah, of course you didn't, because YouTube sucks.
That's weird.
Yeah, dude, I don't think I got your notification. That's why I had to resubscribe. I had unsubscribe.
Hey, new subscriber, Ron Sheckleson. I was like, that motherfucker. Hey, check out this.
No, you're counting. I was subscribed forever, dude. I'm like, why am I not
just messing with you, man? I just had to make a joke at the beginning. I figured you were.
I didn't know if it would show up as a new subscriber.
It did. But it doesn't show me every new subscriber. It's like I'll see one, then I'll go check, and I'll have like 5 more, and I'm like, they didn't show all of them. They just show one. You know, it's just like weird.
That's weird. Yeah, sometimes I don't even see it. I'm like, where did I get all these?
I mean, not that I want to see every news. I wish I could respond to the subscribers. You know, say, hey, thanks for subscribing. You know, I just say, hey, thanks. You know, or something. At least just like respond right away. I usually will resubscribe, you know, if somebody's a new subscriber, you know. But I wish I could, you know, they had like a message system. Hey, thanks for. But that's
yeah. You have to wait for them to leave a comment, right?
Yeah, but that's all right. That's all right. I appreciate all the new subscribers. Anybody listening that subscribed recently, thank you guys for listening. Thanks.
You know what's cool, dude? Because we're forming a network of people that are woke. You know, they're on the same level that we are, and maybe some stuff that they don't know, or they might know something we don't know. Like my friend Nikitas, I kind of woke him up to the fake nukes and like the jet fuel hoax. You know, I'm not like totally in the, like, I don't know all the ins and outs of the jet fuel hoax, but I'm pretty sure, like, I'm like 90% sure that they are running off just, you know, like if any fuel, almost no fuel at all. You know what I mean? Like they need the fuel to get them started and shit. But I think the engine sustains itself. They're running basically off free energy. And that would be another huge revelation. Like, oh my God, you've had all this technology for this long and you've been charging us like these very high prices for the flights, and then like an extra fuel charge for the, you know, the fuel went up and there's $100 fuel charge tacked onto the ticket. And like they've been reaming us out for all these years when it costs them nothing for jet fuel. You know, they say fuel is their number one cost behind labor. And we find out they're not consuming any fuel. It's like, oh, fuck. Not only that, but we could have had free electricity like they had in ancient Tartarian society. So that's why the mud floods and ancient Tartary, that's why that's important. It reveals that they had free energy. And, you know what I mean? They had free energy way back then. And that was part of the reason for the reset, why they wiped everyone out to put us in the current system, this slave system that we're in, where they charge us for everything. You know what I mean? Like, we are being charged for everything we should have for free. You should have free electricity. You should have free water, right? Your water should be free. And the air. So the air is polluted, the water's polluted, and you're being charged for energy.
Yeah.
You know, they put a meter. Everything's got a meter on it. Your water meter, your gas
know what?
meter.
I missed most of the Globebusters show Sunday, and I listened to almost all of it today. It was really good. Did you guys listen to it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was really good.
Yeah, you had UAP and Martin. How do you say it?
Bob had a lot of good stuff to say too. I mean, it was really good. Show.
Yeah, you can tell Bob's been looking into this stuff. You know, he did his homework.
See, we're a little bit behind. I've been into the mud flood stuff for probably about 3 or 4 months. I haven't caught up. You know, I watched hundreds of hours of it, but I'm not like, I don't know where everything is. You know what I mean? Like, oh, I know where to find this. This is here and this is here. Like those buildings that were in the old South. You know, like those marble buildings. I'm not sure where to find all those videos. I haven't spent as much time as I'd like to. You know, I'm not as proficient in that. But there's so much information, man.
But I am proficient in it, but I haven't done any research on that. I mean, I'm doing other stuff and working and shit. I think those guys, some of those guys don't really, work 40, 50 hours a week that do the research.
Well, you just scratch the surface because there's a lot more, you're not really
proficient. While I'm at work, I didn't even watch the video. I mean, I've seen the pictures and I'll watch a little bit clips of the videos, and when I have a chance, I'll watch it, but I don't have time to just sit there for hours.
Most of that, you can't absorb it unless you watch it. It's all visual.
I know.
Like if you're just listening, because it's like, oh my God, here's a Parthenon building in Nashville, Tennessee, and there's the same one in France and Germany and the same one in Hungary and Greece. They're everywhere, dude. It's like, where did they get the blueprint? It's like they followed the blueprint and they built the same building like 20 different times, to the same dimensions and everything. Like the same dimensions. The flutes are the same size, the same height, same width. It's like they're following the blueprint, dude. These are like, it's like a Walmart building or something. Or even, but more specific, it's more accurate. And that's the weird thing. It's like, how did they do this?
What they were saying on the Globusher show is that they can't find the blueprints. They can just find a diagram of the interior. Where
pencil sketch.
Yeah, there isn't a schematic of how they built the building. It was just a diagram, more like on some of these huge buildings that.
Well, the one in Iowa,
there.
the state capitol building of Iowa. They said they moved it. They tore it down and moved it. He's like, this thing is more elaborate than the Capitol building in Washington D.C. Like the dome structure. It's like, you mean they took it apart brick by brick and then reassembled it? Get the fuck out. You know what I mean? You don't just disassemble a building.
Yeah, that's one of the things they mentioned. Yeah, it's just that's impossible.
Dude, they said these castles, these massive castles. Oh yeah, they took them apart.
They carried it by horse and carriage to one from one point to the other.
Brick by brick, they put them in a crate and they mailed them to the U.S. And then, they hauled them on the back of a carriage, like a, what do you call it, a wagon with a horse-drawn wagon, and they reassembled all the bricks. Get the fuck out.
It's just like, dang.
Bricks don't come apart. Yeah, it's just like the whole, you got to break them, clean them. You know how much work is involved? Yeah. They put them all back, perfect order. And you know what? The Great Wall of China, they said they built that whole thing, and they had one brick left over, and they put the brick on top of the doorway to as a way to say, look, we counted every brick and we knew we just made one extra. We put the extra brick on top of the gateway.
That's a nice story. That sounds like a fable.
Yeah, it's a story, dude. But the Chinese didn't build it. The Tartarians built it because the gate opens from the other side. You're talking about a wall, a border wall. The side with the lock was on the other side, the side that lets people in and out. So in other words, they were trying to keep the Chinese out. They put up a wall to keep the Chinese from fucking their shit up. They're like, hey, you stay out. We don't want all these Chinese.
That sounds like what Trump's trying to do.
Yep. But the thing is, the incentives and whatever.
Too bad there's ships that travel everywhere around the outside of that wall.
It's the airplanes, dude. The airplanes fly
airplanes over. As if the wall's gonna stop it. Ugh.
Well, it is like drug smuggling.
Man. I mean, it's just like, it's a psyop, man. It's just a propaganda stunt. The wall is a propaganda stunt. It has nothing to. Do you think the wall's going to stop anything?
Oh yeah. There's a lot of crime going on over there. There's a lot of drug trafficking. It's going to cut into a lot of it. Okay, why do you have a lock on your house? Do you lock the door to your house? Do you have a door? If you have no door, it's, the door is bullshit. It's a psyop. I don't need a lock. It's like, dude, you have a fucking lock.
Yeah, right. Not where we live, man.
I really lock my door, but whatever.
I have bars on my windows.
But I live in the country, so.
Well, I do have locks.
We're in like the crime cities, man. That's just...
I understand that. I understand that, but I understand that, but you guys really don't get what I'm saying. And I got in an argument with Ariv one night about this, and probably a couple of times with some other people too. Dude, why do you think they're coming up here, man? Well,
look them up. If you could come here, if I could go to Canada and they're going to put me on, just give me everything. Like, hey, say you're poor and you're just right across. Like, I live right by Canada.
Yeah. But I could just go to Canada and they give me a paycheck for just I claim being a refugee or whatever. Oh shit, man.
Yeah,
I'd be better off, or at least as good off as I am now, except for
you don't have to pay any rent. We're going to give you a place to stay. You don't got to pay for it. Free rent, free food. It's like, what's not to like? Give me that deal. Like a lot of people would bail out to Canada.
Okay, what if they stopped all of that instead of building a wall? What they stopped?
That's what you need to do. You need to stop the fucking, take away the bird feeder. It's like,
that
stop feeding the bird
before they just like build the wall. I mean, that's what I'm saying.
It's Cloward and Pivens, dude. It's a Cloward and Pivens to bankrupt. Cloward and Pivens wants a lot of people on welfare to collapse the system. I don't know how we lasted this long, dude. Like, because we're already bankrupt, like the trillions of dollars.
How long just lasted this long being this fucking stupid?
The thing is, there's no way to pay back all the debt, with interest and shit. So it's like we have to default. I just don't know when. Like I can't. I thought it was going to default 10 years ago. I'm like, dude, this debt's going to default. Like, how does no one? It's as obvious as the fucking Earth being flat that no one can pay back the debt. We're not going to pay back the debt. Nobody can pay back this amount of debt. So it's like, hey, it's like if you know you can't pay back your credit card and you're going to go bankrupt. Let's say you owe 20 grand on your credit card and you have $5,000 of credit left, and you can't pay back that 20 grand. You already know that you're going to file bankruptcy. You're like, fuck it, I'm going to go on a vacation. I'm going to spend all this, man. I'll go, go to the bar, do whatever you want to do. You go spend that extra 5 grand before you go upside down. That's what a lot of people are going to do. And that's kind of where we're at right now. It's like, throw it on the credit card. We'll just print more money, throw it on the credit. I don't know when the day of reckoning. They've been pushing it off so long. I'm like, I thought it was going to collapse under Obama. I'm like, well, how is Trump fucking? I don't know.
It's probably not going to be much longer. I don't know as far as like the collapse, what it's going to look like. The last one was in 2008. I actually lost my house, but I was pretty irresponsible, which I still am. But I don't really make a whole lot of money anyway, so whatever. It's not about the money. It's about the money doesn't really exist. But you can buy shit with money though, with the modern money, but you're going to you should probably start hoarding. If you have any money to spend, go ahead and start saving up, because I don't like the doomsday scenarios, like end of the world and Jesus coming back through the clouds kind of situation. But I have a feeling it can get pretty bad here pretty soon. Even though, like, everybody's like, "Oh yeah, Trump's putting the wall up and America's going to be great again," and all that that's not going to happen. I really don't think that's going to happen that way.
Well,
so within the next 10, 15 years, I expect a very, very bad collapse.
Just kill yourself, man? Just kill yourself, because there's no hope. Why do you bother to wake up in the morning?
You talking about me?
That's what. Yeah, that's what you're saying. That's what you're telling people. There's no hope, so you might as well kill yourself.
What I'm saying is that Trump is not the answer, and government is not the answer.
Who is the answer?
You're the answer.
I am?
Yeah.
I'm the dictator?
You're the dictator of yourself. I mean, what do you think? You're going to, like, depend on, like, hopefully maybe, Trump's not the best president, but he's good enough to maybe get us through this part of it, and then next time, I mean, if you have any hope in, like, if you see the cycles of the way that the cycles of presidents go,
the government ain't gonna fix shit. We can't sit on our hands and say, "Rah rah, Trump's gonna fix." He ain't gonna.
What do you suggest at this point? I mean,
I want to wake people up.
All right, you wake people up, and then we break the money system, and then nobody has any money to spend on anything. It's just broke, and then what?
Piece by piece, we got to replace it with state money. We got to get it away from a Federal Reserve treasury into a state money.
Nice. That'd be really
even by state. What if you had Arkansas dollars and I had Michigan dollars, Ohio? We all had our own currency.
Well, even you could have United States dollars that aren't the Federal Reserve money.
That's the way it used to be.
That's constitutional.
Right. That's how it should be. And then you can't just print these out of thin air. You can't say, well, hey, Fed, we need $100 trillion, or we need 100 billion or 700 billion that we can't collect it in taxes. So borrow me an extra 700 billion for our military spending. Oh, no problem. I'll just print it up. You can't do that if you have to have a balanced budget. And if you can't be giving people shit, like there's going to be a lot of suffering because, a lot of people got their hand in the cookie jar. They're giving a lot of money. Like, you get a car, Democrats are.
It's like, hey, listen. This is like, yeah. You get
dude. Like over here, there's generational welfare where like their grandparents and their parents, and then there's like 3 generations that have known nothing but getting like gibs, like free shit. Like, man,
it's not about the free shit necessarily. It's about
that's how they buy votes. It's a way to buy votes until you have communism. And once they have communism, they don't need the useful idiots. They're only giving them free shit until they have total grip of power, and then they'll be eliminated like they did in Russia. They don't. The people getting the free shit don't realize that they're eventually going to cut them off, and they're all expendable. They're cutting their own throat. They don't even know it. You know what I mean? Some people do.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I'm always wonder. I mean, how are people going to wake up when they're? It's like, oh, flat Earth. How long is it going to take them to figure out that the entire money system is a complete sham, and then it equaled all the fake wars and all that shit? It takes a long time for people to figure that shit out, man.
You know what they call it? Golden handcuffs. It's like, here, we'll take care of you, but then you can't get any better. Like, you can't improve your lot in life. It's like, okay, you got this shitty apartment, right? You got basic food to eat, but that's it. It's like, you want to get out of this situation. It's like, it's not going to be easy, but it's going to take effort to get out of there, because you're going to have to give up your comfort. Well, shit, now I got to pay this $1,000 a month for rent. Before, it was just always being paid. I never had to worry about where am I going to come up with the $1,000 for rent. The government just gave it to me. How am I going to buy food? And then you're working, right? You have to work, let's say 40 hours, and then all that money just goes to your basic cost of living, your rent, your food. So now you're like a slave. You're like, I'm working just to live, where I could have got by before without working at all. I had the same lifestyle and I had 40 hours to do what I pleased. Now I have to go work and I'm no better off. So there's a lot of people that are just tax slaves. You know what I mean? Like, there's like the average American, I think it said 70% don't even have $500. And I'm part of that 70%. Like if something happened where you needed to come up with like $600, 70% of people don't have it. They can't just put it back. That's what I mean. A lot of us here don't have it. That's the majority of the country. That's pretty much feudalism. Like, we're all living like fucking hand to mouth. And it doesn't have to be this way, because they're taxing the shit out of us, dude. Every dollar, we shouldn't be paying any taxes at all. We're basically the working poor. You know what I mean? If you're just subsistence living, you're the working poor. They shouldn't be taxing us, dude. Especially when these people are trillionaires.
Yeah, but I mean, it's not. I'm not poor because I don't because of taxes necessarily. It's the.
Well, look at all the money you would have. Well, if you didn't have to pay,
I may have $70, $7,200 more a week if I.
Well, let's think about it. No sales tax, no income tax, no property tax. And then no energy bills. Say we had free energy. Look how much more money you would have just right there. You got to keep your.
What would money be if you didn't have to do?
Well, you could buy more beer.
Society.
You could buy more beer, Helio.
I'm just talking about what's you're talking about free energy. I mean, just like you're still talking about money as if it exists. I mean, there is no such necessarily thing as money when it comes to that.
No, I'm saying you could have more disposable income. Okay, we just call it money because that's the term we use. More disposable income, more units to buy. You could buy more beer.
I just look at society as totally different than having a. See, like the reason we use coin and those means of exchange. It's under the Roman system and the Zionist system. They utilized the system that way. I think there was another culture where they didn't really do it that way.
Well, the debt money system, yeah. They reeled us in, dude. That's what the reset was about. When they wiped us out, they wiped out the whole society because they're like, how dare you have a benevolent society where nobody charges you for electricity? And you know what I mean? Like if we had like no electricity, no property tax. Let's say, okay, you built your home, or let's say it was a home your dad built and he passed it down to you. Now it's like, oh, you have a place to live. You don't have to pay any property tax. You don't need to pay an electric bill. You just gotta, grow food. So you grow your own food. You grow your own vegetables. You raise cattle, chickens, whatever, and then you have all this time that you could work as a community to better the community. You could build infrastructure. Like, hey, we're going to build these awesome bridges and aqueducts, and everyone has free time to improve the system for everybody. You know what I mean? It's like you all pitch in. It's like, well, I have my needs are met, and maybe just out of boredom or out of the will to improve the society for everyone, everybody pitches in and they help with these infrastructure things, and you have a perfect society. Your roads are cool. Like, we could be living so much better, dude, if it wasn't a parasitic. There's parasites at every level, man. Like, healthcare is sick care. Oh, you need healthcare. They do it to permanently keep us sick, dude. The hospital system is a slow genocide. Like, I watch what's happening to my friend's son. He has seizures. He has problems breathing. He's always in the hospital, having tubes hooked up to him. He's only like 8 years old now, but he can't speak. He has seizures. He has autism. His life is hell. His parents' life is hell. They're buried in medical bills. And it's all from the fucking shots, dude, his vaccinations that gave him that fucking shit. And there's no recourse, and they got to live with this. That's their life, going from hospitals to doctors.
Not only is there no recourse, there's nobody you're not even going to get a doctor to diagnose or agree with you that could be the case.
Right. The doctors are not going to admit it. I was working I used to work in the schools for a few years, and I actually came across I heard about this stuff, about the vaccines.
Hey, I'm going to take about a 5-minute break or so.
Okay, cool.
Thanks, man, for jumping in, bro.
Yeah, no problem. I wanted to add this. So like, I actually heard about this from a couple teachers. Like, they were young, they were like in their 20s. They were young, and they're not like, I heard this stuff talking about like this correlation between autism and, we had a lot of autistic children in our school. I mean, it was more than my classroom alone. I probably had, I would say, a quarter of the class probably had some was on the spectrum. And and I heard about this with vaccines, and I didn't believe it at first. And it wasn't until I actually did some research and saw some conspiracy theories that I actually, started realizing it.
What, the vaccine damaged children?
A lot of these teachers knew about that stuff.
What are you saying? 1 out of 25 children?
Well, I'm saying, like, I don't know if this is the standard, statistics, but in my classroom, I had the like, it was a special ed school, and I had like the most special ed of, like, my class was like, every other class was kind of mixed. What they do nowadays is they mix special ed. They try to integrate them, and that's a whole other topic I don't even want to get into. But
the level.
Yeah, I don't agree with that. But
functionality, because we had the kid in the straitjacket that's drooling on himself, and then you had some that were high functioning autistic.
Right, and they mix them up, and really, what ends up happening is the teacher suffers, because I've been in that situation, trying to teach a class where you have, I was in a 3rd grade class once, and I was working with this kid who he was on like a kindergarten level, and I have to, it was, but yeah, so I would say about a fourth of when I was a teacher, when I was actually like a lead, like head teacher of a classroom, about a fourth of my class, and I had like 20 something kids in that class, and there was at least, 5 kids with symptoms of some kind of like autism, and that was just autism. Then there was other behavioral problems caused by who knows what, probably diet, maybe vaccines, probably bad parenting.
Dude, I see that. Like my nephew plays basketball in like a little league, and I see a lot of the kids, I could tell they're vaccine damaged, dude. They have some kind of autism, like they can't walk. They're like walking funny. They got like the thick glasses, like cross-eyed, and like they have, they can't dribble the ball. It's like, dude, it breaks my heart, man. I'm like, oh, I'm looking at this, and it's like this was done to them on purpose by some pieces of shit that the Georgia Guidestone people, and they want to kill us all, dude. They don't care about any of us. Like, if you're a normal human, you have empathy, you feel bad. Like there was a kid, he wore a body harness, dude, like a straitjacket. It had a handle. It was like a nylon vest with a handle, so they could restrain him in case he gets violent, because he would. He was getting off the bus and he's going full retard. He's swinging, he's grabbing the hair and pulling the bus driver, like fighting. I'm like, whoa. Like, I don't know what made him snap, but he was just like a violent kind like that. It's like, and you don't know when he's going to go off. And
it could be anything.
His parents were older, like 60. The kid was like 10 or 12, and they're like, the bus dropped him off, the short bus, and they're trying to wrestle him in the house. He's got his backpack and he's fighting them. I'm like, wow, dude, that is hell. That's their law.
Dude, I know it's like, I was working in a preschool. We had these kids, they expected us to, they had to take a nap. I had to put them to sleep for an hour. Are you kidding me? Like, these kids did not sleep, man. They'd be wandering around the room, playing with all the stuff in the room and waking up the other kid. I'm not complaining about it. I'm just trying to, I'm just trying to tell you the reality of like what these teachers have to deal with. I'm very fortunate that I don't have to do that every day, because I had to be there.
Yeah, you can't yell at them because they get, they're very sensitive.
Right.
So you got to be careful how you discipline them. And
you have to be firm. You can't be soft, but you can't be mean. You can't yell. You could get in trouble.
You have to speak like them, kind of. You know what I mean? You have to talk in their language.
Yeah, you have to get to their level. You have to get on your knees, and you have to look at them face to face. Well, and that's with all children, I think. When you're trying to give them directions, it works best when you get in their face. Not in their face, you know what I mean? But
get on your knees, so you're gonna get your pants all dirty and.
Yeah. Oh yeah, dude. My pants. That was my life, man. And I had to. I showed up at. So I took. They gave me this. I took the shift. I was, when I started, it was 8:30 to 5:30. But what I realized is, like, I wouldn't really get out at 5:30 because if the parents didn't pick up enough kids, and I was still left with a certain amount of kids in the room. Like, I had an assistant teacher. I couldn't just leave. There was like a ratio that I had to maintain and all that stuff. So basically, I wasn't even getting out of work at 5. I was getting out by 6:30 if I was lucky. So I told them, let me come in earlier so that I could get out earlier. So that, I thought that was going to be cool. So I had to wake up at, whatever. I had to leave at 6:30. I had to be there at 7:30. And then I thought I was getting out at 4:30, but the same shit happened. 4:30 came, the parents didn't pick up the kids, and I was just stuck with them, like, until, I wasn't even on the clock. I couldn't leave.
So you're babysitter too. It's like, okay, you're stuck with these. You're the latchkey one.
You're literally the parent. I felt like not only was I teaching these kids, but at the same time, I had to parent them. And at the same time, I had special needs kids, which needed like special attention. So it was a job that I knew that I wasn't going to be able to do it forever, because it would have destroyed me. It would have worn me down.
Were you like just a general teacher that you would teach every subject because you're in grade school?
Yeah, it was. That was when I started. It was Actually, it was funny. You know how they got me in? I started as a music teacher because I was in college. My professor was running a preschool, so she's like, yeah, we're hiring, we need a music teacher. So I got in as a music teacher, and then they're like, wait a minute, you have credentials to be like a classroom teacher, so we need you, because they were very desperate for teachers. And of course they gave me like the shittiest, I don't want to say shitty, it's not that the kids were shitty, but the situation was shitty, and they gave me like just the most difficult class.
Desirable. Yes.
Yeah, exactly. Basically the class that no one wanted. And then here's the worst, oh man, then they used to dump like the kids that they didn't want. They used to like either dump them in my class.
Yeah.
Oh man. So I used to make jokes about it. I used to say, yep, I'm the best. They think I'm the best teacher because they give me the hardest class, you know.
So what did you teach? You taught, what grade was it?
So when I so it was preschool, so it was like ages 3 and 4. Yeah.
Who couldn't teach at 3 and 4? It's like, you know, as long as your level of reading is better than theirs, you know, it's like, can you teach a 4-year-old? You know, here, the cat rolled the ball. You know, it's like,
it's more about like knowing how to, you know, knowing how to reach them, and really at that age, you're really trying to develop them more socially, you know, emotionally, that kind of stuff. Teaching them how to think. That's really something that a lot of these kids, you know, they don't even know how to think yet.
Right. It's like,
So
okay, do not grab the girl's hair in front of you. Do not, you know, like stuff like that. Please raise your hand if you wish to ask a question. Like just little stuff to teach manners.
Oh yeah, and it's so funny because then it would take the whole year to finally instill all of these things in them, and then once you finally got them to a point where, like, towards the end of the year, I had my class basically, it was on autopilot. I had all the kids doing everything. I taught them how to clean up the room, how to set the tables, how to read. They were reading books to each other, even though they didn't know how to read, but like they knew the stories, so they were just doing it on memory. And like I had the classroom at some point, like I was chilling and it was running, but that was already at the end of the year. And then, you know, you get a whole new batch of kids and it's basically back to square one.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind being like a wood shop, metal shop teacher, welding class.
Yeah.
Teaching like older, like high school students, like, hey, this is how you weld, this is how you do that. I wouldn't mind a job like that. Because the next generation, they're lost, man, as far as like skilled trades, things like that.
Yeah.
And they're not being taught. I think that stuff does need, especially like welding. Welders they're in high demand and they make good money if you learn how to weld, and nobody